Chapter 143. Operation Dynamo was an attempt by the European Union to evacuate those forces trapped in northern France to England in the wake of the defeats they suffered in the lowlands. The hope was that the evacuated troops could be reconstituted into forces strong enough to credibly challenge any attempt to invade the British Isles, thus serving as a bargaining chip in any negotiations that might be held to conclude hostilities between Britannia and the EU. To this end, the surviving naval assets of the EU were marshalled to provide and protect the transport capacity to ferry the some 500,000 troops waiting for rescue at Dunkirk. The effort was complicated by a range of factors, not least the shallow beaches that precluded large ships moving close enough to shore to take on the evacuees. Another major concern was whether the Britannian army would continue its advance past Paris and try to defeat in detail the remaining European forces. To deal with the former, the British government commandeered a significant number of small private vessels, collecting them at Sheerness before dispatching them to Dunkirk. A rearguard, composed of mostly French soldiers determined to exact any sort of retribution upon Imperial forces, rushed to establish a defensive perimeter strong enough to withstand further Britannian attacks. All this became moot, however, when Task Force 80 of the Britannian 8th Fleet leapfrogged to Dunkirk. The Europeans found themselves under the barrel of the fleet's railguns and were left with little choice but to surrender. Only about 20,000 soldiers had been evacuated before the task force's arrival, with the rest becoming prisoners of war afterward. The probability of the evacuation's success and then the usage of the surviving forces as a bargaining chip was likely over-optimistic to begin with. The Empire had demonstrated countless times a masterful understanding of military and political strategy, and combined with the severely depleted nature of the European forces, their ability to logistically organize the evacuation was already problematic. Furthermore, records released after the war made clear that Britannia was fully committed to launching an invasion of the British Isles if that was what it took to impose an unconditional surrender upon the European Union. In this light, the failure of the Dunkirk evacuation might even have been a small mercy for all involved, seeing as it headed off a potentially destructive invasion upon Britain and Ireland. In Blackest Night, the Great War. Chapter 143. Fiat Justitiaru et Caelum. While formal hostilities had ended between Britannia and the European nations, the imperial military remained plenty busy as it worked to secure the occupied territories and begin the process of expropriating Europe's industrial assets. The regular combat units not assigned to security detail spent most of their time serving as manual labor at the direction of the engineering corps and specialist teams dispatched from the Empire to identify what and how to strip down the various factories, workshops, and other production facilities. Most of those teams were from companies interested in getting some equipment on the cheap, and their members were a good representation of how widely the Empire's lands stretched. The other work that occupied much of the military's time was actually the distribution of aid to Europe's civilian population. The fighting had very thoroughly screwed up the continent's agricultural sector in a myriad of ways, with the destruction of transportation infrastructure making the shipment of food from farms to markets and the inputs of farming from markets to farms at an effective standstill. Then there was the loss of manpower resulting from so many young men being called to serve in the armies and the young women called to work in the factories. Many of the former would never return home, and in all too many cases a few towns and villages would be bereft of an entire generation of youth. The final count would take some time to sort out, and a definitive number for casualties and fatalities was likely impossible. Nonetheless, a rough running estimate had been maintained by the various militaries and governments, and Britannia stood at the following: approximately 200,000 dead in the Asian theater stretching from India to Indonesia up to Korea. Another 110,000 in both Middle Eastern campaigns. Upwards of 500,000 dead in the Russian-Siberian theater. Approximately 100,000 in the African theater. And finally another 200,000 to finally put down the Europeans on their home territory. All told, the Empire had suffered well over 1 million fatalities amongst its uniformed servicemen and women. That number was actually eclipsed by the numbers of civilians that perished as a consequence of the New York Thought elevator's destruction and the ensuing devastation of the East Coast, by an order of 3 if one also included those civilians that died in territory reclaimed by the Empire, including the Middle East. In total, Britannia had suffered well over 4 million dead as a result of the war. A large number certainly, but comparable to that suffered by the Chinese Federation and outright paling in comparison to the European body count. While the European Union had had fewer fronts to fight on, that it suffered catastrophic defeat on each of them ultimately saw its armed forces take far greater losses than what they ultimately managed to inflict upon the Empire. On the Siberian front alone, close to 4 million soldiers had perished from a combination of the harsh climate and the brutal fighting. And while the first Middle Eastern campaign had ended in a major European victory, the second saw the Union's forces pushed steadily back before the bulk of their armies encircled and destroyed, with the total tally from both campaigns climbing close to 1 million troops. Further west, the African campaign had seen close to 1.5 million Frenchmen plus 500,000 soldiers from that nation's allies perish. And when the fighting reached the European mainland, the continent's defenders had pulled out all the stops in trying to stem the Britannian juggernaut. In all too many instances that meant paying for time and ground with blood and lives, with the inevitable consequence being the complete gutting of several national armies. 6 million soldiers was the final butcher's bill for Europe's failed defense, for a grand total of approximately 13 million dead for the European armed forces. Combined with all the other incidentals, the war itself had claimed the lives of over 20 million people outright, and this was not counting those that might succumb in the aftermath of the effective collapse of multiple nation-states. Ironically, and in the opinion of some Britannians even unfairly, European civilian casualties were but a tiny fraction of her military losses. Despite the brutality of the fighting, the Empire had been meticulous to for the most part minimize direct attacks on the enemy civilian population. More importantly, however, Britannia had taken measures to limit the secondary effects of battle that would have otherwise claimed large numbers of civilians even if they never went close to a battlefield. This the Empire achieved by making sure ample supplies of food, medicine, and even in a few instances shelter were readily available to support the displaced populace or those cut off from their usual sources. Want and hardship existed aplenty, but remarkably little in the way of starvation or sickness laid claim to Europe's peoples even as Britannia occupied more of the continent. The lengths to which the Empire went to provide for these needs likely played a significant part in convincing the remaining nations to accept unconditional surrender instead of fighting to the death. Granted, the Empire's seizure of cultural treasures in many places served as a countervailing force, but for men and women whom had to make a choice between bread versus circus, in almost all cases the former need won out. For those that did not, imperial forces also demonstrated that it was very competent in rooting out insurgents and others that might wish to do them harm. For Cole's peace of mind, the 25th Infantry Division had had few such instances to deal with, and for the most part the region they were assigned to was quiet. Yes, there was a degree of resentment from the local civilian population at the occupation, but that resentment was mixed with a tired resignation and even acceptance that this was the best the present climate would allow. The only thing the civilians could do in the meantime was try and carry on life as they knew it and wait for the inevitable formal conclusion of the war. Of course, there was also a building anxiety of what would happen after Britannian forces pulled out and took with them all of the logistical support they were providing now to keep the people fed, clothed, and sheltered. It would take years for Europe to recover to the point where the various states could meet the needs of their populace from their own internal resources. No one was expecting the Empire to remain all those years providing for those needs itself. Cole himself tried not to dwell too much on such matters, if only because he was already busy enough. Another reason for the 25th's posting to this specific region was due to the large number of Japanese within its ranks, from the attached 100th Infantry Battalion to the men and women in the regular regiments. The relevancy of this demographic detail was because the 25th had been seconded to the Princess Colin in her task of securing the internment camps the refugee Japanese populace had been forcibly relocated to by the European governments. The conditions of those camps had deteriorated considerably as the war turned against Europe and the governments allocated fewer and fewer resources to their maintenance. To say that Colin, and her Japanese compatriots, were outraged at the state they found their people in would have been too mild a term. Things were measurably better now, and even more importantly the Japanese refugees were coming to accept their homeland cousins despite their service to the empire that they originally fled from. That would hopefully make what Colin was preparing to offer them now easier to accept. It was impossible to gather all of the refugees from the different camps in one place, there were simply too many, so Colin would need to repeat the offer a few times over. How it went down the first time would however help set the tone for the rest, which probably explained a certain degree of uneasiness on the young woman's expression. Despite everything that had happened, despite her own elevation and added responsibility, Colin remained a very earnest person. This was further proven as Cole reached out and gave his wife's hand a comforting squeeze and she smiled gratefully in return. The princess then cast a more somber look at the ranking officer of her armsmen and the de facto commanding officer in charge of not only her security but the security of the internment camp and its occupants. I want to emphasize once more, Colonel Todo. Our forces are to refrain from use of force except in their own personal self-defense, and that includes refraining from its use in my defense. Todo nodded, a bit unhappily, but nodded nonetheless. The man was obviously having mixed feelings about all this. He obviously did not want to see Colin come to harm or be forced to harm his own people. At the same time, being ordered to allow Colin to come to harm to avoid the latter was probably more than a little disconcerting. Even Sheba, despite her still frosty attitude towards Colin, looked slightly worried. The reminder issued, Colin gave Cole's hand a squeeze back before letting go and stepping out onto the platform. The refugees gathered before her were waiting with eager anticipation, most having already guessed the matter Colin would be presenting. At the same time, after all these years, few dared to actually hope that things might yet take a turn for the better, not after all the disappointments they had already suffered. Not yet at least, when the young woman before them looked so very Britannian in both her features and the colors she wore, despite her open claim to embracing her Japanese heritage. Deeds, not words, after all. Now they would find out what deed the Princess Colin intended to perform to prove her words. Colin took a deep breath. I won't claim to know what all of you have gone through all these years away from home, she began. Home, that is the place I come before all of you to speak of. One that many of you likely thought you would never see again. I am here however to tell you that that doesn't have to be the case. That all of you can go home. That was too much for some in the audience. Tears of relief, and maybe even something approximating joy, began to be shed. More than one person ended up needing the support of those next to them to remain upright. For others though, there was still suspicion clouding their expressions. This sounded too good to be true, and they waited for the other side of the coin to be revealed. I know what some of you are thinking, Colin continued. What some of you fear. That the Japan you return to will not be one you recognize. That you might not have a home to return to. After a decade away from Japan, such change is perhaps inevitable. But such change need not frighten you, or act as a bar to you finding a home anew within Japan. The crowd had quietened once more, the brief moment of elation and fear momentarily draining some of the tension the people felt. All of you fled Japan in fear of what Britannia might do to our home, to our people. And you were right to flee, for the Empire's conduct for much of the 10 years since has been abominable, even craven. Our people were ground under the Britannian heel. We suffered, we bled. Colin met their gazes unflinchingly. And we killed. The admission, if it could even be called one, elicited a growing anxiety amongst the refugees. Some even snuck nervous glances at the Britannian Japanese soldiers scattered around the perimeter, as if afraid that these persons might yet show they were more loyal to the former than the latter. Colin however was not yet done. We endured all this, but in the end we found a place. A place of prosperity, a place of dignity, and ultimately a place within the Empire. Colin took a step forward. Within Britannia. The emphasis did not escape the crowd, and some of that anxiety intensified. This was what many feared after all, that Japan's subsuming by the Empire would transform the land into a place they did not recognize. A fear that Colin recognized. I know that such a notion sounds anathematic to many of you. I know many of you still wish strongly for an independent Japan. For a free Japan. I too once dreamed of such. I fought for such. But I ultimately had to make a choice. How many of my own people was I prepared to kill and see killed to achieve that dream? What sort of Japan was I prepared to let my home become to achieve that dream? What would be left of it if I did? Pointed questions all, and uncomfortable ones at that, considering the way some of the refugees shifted. They knew after all the sort of destitution and hardship being ground underfoot meant, after spending so many years downtrodden in Europe despite having sought escape from that very fate when they abandoned Japan. If the price of Japan's independence meant the perpetuation of such suffering upon the rest of their people, could it truly be worth it? The return to Japan will not be easy. As all of you suspect, things have changed. But if you choose to come back, you will be lent what aid you need. Whether it is to find your previous home, your families, or to establish one anew. That is a promise that I, Colin Statfeld Kaujiki, Knight of Seven, Duchess of Tokyo, Princess of the Realm, and Heir Secundus, do make. Is London always so dreary? Millie remarked as she stepped out of the Avalon onto the waiting stairs. Not really, Colin responded as she walked alongside her fellow royal. The city does have stretches of overcast periods though, so it might feel that way. Well, I can't claim the weather isn't appropriate. That was a remarkably gloomy assessment on Millie's part, but Colin could not quite disagree with her friend. The dignitaries from the other nations were still making their way to the British capital, with some actually being ferried by the Britannian military because of the effective collapse of their internal resources. The bulk of the Britannian delegation on the other hand were already here, with the last members having accompanied Colin and Millie aboard the Avalon. Euphemia herself would not be present at the conference however, there was no way the military or the government was going to let her leave the homelands for an occupied city, at least not until the Empire had had a few years to solidify its control over its new, or rather regained territory. As such the highest-ranking representatives of Britannia would be the Princess Millicent and Princess Colin. Having both of them present was already making the military and government a bit nervous, seeing as they were the only others in the formal line of succession. But with Colin's functional immortality and her Geass, the risks were more manageable than the warriors feared. The party walked past the awaiting honor guard, a mixture of the regular military and rounds guardsmen sent ahead to bolster the conference's security. The flags waving atop the various flagpoles had already been changed so that the Britannian flag held the premier spot. The old Union Jack was however allowed to continue flying, even if at a lower position. The same could not be said of the Irish tricolour just across the channel, Colin knew. The knight suppressed a grimace as she contemplated just how messy that situation was likely to get. Well, at least we'll have a day to rest before the conference begins, Millie said after they passed the troops. Are you actually going to spend the day resting? Colin asked, eyebrow raised. There'll be plenty of time for sightseeing afterwards, Millie said lightly before yawning. Besides, unlike you, us mere mortals actually need a bit of time to switch time zones. Colin chuckled. Fair enough. She glanced back at the blonde-haired young man trailing them. So, you and Geass. At that Millie openly grinned, causing Colin to let out a slight sigh. Well, I suppose the good news is I won't be the only one that gets pestered about heirs, the red-haired girl joked. Oh please, Millie responded. You'll have plenty of people in Japan pestering you to make up for those that focus on me. And you can bet Yuffie herself will be poking both of us. That elicited a slight grimace from Colin. Her friend did have a point there. The need to secure a stronger succession had not gone away with the end of the war. In fact, the pressure to have children was only likely to increase with the coming peace. An inevitability when the empire's subjects no longer had a world war to draw their attention from gossiping about the private life of the royals. So I've actually been meaning to ask, Millie said as the two of them got into the waiting vehicle. How exactly are you going to have a kid? Colin regarded Millie with a slightly reproachful look. That was a bit crass even for the overly frank girl. Granted they were more or less alone, what with Geass climbing into the front seat with driver, and Colin would easily know if anyone was trying to eavesdrop on them, so it was not as if Millie was risking security here. Still. What? I'm just curious. You said your immortality is basically because your body doesn't change. Which is totally unfair considering that also means you get to eat whatever you want and not have to worry about your figure. At that Colin could not help but give a snort. Millie grinned in turn, making clear that was her intended reaction. It's not so much that my body doesn't change, Colin decided she might as well answer. It's just that by default my code keeps my body's state more or less static. It's also capable of allowing changes to occur, or to revert them at will. So, that means you actually could become biologically pregnant? Colin nodded. Pretty much any time Cole and I, well, are together. She blushed ever so slightly. I could actually conceive. Wow. That's, really convenient. Wait, does that also mean you don't have periods anymore? A strained smile crossed Colin's expression. Tact was probably not even a word in Millie's vocabulary. More or less, she still answered nonetheless. Oh you lucky something, Millie said. You never have to deal with the cramps ever again. That was actually a very valid point, and Colin could only manage a slightly sheepish smile. There were definitely perks to being able to control your body at such minute levels. And Cole too, the lucky bum, Millie went on. Colin cocked her head aside. Cole. Yeah. He may grow old, but he's going to have you as his hot wife for the rest of his life. The knight's expression turned strained once more as Colin was reminded that Millie was as attracted to beautiful women as she was to handsome men. Maybe even a little more. It's not all fun and games, Millie, Colin said chidingly. As you say, Cole will age. I won't. That's not exactly a thing to celebrate. I know. The sudden shift from bubbly and chipper to solemn and concerned was so jarring Colin spent a moment or two just blinking at Millie. Then the older girl reached out and took Colin's hand, giving it a gentle squeeze accompanied with a kind smile. I know, Millie repeated. It won't just be Cole, or me, or Yuffie, but everyone that follows as well. That's why I'm going to make sure that we all help you make so many memories. You're never going to ever think how nice it would be for us to see something, because we'll have seen it all with you once already. To that Colin actually struggled to muster a response. Millie's stated ambition was certainly audacious and there was quite a bit of hyperbole thrown in for good measurement, if for no other reason than the simple fact that advancing technology would ensure that Colin would indeed see things they never would. Then there was the simple fact that there would be entire generations that Millie would never know who might do things outside of her expectations. But the sentiment was clear enough, as well as Millie's determination. As such the only response Colin could make was to squeeze back and grant her friend a grateful smile. General Gottwald, a familiar feminine voice sounded. Smiling, Jeremiah turned about and happily returned the salute. General New. I had heard you were accompanying the Princess Millicent to oversee her security while she was in London. Valletta nodded. While Her Highness does possess a cadre of armsmen, she has yet to select someone to command them. In the interim, Her Majesty has instructed me to handle that duty until the Princess finds an officer worthy of her confidence. To that Jeremiah nodded. I can think of few others that she would entrust with such a duty. And it was very much a mark of trust instead of some sort of demotion, considering the Princess Millicent's position in the still fragile line of succession. The Empress herself had General Arciad to see to her immediate personal security as well, so it was only natural that Euphemia would appoint something she had as much confidence in as Valletta to protecting the heir primus. Well, the Princess Colin hardly needs any such complimenting, Valletta remarked. Jeremiah adopted an almost thoughtful poise at the mention of the other royal. Her Highness at times confounds me, he admitted. She is forceful and purposeful, but also to a degree very humble. Her martial achievements are well worthy of recognition, but she herself barely seems to acknowledge them. Were you aware that it was the Princess Colin that halted the French counterattack at Paris and ultimately convinced Field Marshal Rommel to surrender? The dispatches made some mention of that, Valletta said, though most of it was taken up with exultations about your own martial prowess. Jeremiah chuckled. I will not deny I played a significant role. The French certainly seem to think so, considering the nickname they've given me. Le Boucher de Paris has a certain ring to it. An appellation often lasts longer than the name behind it, Valletta said. You will have almost certainly immortalized yourself in one aspect. Indeed so. In fact, I still have the bottle of wine awarded to me for my service at the battle. Would you care to join me this evening in sampling it? Valletta favored the Margrave with a wide smile as she recalled the far less certain invitation she had received so long ago. It would be my pleasure. The London conference had as its attendees not just the Britannian Empire and its European opponents. Delegates from other parties of varying degrees of involvement were also present, not least representatives from the Chinese Federation. And despite the almost desperate hopes of its former allies, the Federation's attendance was primarily as an observer, to ensure it was kept abreast of the conditions that would be imposed upon the European states. It emphatically was not here to try and argue for greater leniency from the Empire. That was certain to disappoint the European governments, and further inflame resentment over how lightly China had gotten off relatively speaking, but there was little beyond dulled teeth behind their words. Europe was after all a broken force, exhausted and beggared from one war they had lost. They were hardly in any position to pursue another one out of pique. The Britannian treatment of the Chinese delegation was more courteous and respectful, and it was also helped by the fact that the Chinese had chosen their representatives with care. Quite a few were on familiar terms with the ranking members of the Britannian delegation, and the rapport they had previously established was put to good use now. Colonel Commandant Hong, Colin greeted with a smile. It is good to see you again. And congratulations on your promotion. The bearded man returned the smile with a warm one of his own. My thanks, Your Highness. And allow me to congratulate you, however belatedly, on your marriage. Colin's expression turned slightly rueful. Has the gossip reached even China? Or is your intelligence service actually earning its pay? Hong chuckled at the slight joke. After all your time in the military, Your Highness, it should be evident that most of what the intelligence community hears amounts to little more than gossip. True enough, Colin agreed. I hope the others are doing well. The two were now progressing down the hallway side by side, with their respective entourages following behind to give them some space. Well enough. Her Majesty has been in excellent spirits and is applying herself studiously to her studies and her duties. Chancellor Xia and Marshal Yang are making excellent progress in the political and military reorganization of China. And Major General Li is settling in nicely as commander of the ceremonial guard. Those were the relevant personas Colin had implicitly queried, so the young woman nodded. And what of yourself, Commandant? How weighs the stars now on your shoulders? It is, humbling, to be entrusted with such responsibility, Hong said entirely earnestly. There are certainly times when I feel I might fall short of that trust, but I press forth nonetheless. While such a concern is not something to be belittled, nothing I have seen of your conduct would suggest you should be so worried, Colin stated. You served your country and your empress loyally through extremely trying times, and ultimately you were successful beginning China's restoration into a nation fit for her people. The two came to a halt before another door. Take some pride in that accomplishment, Commandant. Hong bowed his head. My thanks for such kind words, Your Highness. Colin smiled again at the officer. Well, this is my stop. But I'm sure I'll see you again not too long at the main conference. Till then, Your Highness, Hong withdrew. Turning about, after letting out a sigh to prepare herself for what was to come next, Colin pushed open the door, just as Millie was in mid-yell. And no, I don't for a moment believe that your country's banking secrecy laws have anything to do with some upright principle of privacy. They exist solely to serve as a shield for your banks to hide behind when faced with demands they not aid and abide the evasion of taxes. Oh hey Colin. The Swiss foreign minister actually did a double take when he realized Colin had actually entered the room. Millie, Colin greeted as she settled into a chair one of the other Britannian representatives had vacated in deference to her. Britannia finds such conditions to be unacceptable, Millie continued without otherwise missing a beat. Either Switzerland amend its laws to require your banks cooperate with the tax authorities of other nations, and cooperate at a level to our satisfaction, or Britannia will embargo all Swiss financial institutions. The Swiss foreign minister, one Willy Spuler, visibly bristled at the threat, the momentary surprise of Colin's appearance having worn off. Your Highness, whatever Britannia may believe, the Swiss Confederation is not obliged to entertain. It matters not whether you believe in the importance of absolute privacy, or whether you believe that we do. Our laws are clear on this matter, and we will not change them to satisfy some flight of fancy on the part of your government, and your empress, was the unspoken insinuation, whatever hardships your sanctions may impose. Our people are not strangers to adversity, and we can and will weather your hostility as we have many other powers in the past. Millie spent a few moments just gaping at the Swiss man, then looked over at Colin. Did he hear a word I said? She asked. He did, Colin replied, he simply doesn't believe you. Millie snorted. And why exactly did Yuffie decide I should be the one negotiating with foreign powers again? Because you are the velvet glove that comes off to reveal me, the iron fist, Colin said, not once shifting her gaze away from the Swiss diplomat. Willie on the other hand looked back and forth between the two women, clearly uncertain at the somewhat strange turn this discussion was taking. Colin would be settling that uncertainty now however. Mr. Spuler, Colin began. I am here after having concluded a phone call with Her Majesty the Empress. Yuffie was up this late. Millie interrupted. She was being chased off to bed as we wrapped up. Colin did not mind however, seeing as it helped keep the Swiss delegation off key. I informed her that the Princess Millicent, a snort to Colin's side at that, was not making much headway with the threat of sanctions as originally stipulated. This being the case, Her Majesty has issued me with a different set of instructions. Colin paused for a moment, letting the Swiss delegation's collective imagination run wild. She had already dropped enough veiled hints for them to get a pretty good idea of what was coming after all. Prior to coming here I also had another call to make, Colin continued, this one to Field Marshal Darlton to convey to him the Empress instructions. The knight checked her watch. In approximately 24, Britannian forces stationed in Lyon will advance upon Geneva with support from 8th Fleet, their orders being to occupy the city and force the military and political capitulation of the Swiss Confederation, with the goal of annexation and integration of all Swiss cantons as an imperial administrative area. Willie's face paled. So did that of the other Swiss diplomats. It was not just the threat of overt military action, but the rapidity by which it was promised. It really should not have surprised the Swiss delegates that Britannia had had contingencies laid out for invading their country should diplomacy get nowhere, but if there was a common failing shared by the European states, it was the inability to conceive of a situation where their words could not worm them out of. Colin let their shock linger for a few seconds before breaking the silence. In addition, the terms for a diplomatic resolution being offered your government has also changed, Colin stated. The imperial government no longer finds it sufficient that the Swiss Confederation simply adjust its civil legal code to require its financial institutions to provide the empire with details of accounts controlled by imperial subjects. If the Confederation wishes to continue existing as an independent polity, Her Majesty will require that your constitution be directly amended to require all institutions that provide what the empire considers to be financial services to cooperate with our tax and law enforcement authorities and provide them with all documentation necessary to ensure that any Britannian customers they have are adhering to imperial law. The Swiss foreign minister was now visibly having difficulty mustering any coherent words. This is blackmail. He finally managed to shout. No, Colin retorted, this is extortion. Blackmail requires that what we prevent constitute a lawful occupation. The young woman's eyes flared. Considering they counted amongst their customers drug dealers and human traffickers, I am having some difficulty seeing what lawful activities are being impeded. Willie flushed at that. Our banks had no way of knowing some of their former clients were involved in such despicable business. Had we been so aware, our existing laws would have been more than sufficient to terminate our services to such persons. Furthermore, the complaints of your government with respect to taxation is none of our business. We are not the Britannian government, therefore it is not our responsibility to enforce your laws. Considering your bankers are actively incentivized to ignore questions of legitimacy on the parts of their customers, those laws you bandy about may as well not exist, Colin shot back. Furthermore, in many respects your banks seek to actively assist Britannian citizens in breaking the laws they are subject to while your own laws act as enablers for these activities. In light of your government's determination to continue in this manner, the Empire has elected as permanent an end to such subversion of our laws as possible, and if that requires the outright debellation of the Swiss Federation, then so be it. The color vanished from the Swiss man's face once more. For a diplomat he was rather lacking in control over his expressions. Then again, Colin was threatening his country with complete destruction, so Willie could hardly be blamed for openly displaying his shock. I will have to consult with my government, he finally said. Colin's eyes narrowed. Am I to understand, Mr. Spuler, that the Swiss government dispatched you without the necessary authorization to actually accede to Britannia's conditions? Cause if that is the case, we may well require that an affirmative answer be delivered by all members of your Federal Council to be accepted. That surprised Willie again, but the man recovered more quickly from this than the other shocks. I assure you, Your Highness, I have been vested with all authority necessary to reach a diplomatic settlement with the Empire, he said quickly and firmly. Your present conditions however stray into the realm of military considerations, for which I must at least inform my colleagues of the change. It was rather skillfully done, trying to shift responsibility for any delay onto Colin and the Empire, as a foundation for pleading for more time and forestalling the threatened offensive. To Willie's grave misfortune however, Colin was not a diplomat and did not intend to play at one. Inform them if you so need, Colin said, checking her watch again. Be aware however that if a satisfactory answer is not received within the next 23 hours and 31 minutes, it will be Switzerland's unconditional surrender that Britannia will be extracting as the condition for ceasing offensive military operations. The knight offered a thin smile at the Swiss man's expression. Best not waste any time. To Willie's credit the man spent perhaps only a moment or so returning Colin's gaze before excusing himself and his fellow delegates. The Swiss foreign minister, and in fact one of the members of the Federal Council and the representative of the Zurich canton, was obviously contemplating whether Colin or the Empire was bluffing. Switzerland did after all have a historical reputation for being next to impossible to invade. Advances in warfare technology had however much eroded the military usefulness of the mountains that delineated the Swiss border, as Britannia had amply demonstrated when it punched through defensive line after defensive line in their advance up Italy. Then there was 8th Fleet, which so severely changed the constraints of what was and was not a feasible military target. Hopefully the Swiss man would recall how Britannia had demonstrated every threat it issued to the Europeans over the course of the war had proven within the Empire's reach. At the same time, if Switzerland acceded to Britannia's demands, it would actually be in a position to profit hugely even with the restrictions imposed upon it. Switzerland would not see the deindustrialization drive currently sweeping across Europe, meaning it might well be the only European source for machined products and the like for the foreseeable future. The opportunities that offered was a very, very big carrot weighed against the stick Colin was waving in front of them. Once the doors closed behind the Swiss delegation, Millie collapsed in her chair. Phew, am I glad that's over with. Colin chuckled. Don't be too relieved, Millie. We still have the representatives from the EU to deal with. That caused the older princess to slump down on the table. Oh gods, don't remind me. And all of them are stodgy old men that probably so fixated on their own priorities they can't see a damn thing outside their usual worldview. Probably, Colin said. But with them it'll be less negotiation and more dictation of terms that they either accept or their countries collapse and disappear outright. We've both pretty big sticks and carrots hanging over them after all. To that Millie rose and sighed. I suppose so. Never would have thought Yuffie could be this vindictive, but then again, she is her father's daughter. And Lelich's sister. And Nunnally's, Colin amended. Something tells me Nunnally could be equally ruthless if she was ever given need. You just might be right about that, Millie agreed, though she hardly seemed happy doing so. And who am I kidding, Yuffie has been given need, what with what happened to the East Coast and the war in general. And Code and Geass, though Millie was certainly not going to bring that up in what was effectively a public setting. The officers from the diplomatic corps that were present as a backstop for Millie were packing up to leave, but between them and the armsmen, including one Mikasa Ackerman, the two princesses were hardly in a place where they could discuss something that sensitive openly. Well, whatever, Millie said, rising with a degree of her former vigor. Have you had lunch yet? Yes, but I can accompany you if you so wish, Colin said with a sly smile. Millie stuck a tongue out. You and your bottomless stomach. Two very unlikely princesses all around. And yet that did not make them any less effective at their duties. The signing ceremony for what was being called the Treaty of London was finally getting underway. Some of the delay was purely practical. The various European delegates needed time after all to read the text so they at least understood what they were agreeing to, unwillingly perhaps, but agreeing nonetheless. Other delays were a consequence of the modified demands being imposed on Switzerland, which had required a degree of synchronization on the part of the Britannian government to try and close any loopholes that might exist in the two sets of agreements drafted. And perhaps inevitably, the last bit of delay came from the European governments trying one last gambit to avert the inevitable, asking for more time to consult their people to establish a mandate to actually accept the terms, or in a less charitable view, to find some way to avoid taking direct personal responsibility for acceding to the Empire's demands. Then there were the even more desperate attempts to try and change the terms, which got nowhere even faster. In frankness, there was very little that the Europeans could do to forestall their fate. Britannia had set a hard deadline for the signatures to be put down before it resorted to actual punitive measures against the civilian population. The various politicians had if nothing else learned that the Empire did not bluff, and when it threatened something, it would carry through with that threat. And so one by one they ultimately signed, even if some did so under open protest. The only ones that avoided this duty were those that abdicated all duty by resigning from their posts, which at least some of the heads of state and government did resort to. Britannia's reaction was a metaphorical shrug, and a reminder that one of the treaty provisions was that any government leader that made use of such escape was forbidden to serve in any public service capacity in the future. Europe's leaders were once again reminded of how determined the Empress Euphemia was in seeing them held to some account for their role in precipitating the Great War. The terms that those leaders were forced to submit to were extensive, with the treaty proper running for several hundred pages. The detail that it went into had actually required the Europeans to summon further technical experts to help them understand the ramifications, something Britannia had expected and thus prepared for by allocating at least some extra time to allow for. The terms were also punitive, some might even argue excessively so. Then again, that was the point. All of the European states were losing some territory, though only two were facing outright annexation and incorporation into the Empire, that being the nations of Great Britain and Ireland. And this was an incorporation on Britannia's terms, with Britannian law set to outright replace instead of merely complementing the existing legal codes of those nations. There would be a transitional period wherein British and Irish law would still apply, but the purpose of that period was to give time for the local law enforcement and court systems to familiarize themselves with imperial law and protocol. There was certainly no intention of figuring out a way to preserve any of the prior legal tradition on the Empire's part, and if the new areas had trouble making the adjustment in the time originally allotted, that would simply delay their transition to satellite status and restrict them to remaining a second-tier territory, without any of the rights and privileges accorded to first-tier provinces. Despite this, there was a recognition amongst the European delegates that Britain and Ireland were likely to make it quite well, economically at least, from their incorporation into the empire. Without any internal trade barriers impeding the movement of goods, Britannia represented effectively the single largest market in the world. The EU certainly could not compare even before the war, even counting their captive African markets. China was the closest due to sheer numbers. However, a large portion of the Chinese, or former Chinese, population was relatively poor. The empire on the other hand had a much more established middle class to serve as a much more lucrative market. And the terms Britannia was imposing would make it near impossible for the other European nations to try to gain access, for simple want of resources to make such forays. Russia was arguably the other big loser in the treaty in terms of territory, seeing as the empire was extracting from her a good chunk of eastern Siberia, specifically everything east of the Lena River. And considering the odd way that river twisted westward as it snailed downward Lake Baikal, the total area probably represented a good third of the Russian Federation, including all of its Pacific-facing regions. The long-term ramifications of that were already evident to the diplomats present. The only other nation to lose territory recognized as part of its national continuity was Spain, which was forced to concede Gibraltar and a chunk of the surrounding area. Or from the Britonian perspective, to return Gibraltar and to pay recompense for breaking the previous treaty with the United Kingdom over possession of that sliver of land. And this time around the Spanish were also required to concede all sovereignty over the Strait of Gibraltar as well. The French too for that matter, due to the provisions regarding the European overseas colonies. Or rather, the former European overseas colonies, for another stipulation of the treaty was the surrender of all such colonies. Some of those colonies Britannia was taking for itself, such as Spanish Morocco, French Somaliland, a slice of Italian Somaliland, the Sinai, and a slice of Egypt that included Cairo and Alexandria, and of course a chunk of territory in the Belgian Congo that surrounded the African thought elevator. All of the other colonies were however to be granted their independence, which promised to be a complicated and difficult task to actually execute. And potentially bloody, depending on if any of the local populations decided the removal of their European overlords offered an opportunity to get even with other groups. All of this was going to hurt the Europeans as much as potentially the Africans that found themselves more or less cast adrift without any support. What promised to severely exacerbate this pain however was the demand that the entirety of Europe's industrial assets be surrendered to the empire as indemnity for the war. Those assets ranged from machine tools like mills, lathes, and presses, to construction equipment like excavators, cranes, and bulldozers. And those were arguably the smaller pieces of industrial equipment. The really big ones included things like turbines, smelters, furnaces, and the like. Then there were the less obvious agricultural industrial assets like tractors, combines, and large-scale food processing equipment. General transportation vehicles were not entirely excluded from the seized assets. Smaller cars and the like were ignored since the empire had plenty of those. Heavy-duty trucks, or at least those the Europeans had not completely worn out already, were seized, along with trains of all types. Of course not all of the assets would end up in use in Britannia, a few items would have compatibility items that precluded it, but the empire expected to be able to press into service most of the things it seized. Perhaps of equal importance to Britannia, and to the total detriment of the Europeans, was denying the latter their use at all. And in denying the Europeans their use, Britannia was effectively crippling Europe's ability to recover economically after the war on many, many levels. Without machine tools, Europe's factories would simply be empty shells that could produce nothing. Without the turbines and generators, there would not be any electricity to power those factories even if they had tools. Without the excavators, trucks, and other heavy equipment, Europe's mines would have to resort to digging by hand and pulling up what they did dig using muscle power, be it human or animal. But without the furnaces and smelters, the rate at which the raw minerals could be turned into useful metals would be at a snail's pace. Perhaps even worse, without the combines and tractors, farming would also be reduced to human and animal labor, and even that would be made more difficult by the lack of fertilizers that Europe's factories would no longer be able to produce. And what was grown and harvested would take that much longer to get to market with the lack of large trucks, the presence of which might not have mattered anyway since fuel production would also be decimated by the wholesale stripping of refineries. It was this last bit and the very real threat of starvation that it represented that nearly pushed Europe's leaders to outright reject Britannia's terms. After all, what was the point of surrendering if their people were going to die in such numbers anyway? But the empire had predicted this, and had also included a provision that Britannia would supply the necessary quantity of food, and help distribute it, to prevent such starvation. Feeding Europe was easily within the empire's means. Her farms were efficient and productive to the point that they could have fed the entire world if the need arose. And that was just enough to head off complete rejection of the treaty, turning it into frustrated and despairing acceptance, for the European leaders recognized the trap that this seeming generosity also represented. For Europe to regain its standing as an independent power, it needed to be able to marshal its resources to rebuild. But if Britannia flooded the continent with cheap food that could undercut the local farmers, those farms might never reach the degree of efficiency and productivity needed to make Europe self-sufficient in food again. And if Europe was not careful with its population growth, nominally unchecked without any pressures on availability of food, its numbers might reach a point where any surplus that might have gone into rebuilding the economy was consumed simply seeing to the needs of the populace. The empire was not giving out the food for free after all, just sufficiently cheaply to make back its costs and mess with Europe's own farmers. Despite all the above provisions, it was arguably the last set that truly surprised the Europeans due to the depth of technical detail behind them. These provisions related to another type of resource, or even territory, that of the oceans and seas, the sky, and even space itself. Britannia was now in possession of territory that saw it directly border European territory. That would inevitably create competing claims for resources in the adjacent waters like the North Sea or the Mediterranean. Then there was the issue of right-of-way over European airspace, and in a remarkable degree of foresight, the issue of outer space itself. Britannia's treatment of such rights was, to be expected, direct but also surprisingly thoughtful. The empire was effectively declaring that it would be the sole arbiter of access to the oceanic and sea resources in the waters it shared with its neighbors in Europe. At the same time, it was offering to guarantee that the European states would retain a fair share of access to those resources, calculated based on a formula that the European leaders actually had to admit was equitable. It was certainly more favorable than anything they had been expecting considering Britannia's complete supremacy over them at this point. Still, the issue would likely be moot for at least the short term seeing as no European seafaring nation, besides Britain and Ireland, would have any large fishing trawlers to take advantage of their allocation of the quotas. Those were to be surrendered to the empire as part of the seizure of industrial resources as well. Airspace was also very simply dealt with, the empire demanding that it have free access to European airspace for its civilian and military flights. That access would not be completely arbitrary, there would be some coordination, but there was no doubt which authority would dominate in any dispute. Besides, as with the fishing boats, it was not as if Europe would have much in the way of airliners in the short term. Control of access to outer space was perhaps the one thing that truly took the Europeans off guard, and on here the restriction was simplistic in the extreme. Europe was not to attempt to ever launch anything into space without the explicit approval of the empire, no ifs, no buts, no exceptions. While the European nations would be permitted to buy services from things put into outer space by Britannia or China, the Europeans would not be permitted to develop their space industry at their own discretion. Some of the more visionary European delegates recognized just what this restriction meant for the very long term. That did not mean they had any way of averting it, however, not now at least. Conversely, it could also be argued that the lack of restrictions in certain places was the bigger surprise. For one, Britannia made absolutely no mention of atomic weapons in the treaty, or on restrictions on force compositions for post-war Europe. Part of that was certainly again due to Europe being utterly incapable of fielding any credible force for quite some time. Britannia was seizing all of the weapons it could find in the current European inventory, and the gutting of industry would make it somewhat difficult to make more in the near term, but eventually the continent might well be in a position to raise new armies. That the empire did not seem to care, that was telling in its own way. Enforcement of the treaty was going to be interesting, to say the least. In the territories under direct occupation by imperial forces, the empire was making steady progress seizing everything they said they wanted. There were regions of Europe that the empire had not outright conquered, however, and in those places effort was already underway to hide as many industrial assets as possible. The really big pieces that would be impractical to attempt, but it was still worthwhile to hide smaller pieces of equipment. Some may still be discovered and seized when the empire moved in to do one final sweep as the treaty stipulated was its right, but some may well remain hidden until after Britannia withdrew from the European mainland. Ultimately, though, the European leaders recognized that it would be a long time before their nations could even begin to approach the sort of prosperity they had possessed before the war. But then again, was that not the point Britannia was seeking to make? That it would have been better for Europe to not have ever begun this war in the first place. Whatever the case, one by one, the delegates each signed. 2 representatives from each nation put their names down, one representing the civilian government, the other the armed forces. In the case of Britannia, the former was represented by the Princess Millicent Amelia Ashford, and the latter by the Knight of 7 Princess Colin Statfeld Kaujaki. And in setting down their names like so, the houses of Ashford and Statfeld reaffirmed for both Britannia and the world their fealty to one Euphemia Lee Britannia. End of chapter 143. After quite a few sortish chapters, we finally get a long one. Lots of cleanup to deal with after all, but the war's over and now you all got a detailed list of the terms the empire is imposing upon the EU, and others. And as is evident, Euphemia really was not kidding when she said she would be making the Europeans regret going to war with Britannia. And all of you now have a better understanding of why Europe will likely never recover to be a major power again. The various countries will likely be able to become prosperous once more, but they will never have access to the resources necessary to try to match Britannia in hard power, or soft power for that matter. The decolonization of most of Africa does not go very smoothly. It will ultimately be considered Euphemia's greatest foreign policy failure, in so much as it takes a while for the African nations to stabilize into anything resembling proper functional governments. Of course this isn't what Britannian historians ding her for, the European historians are the ones that criticize her for that point. The Britannian ones focus instead on the fact that the instability caused a lot of refugees and the like to try to enter Britannian territory, refugees that the Empire did not want to deal with. It should be noted that Britannia is not a signatory of this world's equivalent of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights or the Convention relating to the status of refugees. Broadly speaking, the Empire does not grant asylum to anyone that isn't politically or economically useful to the nation. The threat of persecution or even execution back in your original country is not grounds for Britannia to accept you, and the imperial government is completely prepared to send you back even if you are liable to be killed. It is important to remember that in the broadest terms, the Empire is an autocratic government, and not an especially nice one at times. At the same time, if you have performed a service for the Empire, whether it be acting as a translator for its troops, working in some sort of supply role, or outright bearing arms as a foreign legionnaire, the Empire will take you as thanks for your service and willingness to assist it. Britannia might be something of an asshole to outsiders, but to those it considers its own, it usually does the right thing. Usually. You just have to get to the point of being considered one of the Empire's own first, which is decidedly non-trivial. That all being said, if a nation has so many problems that it is causing a mass exodus of refugees desperate enough to try to make it to imperial territory, the Empire is going to take notice of that country. If you're the government of that country, you don't want that to happen to you. Britannia generally doesn't care what a nation does within its own borders so long as it stays within those borders and there is little risk of spillover. It starts caring, immensely, if there is significant risk of spillover or spillover actually happens. And by caring, I mean, it mobilizes any and all resources necessary to as permanently end the spillover as possible, and not necessarily in a way that helps the people on the ground. Almost done. Almost done. There will be another cleanup related chapter, and after that it'll be epilogues showing various moments of importance. Those are likely to be organized thematically. One might discuss the imperial/royal family life, another the Empire's continued military expansion, and another things related to Code and Geass. We'll see. Chapter 144. Britannia's successes during the Great War undoubtedly owed a great deal to the flying warships developed by Project Damocles. Over the course of the conflict, the Empire would construct over 24 flying transports, 16 further destroyers, 6 additional battleships, but no additional carriers. Furthermore, upon the conclusion of the war, Britannia wound down its construction program and only laid down destroyer iterations for many years. The rationale behind this became clear when HMS Enterprise, a nuclear-powered flying aircraft carrier, was unveiled. Britannia had not been sitting idle in the post-war period, taking the time to iterate and mature its technology before deploying them in a new generation of weapons. Following several years gaining experience from deploying the Enterprise, the Empire would lay down an entire series of nuclear-powered carriers and battleships, starting with the Princess Cornelia and the Emperor Charles respectively. A nuclear-powered flying vessel would also replace the Avalon as the Imperial yacht when the Princess Nunnally, arguably the most advanced vessel of her time, entered service. Of Blood and Iron, The Reign of Euphemia I. Chapter 144. Sedent Arma Togai. 126, Todo said aloud. I am not sure whether I should feel grateful for that number or not. Considering we started out with over 1,000 orphans, Colin said from beside the colonel, we're damn lucky that so many of them did have family to come forward and claim them. That those not so fortunate number only 126, I can live with that. Todo nodded solemnly as he watched some of those kids fooling around in one of the gardens around the Viceroy's palace. Amongst their number were 2 distinctly non-Japanese kids, one with a bright purplish hair and another with silver locks. The colonel visibly winced when the former drew a knife and again demonstrated how deft a hand she possessed slicing up a pear. The other kids went giddy at the sight, laughing and clapping. I do not mean to reprove, Todo said, but should Ren really be going around with a knife like that? Considering trying to forcibly take it from her is liable to get you stabbed, this is the lesser of evils, Colin responded. She has also calmed considerably over the past year or so, and no longer cuts herself or expresses a desire to cut others. Until she is ready to give up the knife herself, it is better to let her carry one. That there are those like her in the world, Todo said. Colin nodded in agreement. But at least the organization that had created the horrors that still plagued Ren had been thoroughly expunged of its baser elements. And perhaps one day all the good it would do would make up for its past sins. You intend to look after the remaining orphans then? Todo asked. Another nod. Money is not an issue. They will have a home, food, clothing. I will see that they also receive the best education available and given the foundations necessary to build a life of their own. And I will try to give them the love of family. But I can never substitute an actual parent for them. To that Todo could not dispute. It was not even a question of intent or will, Colin simply was not their mother any more than her husband Cole would be their father. And with the demands of her station, the princess would certainly have to spend periods traveling or away from Tokyo. She simply could not provide the steady presence necessary to act as a parent for these children. The colonel could only hope that once Colin had children of her own, she might be able to slow down enough to be there for them. Still, I have considered your offer at length, Your Highness. Colin looked over at the colonel, eyes expectant. Todo smiled wryly. Though it would not surprise me if you already know my answer. That elicited a dry chuckle. I might be able to see past any deception that is directly attempted against me, Colonel, but I cannot outright read minds. I hope it does not offend, Your Highness, when I say that is of some relief. Not at all, Colin said. As it is, I can see and hear too much already. She straightened and stood in an attentive poise before Todo. What is your answer, Colonel? Todo took a deep breath. I am honored by your trust in my person, Your Highness, despite your awareness of our differences of opinion. And I recognition of that honor, I would have upheld any charge you issued me. The man smiled ever so slightly, and earnestly. But I must decline. Colin dipped her head. I understand, Colonel. And, my gratitude for everything you have done for me so far. I know it has not been easy, and I know I've asked much of you. So, thank you. Despite everything that has happened, despite all my doubt and frustrations, it was ultimately an honor to have served you, Your Highness, Todo said, then turned to regard the children. And, as one final service, perhaps I can provide some of these children with the home they need. Colin followed Todo's gaze, then looked back at the colonel. While I would certainly appreciate it, have you discussed this with Lieutenant Chiba? Todo did not immediately respond, which was answer enough. Colin gave a resigned sigh. Men. The colonel cleared his throat. I will broach the subject with her. I am certain Chiba will not object. Probably, Colin allowed, then cracked a slight smile. In that case you probably will need a big house for your family. The end of a war did not bring an end to work. With victory came the task of returning a nation to its peacetime routine. Soldiers needed to be repatriated and mustered out, munitions lines needed to be wound down, and all the pent-up demand for goods services denied the general population during the conflict fulfilled. To Colin's immense relief, she had thus far not been required to assist with this rebalancing effort, not even for Japan, not yet at least. Until Japan was formally converted into provinces, her father remained viceroy, and so the brunt of the work fell on him. Not that Heinrich was not creative in finding some work for his daughter, but the Baron understood Colin's limits well enough not to overload her with matters she simply was not qualified to handle. Not that Colin would be able to avoid the duty forever, but for now the entirety of her attention was focused on matters relating to Code and Geass. And as matters went, certain aspects of it required her to delve once more into C's world, or at least the edge of it. All right, Lelich, Colin said as she materialized inside the thought elevator's computational space. What's this about? The Simicry this time was not wearing the garish purple suit. Instead he wore a dark blazer with grey pants and black shoes, accompanied by a blue tie with angled strips running across and a round crest on the left side of the blazer. Colin took a moment to look over the unfamiliar uniform. Where did that come from? Lelich shrugged. You seemed to object to my prior costume, so I elected to don something from my alma mater. The knight cocked her head aside. And that would be the uniform I wore while attending the Lycée Militaire de Saint-Cyr, Lelich answered. It is a military high school in France. An eyebrow quirked upward on Colin's face. An interesting choice. Lelich held his arms wide. I did not spend too much time fussing over my attire, much to Charlotte's despair. Colin's expression flattened into a frown. That Lelich had lived a good part of his life in France was something easily overlooked. His years there had not made him a Frenchman, far from it, but to claim that Lelich held no sentiment for his second home would be equally amiss. Regretting your agreement to Europe's penalties? Colin asked. I regret many things, Lelich responded. But dwelling on them serves little purpose. I can only press onward. I see, Colin said evenly before shaking her head. Anyway, you wanted to speak with me. I did. Lelich turned about and Colin took that as an invitation to step over to his side. With a gesture he brought up projections, of what looked to be the human brain. Colin stared at them blankly. What am I looking at here? She asked. I did some further digging into the records of historical Geass wielders, Lelich began, and I discovered something interesting. You are aware that those Geass wielders that went insane have their records effectively deleted from the thought elevator's data banks to avoid any of their mental damage contaminating the rest of the system. But it is only their mnemonic data that gets deleted. The base information that describes their physiology is left behind. Colin cocked her head aside. And that is useful, how? It helps give a degree of insight as to why they went insane, Lelich said. The human mind is encapsulated in a physical form in our brains. It then stands to reason that the nature of our brains can affect our minds. After a quick moment to consider that, Colin nodded. All right, I buy that. So what did you find? Abstractly, there are indeed commonalities between the Geass wielders that were able to master their Geasses and those that succumbed to them. Not surprisingly, many of those survivors went on to dramatically affect the world. The salient point from our perspective, however, is the way their brains were wired. Even before they were granted a Geass, there was a significantly greater degree of interconnection between the parts of their brain responsible for cognitive reasoning and memory. Are you saying that these people are smarter? Lelich pursed his lips. Greater intelligence would be the standard by which society in general would have judged them, but it is too simplistic a description. What these people were capable of, and you and I are included, was the ability to process information, stimuli, and the like more quickly. Some could work through a great deal of sums, others had extremely fast physical reaction times. Somewhere within their brain, and I suppose their entire nervous system, they had additional connections that allowed for greater amounts of information to flow, or shortcuts that allowed information to get to different places faster. And these bridges were enough so that when their brains needed to handle the additional load placed upon them by a Geass, to serve as foundations that could be widened. People without these bridges, their brains simply collapsed as too much information was competing for a limited amount of bandwidth, so to speak. After her crash course in neurology and information sciences, Colin understood enough of the jargon to get the gist of Lelich's explanation. Are you suggesting we try and find other people like us? Lelich shook his head. I am proposing that we make more people like us. Colin stared at Lelich for a beat. What? The images of various brains disappeared, to be replaced by the double helix structure of what Colin presumed to be DNA. The physiological data the thought elevator retained includes the genetic makeup of the individuals, both those that tamed their Geass and those that were overwhelmed by it. Colin frowned. What good does that do us? It's not like we can edit DNA. Not yet. And it is not the only way. The frown deepened into a scowl. You're talking about continuing the Directorate's eugenics program. I am, Lelich said bluntly. And I suspect Rai was the product of such a program. The flash of anger momentarily shifted to confusion. What are you talking about? Rai was born from us. Despite it all, Colin still found that difficult to admit aloud. But his genetic structure shows clear indication of modification, Lelich said. I suspect it was done in vitro. How would you know that? Colin asked, clearly skeptical. The thought elevator scans him whenever he accesses its systems, Lelich explained, and I have spent a fair amount of time learning what I can about genetics from the systems myself. There are markers that are definitely more abundant than should be if he were actually born from our prior iterations, as well as markers that should not even exist since neither of us carry them. I strongly suspect they were inserted. This was getting creepier and creepier. Even assuming I accept that bit, why would you want to continue the eugenics program? Colin asked. The purpose of our endeavors is to create a pool of individuals that can guard against the abuse of code and Geass, Lelich stated. The artificial code that is under development, even the one Rai bears, places substantial strain on the individual that possesses and wields it. Strain similar if not greater than how a Geass stresses a brain. If we are to indeed use the artificial code as a safeguard, we need to assure a ready pool of candidates that can actually bear it. The young man met Colin's gaze unflinchingly. And, should the need arise, be able to accept a Geass from you. Colin's expression twisted into one of deep unhappiness at that. She could not dispute Lelich's point, however, not even the latter bit about having contractors of her own. The dangers that they would face in the future, it was almost inevitable that they would have need of wielders of immense power. Just as they would need backstops to keep those people from going rogue and bringing about the very apocalypse Colin was supposed to avert. And yet, a part of her still felt sickened by the idea of breeding, and even manipulating the genes, of people specifically for that purpose. It felt wrong. Horrifying even. And yet, inevitable. She shuddered at that last thought. I will consider it, Colin said. To her surprise, Lelich simply nodded instead of pressing the matter. But the restraint was because he also knew the inevitability of walking down that path. And as he was as immortal as Colin, he had all the time in the world for her to come around to that inevitability. Despite herself, Colin felt another flicker of irritation at Lelich. Hopefully that would not be a recurring theme for the rest of their long partnership. Oh Rai. The knight knew exactly what was coming but was still unable to evade the arms that wrapped around him, pulling him into a very close embrace. General Enneagram, this is hardly appropriate, Rai protested. Nonet beamed at him. And why would that be? Are we not comrades in arms? What's a little affection between comrades? Besides the fact that Euphemia might well kill him for it, Rai refrained from saying aloud. Instead he gave Nonet a jab in the armpits, causing the woman to reflexively loosen up, letting him slip out from under her grip. Meanie, Nonet said with a most childish pout. Was there something you required, ma'am? Rai said as he straightened his uniform. Nonet's expression morphed back into a smile again. Her Majesty requires your presence and sent me to fetch you. Rai raised an eyebrow. Her Majesty sent you. It was not quite disbelief, or maybe it was. Nonet however simply cackled in amusement. She's hanging out with Monica in her study right now, the knight said. I'd hurry along, least you want Her Majesty to think you've finally succumbed to my feminine wiles. Rai tried not to roll his eyes. My thanks, General. And promptly did an about-face and marched towards Euphemia's study. In retrospect it was entirely possible the Empress had dispatched Nonet to find him, knowing full well the way the older woman had taken a liking to doting on Rai. She had been assigned to bring him up to speed on modern-day doctrine and the like after all, and honestly Rai could not fault her on any of those points. She just tended to be very open with her affections, which would also be entirely fine if Rai himself was not subjected to it. That or she simply found it great fun to tease him despite knowing his relationship with the Empress. Either option resulted in some added stress for Rai, so it hardly mattered which it was. As he arrived at Euphemia's study Rai set those thoughts aside. The two armsmen waiting outside gave him a passing glance but did not make any move to stop him as he entered. Inside Euphemia was seated at the couch sipping from a cup of tea. Monica was also seated in a relaxed pose and seemed to be nonchalantly chatting with the Empress. When Rai appeared, she shot him a sly smirk. Well, it looks like Raibert made it, she said. Guess I owe you a tenner, Your Majesty. Rai raised an eyebrow at the triumphant look on Euphemia's face. And what wager was I unknowingly the subject of, Your Majesty? He inquired. Why, that you would not let Nonet's affections delay you over long, Euphemia answered whimsically. Rai spent a moment regarding his liege. He recalled that in truth the Knight of Nine was actually very close to the Lee Britannia siblings, due to her having attended West Point at the same time as Cornelia, and formed something of a triumvirate with the princess and the late Aurelia Legwin. The knight was however the only one that remained of that trio, Aurelia having fallen during the Battle of Pendragon and Cornelia falling victim to the hijacked Lelich's die command after having been forced to kill the former. Rai could actually sense a certain degree of regret and sorrow mixed in with Nonet's entirely natural joviality. Perhaps some of her affectionate showings were her seeking to fill the void left by the deaths of her old friends. Rai did not give voice to such gloomy thoughts however. Your Majesty requested my presence. He said instead. Indeed I did, Euphemia said, setting down her teacup. Have a seat. Rai obeyed and the Empress promptly continued. The upcoming conference with Marshal Yang is also the time when he is to transfer his code to Colin. The knight nodded. That is the plan. While the Marshal has been level with us thus far, it would still behoove us to take some basic precautions, Euphemia stated. To that end, I will be dispatching you to Tokyo to help Colin should the need arise. You are after all one of the few individuals whom possesses defenses against Code and Geass. Rai considered the order. In that case, should I perhaps not take Annie and Laura with me as well? If you think it warranted, Euphemia said. I leave the exact details of your deployment to your discretion. The Empress reached out for her teacup again, but paused. Within reason, of course. Of course, Rai responded with a slight smile. Is there anything else you wish for me to attend to while I am in Japan? Euphemia hummed a bit. Well, if you and Colin could find a nice beach for our vacation, that would save some time. Rai cocked his head aside. Vacation. Did I not mention? Euphemia said. Once the transfer is complete, I intend to force Colin to take a short break from her duties. An eyebrow arched upward. Pots and kettles come to mind, Your Majesty. Oh very well, Euphemia said with a faint huff. Millie is forcing myself and Colin to take a short break. That I can believe, Rai said. If there is nothing else. Euphemia shook her head. Take care, Raibert. Though the Marshal has been true to his word thus far, I would not wish to lose you merely to learn otherwise. I will do my utmost, on all counts, Your Majesty, Rai assured her. With the growing diplomatic closeness between the Chinese Federation and the Holy Britannian Empire, it came as no great surprise that high-level delegations would be making visits on a semi-regular visit. There were working groups to establish, joint administrative teams to put together, and general negotiations on trade and security to be conducted. Japan, thanks to its proximity to China, was serving as a major hub for these diplomatic activities. It was just close enough that Chinese officials did not have to travel too far, while it remained Britannian territory and so the empire was slightly less touchy about having the Empress Euphemia also attending. Conversely the Chinese were still leery about letting their own empress leave the mainland, so it would likely be some time yet before the two sovereigns would meet. Seeing as both sides understood the security considerations that so constrained the other, no slights were interpreted by the absence of either. For this conference though, the Empress Euphemia was attending at least the latter part. And even if the Empress Zhang would not be present, Marshal Yang Wenli would provide the Chinese delegation with sufficient prestige so as not to lose too much face. Even if the Marshal himself lacked the dour demeanor often attributed to those of sufficient rank and class. The Empress Euphemia, he remarked aloud. The Princess Colin. And the Princess Millicent. All in the same place at one time, outside of Pendragon's security net. He offered a smirk at one of the royals. However did you convince the government, much less Her Majesty's guards, to allow that? Colin snorted. Spend 10 minutes in the same room as Millie. You won't be wondering then. I must claim ignorance of the Princess Millicent's character, Yang said. My intelligence brief notes her as having an eccentric and exuberant personality, but words likely do not do her justice. Now I'm debating whether I want to be in the same room or far away for your first meeting, Colin mused. Your Highness jests, Yang said with a grin of his own. But still, I am looking forward to meeting more of those you consider friends. I never realized you were such a people person, Marshal, Colin said lightly. It was arguably one of the things that kept me going all these centuries, Yang said, looking out the window. The opportunity to meet new people, to get to know them, to become friends, even family with them. That helped to fill the holes left when I inevitably outlived my family and friends. The smile the Marshal cast her way this time was one of deep sympathy. Something that you would likely do well to remember as well, Your Highness. I will, Colin assured him, her own voice equally solemn. Yang looked back out the window. I have lived to see and experience many a wondrous things. It has had its up and downs, but all things considered, it has not been a bad life. Colin stepped over to Yang's side. It's not as if you'll die right away after relinquishing your code. You still have one more life to live. Yang gave Colin a warm smile. That I do. Then rubbed his chin. Assuming I can figure out a way to retire quickly at least. A marshal's pension is quite considerable, so I should be set for the rest of my days. To that Colin could not help but laugh. You are celebrated as the man that restored to China her honor and dignity, and you're worried about your pension. A pension is a very important thing, you lady, Yang admonished, finger-waging. The ability to retire in old age is a luxury of the modern era. Why, in the past after I had helped vanquish whatever was the latest threat to China, my only reward was more work heaped upon me. My only escape was to flee far from the capital and assume a new identity, and find a new job. For many a decades I made do as little more than a humble farmer. I can just imagine it, Colin said with a smirk. You donning a straw hat while the court is frantically looking for their chancellor. Well, for the most part I did manage to train some competent subordinates, Yang said, mirroring the smile. And I have little doubt Li Xing and Xia Wang will govern well. Well enough at least for me to live out the rest of my life in peaceful obscurity. To that Colin's expression flattened slightly. You are not intending on actually disappearing, are you? Yang said, glancing over at the young woman. Don't tell me you would have cause to miss me. It's just. Colin looked out the window herself. You're one of two people I could actually talk to about having a code. About living so long. And, I think both of you still have a lot to teach me. To that Yang gave Colin a warm smile. Fret not, Your Highness. I do not intend to just up and disappear. And there will be occasions aplenty for us to meet again, I am certain. The Marshal reached out a placed a hand on Colin's shoulder. And I am equally certain that you will bear your burden with dignity and grace. The change happened quickly, but not so quickly that Colin did not notice it. The crest on the palm of Yang's hand glowed a lightless color for a single moment before disappearing. By the time Colin turned her head to regard Yang again, the act was done. The young woman could only gape at Yang. There, that wasn't bad at all, the man said lightly. You hardly needed all those babysitters. The babysitters in question, Rai, Annie, and Phi presently, continued watching wordlessly. Yang himself looked as if a great burden had been lifted from his shoulders. And considering what the code was, that was probably exactly what it felt like. You really aren't one for much ceremony, are you? Colin remarked dryly. You know, it took me nearly a century to get the imperial court to throw out all of the rules about the usage of one of the ceremonial halls after I introduced the first one, Yang said. They had an entire room filled with scrolls for them. An entire room, Colin said, her horror genuine. How did you get them to get rid of them? By setting fire to the room, Yang said with a smirk. Colin stared at the man for a few moments, then burst out laughing. She kept on laughing for a bit, letting her own tension bleed out. With not a bang but a whimper, hey. She said once able. I have seen far too many leaders leave this world in a bang, Yang said. I can think of no greater epitaph than to do so with a whimper. To that Colin could not disagree. Instead she extended a hand. I can only hope to emulate your wisdom in the years to come, Marshal, Colin said. Yang gave a slight smile as he took hold of the offered hand. That is hardly necessary, Your Highness. He gave a playful wink. Just convincing others that you are wise would do just as well. The sound of water splashing mixed with giggles on the beachfront. Plenty of scampering was happening amongst the shallow waves as a large beach ball bounced back and forth between the circle of young women, the skin they showed of their voluptuous bodies glistening under the bright sun, alongside the shine of their varied swimsuits which ranged from daring to functional to even cute. It was quite the sight, and one which the rank of young men lounging on the chairs lined up on the sands were obviously enjoying as they watched. I feel like I really shouldn't be enjoying this as much as I am, Gino said aloud. At the same time, I can't help but keep looking. Cole chuckled ruefully, seeing as he was both married and it was his wife the others were also gawking at it. It is quite the sight, he nevertheless agreed. Personally I feel a little sorry for the armsmen on duty today. The guys glanced around at the guards positioned about the beach. There was a definite tightening of form of the armsmen present. The armswomen on the other hand seemed entirely unperturbed. So was one particularly muscular armsman for some reason. You think this is some sort of punishment detail? Rivalts suggested. That would be really evil of General New, Gino said. Or Major Mustang, I think he's in charge of the daily rotations these days. In fact I can see either of them doing exactly that. No, the actual punishment detail is watching Euphemia on her off nights when she binges on soap operas, Rai put in. The others all looked over at him. What? Is that actually a thing? Gino asked. I thought that was just a rumor Her Majesty's longer-serving armsman told to scare those that joined after her ascension. I sit through all of the soaps with her, Rai said, his eyes glazing over momentarily as if trying to blank out the trauma. Oh you poor bugger, Cole said with a shake of his head. Thankfully Colin never developed a taste for those things. Thank the gods us rounds normally don't have to stand a watch like a royal's knight of honor has to, Gino said. Wait, does that mean the Princess Colin has stood one of those watches? Cole shrugged at the glances cast his way. Maybe. Colin's never spoken about what she actually does on duty beyond generalities. Something to do with maintaining Her Majesty's confidence. The others looked over at the young women in question, which of course meant they were getting an eyeful of all the young women prancing about. There was a lot of bouncing back and forth. Jean would be so jealous, Armin remarked. And his girlfriend would probably kill him if you had invited him. Now why would I ever let him near Nora, or Colin, while they were running around in swimsuits? Cole asked his friend. And why would you want him anywhere near Nora right now? Oh I wouldn't let him near her, Armin said with a smirk. I would let him look enough to feel sorry for himself. Snickers sounded all around, though for several theirs was tempered by the fact that Colin was likely overhearing every word. Stray down too far a colorful path and it was a certainty she would find some way of getting back at them. Then again it was not as if they could not have some fun. So Geass, Cole said. Millie make any mention of wedding bells and dresses yet? The former noble scion rolled his eyes. Such discussion would be far too premature at this stage. I am not even clear if Millie actually intends to go that far ever. She'll probably have to, Gino said, what with being heir primus. She's quite the amusing personality, so you're certainly in for a ride. Believe me, I am well aware, Geass assured the knight. But what of your own relationship with Laura? Has the Viscount had words with you? He took me out camping one weekend, Gino said with a heavy sigh. That hug-ass Claymore's not for show, is about all I will say. More chuckles sounded, and not entirely sympathetic ones at that. Still if anyone has it bad, it has to be right here, Gino said. He's got all of the older knights on his ass to make sure he measures up. Curious looks were cast in the silver-haired youth, whom simply shrugged. None of their standards are anywhere near as exacting as Euphemia herself, he said frankly. No one could argue with that. You hear that, Cole? Armin said. You have your work cut out for you for lunch. He'll be fine, said Rivalts. He wasn't the head of the culinary club at Ashford for nothing, and the competition for that post was damn cutthroat. Oh. Gino said curiously. Why was that? The culinary club had the second largest budget amongst the student clubs, Rivalts said. Only the equestrian club got more money, and that was because they needed it to look after all the animals. The culinary club also had the biggest workload out of all the clubs, Cole retorted before the others took Rivalts' remark at too much face value. We were in charge of helping cater for all of the school events. So yes, we got a big budget, but like the equestrian club, a lot of that went to outside services and the like. Sounds almost like the club was less about cooking and more about learning how to run a business and supply chain, Gino remarked. Little wonder you were assigned to the quartermaster corps. Cole shrugged. It might have helped prepare me a little, but organizing supplies in a combat environment's a lot harder than in a civilian setting. If nothing else, no one is trying to cut off my supplies with bullets as a civilian. Well, usually. The others chuckled at that bit. I presume you have mustered out at this point. Geass said. To the other noble scion's surprise, Cole shook his head. I'm presently on leave, but once I return I'll be part of the demobilization command repatriating troops and equipment back home, at least the units that won't be engaged in aid distribution in Europe. After that, I guess it depends on where the army needs me. You mean you're going career? Rivalts said, sounding more than a bit surprised. Well, I was offered a direct transfer into the regular army if I wanted it, Cole said. And to be honest, I think I could actually do some good in the military. If nothing else, I'd be in a position to help the veterans coming home reintegrate. Nods all around there, seeing as several of the men present were themselves in the military or at least peripherally involved. Won't that require you to be away from Colin a lot though? Rivalts asked. Not as much as you might think, Cole replied. Initially I'll be in Japan helping repatriate the soldiers from there. After that I expect I'll be doing a stint in Pendragon, where Colin will also be spending quite a bit of time in due to her status as heir secundus and around. After that, well, we'll see. I could always retire if it looks like I can't make enough time for family otherwise. It's not like money is going to be that much of a consideration. Rivalts snorted. Don't rub it in there, buddy. Some of us still have to work for a living. Cole flashed his former underclassman a smirk, since Rivalts was only half joking there. After having won Euphemia's respect, it was unlikely the young man would ever be too hard-pressed to make a living unless he did something spectacularly stupid. And since Rivalts was fundamentally a pretty smart fellow, the probability of that was reasonably low. You're studying law, Cole retorted. How is that working for a living? Snickers all around there. Of course it's work. Us lawyers work very hard to make sure you can never get anything done without us. Or with us. Of course Rivalts was no slouch either. Sure, that constitutes admission of something you could arrest him for, Cole said to Geass. If only, the young man said. Regrettably the gendarmerie requires somewhat firmer evidence of wrongdoing than the Inquisitio to act. We could always see if Euphemia might issue a new writ, Cole said jokingly. Just because you're married to the heir secundus, Rivalts said with feigned exasperation. You know, I still haven't heard much about that in the news, Armin said. How have you and Her Highness kept that so quiet? I think it's more a case of those in the know assume we want it kept quiet and have actually decided to respect our privacy by not blabbing, Cole said. At the same time, with how blatant the Baron Stottfeld has been in broadcasting the fact to his associates, I really don't know how it's held for so long. Don't tempt fate, Geass warned. If Millie finds out you and Colin aren't that invested in laying low, she'll blow the entire thing open herself in the most spectacular way possible. Assuming Euphemia does not beat her to it, Rai put in. Cole winced ever so slightly. Yeah, I can see that. He sighed. I suppose I should see about attending some formal functions with Colin openly then. Any further self-pitying was suspended as the women marched out of the waves toward their significant others. What's this? Millie demanded. We're all here on this beautiful day, and you boys are just lounging around? What kind of men are you? We're men enjoying a spectacular view, Cole retorted, despite knowing that was exactly the response his former classmate wanted to hear. Millie grinned, leaning over. And? Just how spectacular did you find that view? Spectacular indeed, considering the cast of characters standing before them, for the most part. Millie herself may not have been the most buxom of the women present, but she was certainly the most daring considering her curvy red bikini. And as to whom was the most well-endowed amongst the beachgoers, it was something of a dead heat between Laura and Colin, the former in a blue and white striped one-piece that looked more appropriate for a race than a casual outing at the beach, and the latter in a strapless albeit wide bikini topped off with a loose orange shirt. No one was going to be stupid enough to ask for confirmation, of course. The other swimsuits were gradually more conservative, with C.C's white bikini being possibly the most risque of the remaining bunch. Shirley's teal-colored bikini was a close second, but the skirt that lined her bottom half took quite a bit of the edge away. Euphemia was in a rather elaborate two-layer piece, a white strapless bikini that a frilly, almost apron-like second suit atop, even if her stomach was still left exposed. Nina, Nora, and Anya rounded out the ladies present, the former in a lime and green-colored one-piece that had an edged skirt running along her waist, while Nora had an otherwise plain light blue one-piece, with the only noticeable stylistic tweak of note being the straps wrapping around her neck instead of down her back. And Anya, as the youngest, and most undeveloped, of the young women here today, looked more cute than alluring in her frilly red checkered two-piece. Considering that none of us are idiots, the only answer we can give is that it is as if we were in the presence of the goddesses themselves, Geass said. We shall however refrain from clarifying which goddesses most closely equal the individual qualities before us. Millie burst out laughing and the other women all cracked amused smiles at the deft response. It seemed Geass was becoming quite practiced in handling Millie's quirks. A likely handy skill once the two were formally wed, in whatever unconventional arrangement that would allow for Nina's inclusion in the union. Come on, up and at 'em, Millie said, reaching out and pulling Geass to his feet. I think it's time us ladies got our fair share of the eye candy. And seeing as how there are so many blonde pretty boys here, I intend to get my money's worth. Looking about, Cole noted that the number of blondes amongst the guys was indeed a firm majority. It was even a supermajority if one categorized Rye's silver hair as a very light blonde. Only Rivalts with his bluish hair stood out as an exception. So what exactly are you hoping to rope us into? Cole asked as he rose, under his own power. Thank you very much. Well, Millie drawled. I was thinking a girls versus boys match. Make you guys work up a sweat before lunch. For some reason Gino and Rai regarded the fairer half intently, as if actually assessing their competitive qualities. Cole was as well, considering what he knew about Colin's abilities and her remarks about Laura's physical prowess. Aren't we just a bit outnumbered here? Armin pointed out. And outgunned, Cole added. PSH, where's your competitive spirit? Millie demanded. And your pride? Thoroughly humbled after getting stomped into the ground on countless occasions by Laura, Gino said without any shame. Millie blew a raspberry. And you don't want to take this opportunity for revenge? All I see is an opportunity for the Knights of 5, 6th, and 7 to add another notch to their count, Rai said dryly. Millie sighed. Fine, you've left me with no choice. Yuffie. Your knights are being derelict in their duty to serve at and for your leisure. Order them to play ball. Oh, that's playing dirty, Gino murmured. The Empress herself cast a beatific smile on, one knight of hers in particular. With a sigh, Rai rose. By your command, your majesty, he said with an exaggerated bow. Despite his prior complaint Gino too did likewise. And seeing the way too amused look Colin was giving him, Cole knew that further resistance would be futile. He too rose, and awaited the curb stomping they would be handed this day. Meeting Colin's happy gaze however, Cole quickly determined that all things considered, it could be worse. End of chapter 144. A somewhat light-hearted end to the story proper. It's a very rough ending, but as I've previously stated, I need this story done. And now all of you know how Colin managed to fob off a big house in the countryside to Toto. We'll be going into epilogues next. These will be fairly short each, with 1 or 2 scenes at most and pretty compact ones at that. If I do a character list, it'll probably be after the story itself is concluded as the past chapter. There will be discussion of Britannia's space program, yes. One provision of the treaty that I forgot to mention, Britannia is serving as the guarantor of the existing European borders, meaning that unless the nominal national government accedes to it, the borders of the European nations cannot be changed. While this does mean that none of the European nations can wage war on each other to take each other's territory, it also means that none of the regions of those countries are permitted to secede without the national government's permission. Catalonia? If they tried and for whatever reason what's left of the Spanish military isn't enough to restore control, Britannia would actually move in and, for a price, restore Spanish authority. The same goes for every other region. This is actually entirely fitting with Britannia's notion of supreme sovereignty, in that people do not have a right to secede unless they can win that right through force of arms. And if one actually considers historical precedents, this has actually been the default for most of human history and in fact remains the default to this day. Is Euphemia being vindictive? Yes. Is she being petty? No. My version of Euphemia is if nothing else extremely economical in her actions. Whatever she tends to do, she does to achieve multiple ends. As such the punitive sanctions on the Europeans is not solely about revenge. Colin would have never supported her if it was. The treaty terms seek to accomplish quite a few things. Let's go over them one by one. The first thing is revenge. I did say it wasn't the sole thing, I never said it wasn't about it at all. This revenge however is intended not so much for Euphemia's own satisfaction but to slake the general Britannian population's desire for vengeance. The public after all considers the Europeans, the French especially, to be the instigators of the war. The Empire was the one that suffered what amounted to a sneak attack after all. And after what happened with the New York Thought Elevator, which Britannia has publicly, and somewhat correctly, pinned on as disoperation, a lot of people want revenge. If the revenge they got was not strong enough, the desire would go unsatisfied and there is a risk that some of those people might attempt to exact further revenge on their own. Britannia has plenty of strident nationalists after all. But pretty much no one can argue that the terms imposed upon the Europeans here is not punitive in the extreme, to the point of outright crippling. That will help sate the general Britannian populace's thirst for revenge, and allow their more rational minds to re-engage and view things more coolly is the thinking. Note that of Europe's cultural treasures, it was only the French that suffered systemic seizure of it, as part of they get is thorough enough revenge that the general Britannian populace will actually consider it to be enough ploy. The Italians had Rome sacked as a pointed warning to avoid doing something stupid like declaring a city open and then resisting occupation again. The second purpose is to make sure Europe will be so far behind resource-wise by the time it actually manages to get the money, never mind the technology, to make a credible attempt at establishing a space presence. Britannia will already be in indisputable control of Earth's orbit and hopefully a little bit beyond it as well. The purpose of this is to make sure that the Europeans will never have any chance of getting access to the thought elevators on the moon or the Sword of Akasha at Ganymede. Euphemia's already had a very direct experience of what can happen if one of those systems is compromised and she is not going to risk it happening again. So by the time the Europeans might attempt any sort of independent space operations, Britannia will be in a position to basically shoot down any attempt that is made without the Empire's express permission. And you can pretty much bet that permission will not be forthcoming. Britannia will obviously be handling the Chinese Federation more delicately, since those two nations are now supposed to be allies. The third purpose of the treaty terms is indeed to punish the general European population, because in frankness, they are ultimately to blame for starting the war, not Lelich. Lelich might have pushed elements of the European military to be more belligerent towards Britannia, but the European states are all representative democracies. The militaries in question can't go and declare war on their own, they need their civilian masters to do that. And while those civilian masters might be influenced by the military officers that they trust, it is still their call on whether to take the advice they are given. Note that due to the way Lelich's Geass worked in this story, he couldn't just go around and mind control everyone to do his bidding. Doing a quick command would have rendered those people basically incapable of initiative, and a lot of his time and attention was already focused on building up his military supporters. If he had tried to extend his control deeply enough into the civilian government to control its decision-making process, which had much higher turnover, he likely would have suffered a fatal stroke due to overuse of his Geass. This being the case, the decision to ultimately go to war was made by Europe's civilian leadership. And that leadership is ultimately responsible to the European electorate that voted them into power, meaning final accountability for the actions of that leadership, including declaring war on Britannia, rests with that electorate. With that accountability comes having to suffer the consequences for their action or inaction, and so in Euphemia's mindset the European civilian population is entirely deserving of suffering the consequences she has inflicted. The EU after all acted as a major enabler for Lelich's schemes in addition to going to war with Britannia, after all. And if being forced to suffer direct, personal consequences for the actions of their elected officials results in the Europeans rethinking the merits of representative democracy, Euphemia doesn't care. She grew up in a monarchy where authority, and accountability, starts from the top and flows downward, so she isn't going to have any personal qualms about Europe turning autocratic. The fourth purpose of the treaty terms is to as clearly as possible eliminate any future points of disagreement as Euphemia can predict for. Specifically the technical details like fishing and mineral rights in shared waters, as well as rights of way and etc., were inserted specifically so the Europeans would have fewer wiggle room to annoy the empire in the future. The fewer the opportunities for annoyance, the fewer the opportunities for an incident to spark into another conflict. And in the process, Euphemia was very stringent in making sure the terms of resource sharing are fair. The total quotas might be determined solely at the empire's discretion and Britannia is also responsible for enforcement, but the allocations are proportional. This of course is not going to eliminate all resentment, people's sense of entitlement being what they are, but having something on paper is going to make it harder for the Europeans to weasel out of, and provide Britannia with ready-made sanctions to impose should the Europeans try to violate the treaty, up to and including military action. The final purpose of the treaty is much more subtle. Recall that as part of the terms Britannia is agreeing to provide food and medicine to the European nations so that their populations won't starve after being basically deindustrialized. The empire is also responsible for the distribution of that aid, since European transportation logistics will also be pretty crippled. This means that a significant portion of the Britannian military will remain in Europe, with bases in quite a few countries acting as logistical centers for that distribution. Britannian soldiers will be traveling the country, directly interacting with the Europeans that are dependent upon them for support. Personal connections will be made, people will eventually make friends, and probably enemies, human nature being what it is, but due to the Britannian military actively traveling through the country, and the empire is going to be very careful in whom they dispatch on such duties, the empire will be able to present themselves to a significant portion of the general population. And assuming these soldiers do a good job, their good conduct will be the face of the empire as far as the civilians are concerned. And who do you think the people of Europe will have more goodwill for? The men and women coming out to their towns and villages to distribute food and medicine, and even bring a doctor along if the medicine is not enough, or the distant politicians, that will have a much more difficult time traveling around due to the screwed up transportation infrastructure, that were responsible for causing the war that resulted in their current destitution. So in a way Euphemia really is trying to undermine the European political establishment, by making sure the man and woman in the street is given reason to appreciate the rank and file Britannian soldiers that are distributing aid to them. Not everyone will, but enough will be grateful for the empire's relative generosity, or rather the generosity of the imperial servicemen and women that they encounter, that the desire to lash out at those people and the empire they represent will be dulled. And who knows, maybe in the long run some of those people might consider joining the empire to be the better course for their nations, especially after they see what happens to Britain and Ireland in the long run. Insidious, no? Of course this does raise the question of why Euphemia did not simply annex Europe outright. And the answer again lies back in how little she wants to be outright responsible for those people's long-term welfare in the immediate post-war environment. Keeping people from starving is much more straightforward than making sure they have jobs or other opportunities for improving their prospects. She annexed Britain and Belgian Congo because of the thought elevators there. The other pieces of territory, including Ireland and Gibraltar, were more taken because of their strategic locations than any jingoistic historical claim made for public consumption, and Euphemia pretty much grabbed the smallest chunk of territory that was reasonable to give them at least a little room to grow. For example, Egypt, she grabbed both the Sinai and the canal, but also the northern part that is strategically placed to control the source of the Nile that then affects all the countries downstream. Eastern Siberia she grabbed because there aren't a lot of people living there versus all the resources that Britannia will be able to extract over time. And to deny those resources to Russia and make Russia lose a similar amount of territory as the other European states lost in Africa. As a final note, nowhere in the treaty are the Europeans forbidden from reindustrializing if they can figure out some way of coming up with the money and resources to do so. And there are a couple of loopholes, including the places where the Jaeger Corps are stationed, that will be swept much more lightly than other regions, as per the agreement the Corps reached with Colin, where the Europeans will likely be able to squirrel away enough equipment that they won't be completely crippled after the bulk of the Britannian military withdraws. And of course Switzerland, which, despite the humiliating terms dictated to it, its industry is completely untouched. The ultimate purpose of the treaty is not to permanently cripple the Europeans, but to keep them out of the way for a generation or two as Britannia solidifies its position as the dominant power in the world. By the time the Europeans do finally recover to something approximating their previous capacity, Britannia and China will be working towards unification, at which point no combination of any of the other remaining independent powers would stand a chance in any sort of confrontation. So there you all have it. Was the treaty vindictive? Yes. Does it however serve a much larger purpose beyond that? Even more yes. Why wasn't all this rationale put into the story proper? Because you guys are getting the equivalent of what would be a first draft of a proper book/series, and I skipped a lot of scenes to avoid getting burnt out in working on this story. One of the other things I skipped was the actual disposition and state of Europe at the time of the EU's surrender, so here goes. Britannia had under its control the Iberian Peninsula, Italy, most of France including what was left of Paris, the southern hump of Germany including Frankfurt with an assault being mounted on Cologne, all of Austria, and a good chunk of the Balkans, with significant inroads into Turkey. The empire also had cut off Ukraine from Russia and were actively attacking Moscow, which is actually not the capital of the Russian Federation in my timeline. That distinction goes to St. Petersburg. The only nations that did not have imperial forces occupying some portion of their home territory were obviously to the north, which included the northernmost Slavic nations, the Nordic nations, the Benelux trio, if only because the empire hadn't gotten around to freeing up the troops to do the occupying. Their militaries were as gutted as anyone else's and they had effectively de facto surrendered already, hence why the survivors at Dunkirk did not try retreating into Belgium instead of evacuating by sea, and of course Great Britain and Ireland. And I guess the Isle of Man, but Man is treated as part of Britain in my timeline. The viability of continued resistance at this point was pretty clearly impossible, hence why the EU ultimately did surrender. A lot of their citizens are openly asking why they needed to be put through this much crap before the governments recognized they couldn't defend against Britannia, and you can safely assume that the geopolitical developments after the war do not favor the social democrat liberals that helped forge the EU in the first place. Incidentally, de Gaulle was the French head of state that refused to sign the treaty and which was therefore barred from all civic activity afterward. Not that it matters that much, since he dies shortly after the end of the war anyway. Chapter 146, Epilogue I. While the Princess Colin's efforts in civil rights is well known, Her Highness was also a major sponsor of the medical sciences and general healthcare. In conjunction with the Keio Foundation headquartered in Tokyo, the Princess Colin arranged for major research initiatives that sought to find cures to a wide range of ailments. A particular focus of these efforts was in neurodegenerative diseases such as amyotrophic lateral sclerosis and Wolfram syndrome, as well as methods to regenerate neurological damage from strokes. While the total sum Her Highness invested into these programs has never been made public, estimates by third parties place the monetary resources to be well over £1 billion at the time. And while money does not necessarily dictate the rate of progress for development of medical treatment, the sheer scale of resources made available arguably moved forward the availability of cures for many of the diseases the Princess Colin targeted. The reason for Her Highness' seeming determination in seeing such diseases vanquished can be at least partially attributed to what happened to her own mother. The Lady Koton Kaujiki's brief but intense experience with the refrain drug had done lasting damage to her nervous system, and the kidnapping attempt that saw her treatment disrupted made things much worse. Only a scant 7 years after her daughter's ascension as heir secundus, Lady Kaujiki's condition began deteriorating rapidly before she passed away just short of her 50th birthday, not too long after witnessing the birth of her first grandchild. A spare to spare, the royal houses of Ashford and Stotfeld. Epilogue I. Hec ornamenta mea. Colin was exhausted, both mentally and physically. That she could actually still feel this way was almost a relief in many respects. And in a way it was fitting, seeing as the cause of her exhaustion was the birth of her daughter. Colin glanced over to the cradle where the small baby was now sleeping soundly. Her beautiful baby daughter. The birth itself had been extremely straightforward, as far as such things went. She had spent about 4 hours in labor, which was nearly unheard of for a first-time mother. Colin could have cut the time even shorter, but seeing as this was her first time, and how difficult it was to actually concentrate with the pain of the contractions. She was not about to risk her child in any way. The princess cracked a wry smile as she considered the aftermath. Cole and her parents probably appreciated not having to stay up too late waiting for news. In fact, her husband was sleeping in the room next door, letting her recover while staying close at hand if she needed anything. Her own mother had stayed a bit longer, cooing over her granddaughter, before her body finally demanded she too get some rest. As it was, the new day was dawning and the palace's occupants were one by one waking. The door to the neighboring suite opened and Cole entered, greeting his wife with a smile. "Good morning, Colin." "Good morning yourself," Colin responded as she pushed herself up. "You look like you could use a couple more hours of sleep. And you look completely refreshed and raring to go," Cole said, leaning over and giving Colin a kiss. "Sure don't feel like it," Colin said after accepting the peck. "I didn't even know I could still feel this sore." "A reminder of mortality is no bad thing," Cole said, plopping down on the bed as he looked over at his daughter. "I called Mother and Father yesterday, to let them know the good news. Mother is already planning on dropping by sometime soon to see her, and Father said he would negotiate with Her Majesty for some time off. I'm sure there will be plenty of that in the coming weeks," Colin said. "So, did they have anything to say about the name?" Considering how relaxed Cole was, and his continued relaxation after being asked, it was unlikely Eve had any protests regarding that name. "Mother thought it was lovely," he answered. "Though, she did mention that Cade was traditionally a boy's name. But Kaed is a girl's name," Colin responded, sharing a grin with her husband. "So, Kaed Stetfeldcraft it is." Cole nodded. "You really didn't need to add my name on, you know. It is the House of Stotfeld after all. And Nora will be helping carry on the family name anyway." "I know," Colin said. "But I did marry you, and I don't mind having our children share in the name." The new mother chuckled. "Besides, I did kind of set the precedent of having two last names myself." Another nod from Cole. Before he could say anything else, however, Colin perked up, apparently having heard something in the distance. "Oh, you have got to be kidding me," she said in mild exasperation. Cole cocked his head aside. "Something wrong?" "No, not wrong," Colin responded. "Just a bit unexpected." Seeing as his wife declined to further elaborate, Cole needed to content himself with waiting to see what was going on. It was not a long wait as a few moments later a servant gingerly peeked into the room. After a courteous bow, she walked over to the bedside so that she could speak more softly and not wake the baby. "Apologies, Your Highness, but we've just received notification that the Avalon-bearing Empress Euphemia and the Duke and Duchess craft will be touching down in 2 hours' time." Cole raised an eyebrow but otherwise let his wife deliver the response. "Ensure that appropriate rooms are prepared for our guests," Colin ordered. "And if they so wish to visit me and my daughter, do show them here." "Understood, Your Highness." The servant retreated, leaving the family alone once more. "That was rather fast," Cole remarked. "She must have hopped on the Avalon immediately after hearing of the birth." "Euphemia has been wanting to rebuild her family ever since the war ended," Colin said. "The first step of that was marrying Rai. Now that Millie and I are having kids of our own, she's only going to become even more impatient." The princess snorted. "Her doctors are going to have their hands full once she returns to Pendragon." Cole smiled slightly at that. "I suppose the only reason Millie didn't tag along is because she's similarly indisposed. What was it, she's expecting next month?" "Assuming no complications," Colin agreed. Timing was rather lucky. Though any child of Euphemia's will be younger by at least a year, they'll still all be close enough in age they should have little trouble socializing, or at least that's the plan. Cole looked over at his sleeping daughter once more. Such heavy expectations already heaped upon her. "That was the price I agreed to pay when I let Euphemia saddle me with my titles," Colin said with a wry smile. "Back then, I barely gave it any thought. Now, well, it all feels a lot more immediate." "That it does." A shiver ran down Cole's spine. "I don't suppose Her Majesty is coming just to congratulate us." "Knowing her, that is a big part of it," Colin responded. "At the same time, I'm sure we'll find out the rest when she arrives." It took slightly more than 2 hours for Euphemia and entourage to arrive. They did need to travel from MacArthur Base to the palace after all. That was however enough time for a few other residents of the royal palace to be awakened and mustered to greet the Empress. All things considered, Heinrich seemed to take being woken after such a late night in remarkably good stride. Or at the very least he remained otherwise polite when greeting Euphemia and his daughter's in-laws, but did not otherwise accompany them to the room where Colin and his granddaughter were resting. The Baron was a rather astute fellow, and seemed to recognize that the Empress had things to discuss with his daughter that, for now, he did not have reason to intrude upon. After his in-laws had their fill of the latest addition to their wider family, of course. Smiles and an apprehensive eagerness were evident on the faces of the well-wishers. Cole rose in respectful greeting while Colin straightened ever so slightly as the four came to the latter's bedside. "No armsmen though," unless one counted Rai as merely an armsman. Colin wondered idly what the knight's thoughts were regarding someone whom was biologically at least a half-sibling. Colin, the Empress greeted warmly. Cole. And then she leaned over the cradle. And what would your name be? The baby, still sound asleep, did not answer of course. That was left to her parents. Kaed Statfeldkraft, Colin said. Euphemia looked up at the new mother. Kade? Is that not a boy's name? While Cole chuckled at that, Colin simply sighed. Spelled with a K, A, E, Your Majesty. Not C-A. Ah, a Japanese name. Euphemia looked down at the child again. The Princess Kaed. Will she be as much a tomboy as her mother? I would certainly hope so, Colin declared. Chuckles sounded all around. I am certain Kaed will strike the right balance between feminine charm and outgoing willfulness, Eve said, if her lineage is anything to go by. Cole rolled his eyes while his father resorted to a more diplomatic clearing of his throat. Euphemia was less restrained in her giggle but spent a few moments longer lingering over the child. There was such a wistful longing on her face, it was clear enough she was contemplating her own future child. Eventually, however, she rose and moved to Colin's bedside with Rai hovering close behind. My sincerest congratulations, Colin, Euphemia said. She is a beautiful child. Thank you, Euphemia, Colin said, not bothering with much formality in so intimate a setting even with Cole's parents present. The Empress herself did not seem to mind as she took a seat on the edge of the bed. When Cole rose to allow her his seat, or perhaps get another one for her, Euphemia waved him back down. This is fine, Cole, she assured him. Besides, I do not want to intrude too long upon you right now. There are however a few things that need to be said. And here it came. Should we wait outside, Your Majesty? Lawrence asked. The Empress shook her head. What I have to say is no great secret, and seeing as it involves your granddaughter, I would not require your recusal. Lawrence nodded and waited patiently with the rest for Euphemia to speak her actual piece. The Empress now met Colin's gaze levelly. It will be another month yet, but Millie will also be giving birth soon. Once she does, I intend to announce the appointment of her child as heir primus, and your daughter as heir secundus. And not the other way around, interestingly enough. But then again, age was not the determinant of the succession's ordering in the Britonian system. And that was on top of the fact that the houses of Ashford and Stotfeld were intended as little more than placeholders to keep the succession secure while the line of Britannia was still so fragile. Once Euphemia had children of her own, and once those children had children, it was likely any position in the succession would be withdrawn from the other two families. And that was just fine with Colin. I understand, Your Majesty, Colin said, this time speaking to her liege instead of just a friend. Euphemia nodded and smiled slightly. Of that I had little doubt. Still, what you and your family are doing for me and mine. It is not something I intend to ever forget, nor let anyone else forget. Though in time the succession may not have an Ashford or Stotfeld listed, it is my will that members of your family will always be accorded the courtesy of a royal. That, Colin was not quite sure how she should take. The uncertainty was probably plain enough despite her guarded expression, or perhaps because of, as a slight chuckle sounded from Euphemia. I know, you likely have somewhat mixed feelings about such a dignity. It comes with certain burdens after all, atop whatever privileges it might grant. But for now I ask of you to think of this solely as my way of thanking you, for everything you have done for me. For restoring to me a family after I had thought such all but lost. And for being there yourself, for these years and many more to come. That, Colin found, was not something she could decline. Despite having started on opposite sides, fate and forces far greater had drawn the two of them to walk the same path, supporting each other with every step taken together. She might have killed Clovis, and the Empire might have killed Naoto. But the two of them had not allowed the deaths of their loved ones blind and bind them to an unending cycle of vengeance and reprisals. Instead they had worked together to make reality their respective dreams, to remove the conditions that caused their individual tragedies. They were not entirely successful, that was blindingly obvious to anyone with a whit of sense. But neither had they failed, at least not totally, and here they stood. Or sat. Colin offered Euphemia a warm smile, letting the younger woman know of her acceptance of the gesture. Burden though may it be, some are more gladly shouldered than others, and this be one, Colin said with slightly greater formality than was her usual wont. And besides, I expect that my daughter will have plenty of siblings, blood and otherwise, to share that burden with. The smile that Euphemia now graced her with made clear that that was entirely the plan. For all the family that they had lost, it was yet within their means to forge one anew. So long as that possibility remained, the light of hope would never be extinguished. End of epilogue. The draft of the epilogue was actually done about 2 days after the last chapter was pushed out, but work-related deadlines held back it being published. Then again, consider that an indication of how fast I can turn out a standalone scene without having to worry too much about sequencing and setup. It's not that difficult to toss together a scene for me, but standalone scenes do not a story make, and there are certainly times where I need to slog through portions of a story that I'm less interested in order to make sure other parts make sense. That does take time and effort, and that's without doing any actual editing. If I actually did edit my stories, the rate of output would be considerably slower. But anyway, the remaining epilogues will be of similar length, give or take. In some instances the author notes might well rival the epilogues if there are lots of questions or additional explanations that I feel are warranted but don't have the energy to transform into prose. There are ultimately two reasons for breaking up the epilogues as I am. One is there is a pretty significant time jump between each collection of scenes. The other is to sneak in as many of the pre-prepared opening snippets as I can. We'll see at what rate I can produce them, things depend quite a bit on my RL work demands. I do have something special in the works that is due for completion in a few months, so I might stretch out the epilogue publishing a bit so that the last epilogue can include a link to it. Believe me, it will be worth it. Stretching out the epilogues would also free up more bandwidth to work on my other stories, including A Call to Duty, which requires some rework of its last chapter to fix a sequencing problem that I created for myself. There was a time when living to be 50 years old was actually considered pretty good. By the time Khotone passed away, everyone knows that she was leaving far too early. And as will be evident, once Khotone's condition started getting worse, her condition goes downhill very quickly. Khotone will have lived long enough to see her first grandchild born, but Ka'ed will have no memory of her in turn. In fact, the timing of Ka'ed's conception was partially motivated by Colin wanting to let her mother be there for at least part of any grandchild's life. A lot of the research that Colin sponsored also took advantage of the Directorate's advanced medical technology. The availability of that technology and knowledge is one of the few positive things about the Directorate, as far as Colin is concerned. Even if a lot of that knowledge was obtained through unethical means, she's determined that it will be put to at least some good, just so the people that died for that knowledge would not have done so meaninglessly. It's not clear to me why some readers are taking an absolutist view of the Empire's deindustrialization of Europe. From a purely practical perspective, they cannot make that deindustrialization total since there is no way they'd be able to find all of the machine tools in Europe. That's a lot of square mileage to cover after all. The only person even capable of attempting this is Colin, and she would flatly refuse if asked to take the deindustrialization that far. Furthermore, there are loopholes, intentional ones at that the Europeans can exploit to keep a bare minimum of capability. Then there's the fact that Switzerland was not forced to deindustrialize, and so has all of its factories and etc. intact, as well as a few other places. Will Europe be a much poorer place? Certainly. Is it going to suffer from mass starvation and etc.? Euphemia was the one that put the plan together, and she isn't that incompetent. Combined with how her Geass lets her basically do simulations in her head, she had a very detailed and robust plan to ensure Europe had a hard landing instead of an outright crash as a result of the treaty's terms. As always, if any of you have questions, post them in the reviews and I will do my best to address them. I might not always agree with a particular interpretation, but I will usually at least try to lay out why I disagree and if need be do additional info dumps if I didn't manage to get the information into the story proper. Chapter 147, Epilogue 2. Alongside the new constitution was a substantial reorganization of the imperial government and to a lesser degree the armed forces. The streamlining effort was intended to reduce the bloat that had crept into the top levels of the government, winnowing down the number of high-level ministries from over 20 to a mere 9. It is a testament to the personal loyalty that the Empress Euphemia engendered that all of the secretaries whose portfolios were being folded into other, larger ministries remained on board to help ensure a smooth transition. One other simplification that occurred was the title for the various ministry heads. Instead of the overly long Secretary of State prefix for the older portfolios or the uniquely named Chancellor of the Exchequer, the new titles were a uniform minister, such as Minister of the Treasury, Minister of Industry, and Minister of the Interior. In the case of the Ministry of War, an appeal was made by certain members of Parliament that the Empire adopt the less aggressive-sounding Ministry of Defense used by the other countries of the world, not least of which were the European states, and that the head of the ministry be a civilian instead of the head of the war staff as had been the case in the past. When the matter was put to Her Majesty during one of her addresses to Parliament, she dismissed it with the following response. The suggestion that the War Ministry should be named instead the Defense Ministry abjectly misses the point of not only the ministry itself but also the purpose of the armed forces. The predominant role served by the military is the prosecution of war in furtherance of a nation's foreign policy. And to wage war is to invite upon the Empire all the horrors it entails. It is when the peoples of Britannia forget this fact that war will be waged with casual disregard for the suffering it inflicts, the first step of which is this attempt to appease sentiment over the cold harshness of reality. The motion to change the War Ministry's name was dropped shortly thereafter, and despite intermittent attempts to revive it, the measure has never garnered sufficient support to pass even from the Parliamentary Select Committee of War, much less the full Parliament, or be presented for approval to the reigning sovereign. Of Blood and Iron, the Reign of Euphemia I. Epilogue 2. Mater Familias. To be frank, the current projected yield from Project Mjolnir does not impress, Euphemia stated. At 11.5 tons, its destructive capacity is far below that of a conventional bomb of similar weight, and while there are certainly advantages to the proposed concept, they are far outweighed by more practical considerations. The gathered officers of the war staff were used to their sovereign's forthrightness, and anyone that could not handle it had long since been reassigned. Those that remained held no reservation in responding with equal frankness to their liege, within reasonable politeness of course. Your Majesty is correct in that regard, Andreas Darlton, Marshal of the Empire and head of the war staff, responded. Nonetheless, Mjolnir is intended more as a proof of concept than the final form of an orbital kinetic weapon. Before we can develop more effective variants, we must gain some experience in their practical employment, even if with cruder designs. And crude the current design was, considering it amounted to little more than a 9-ton tungsten cylinder, with no explosive payload to speak of. Of course, the entire point of the weapon was to rely solely on the kinetic energy imparted from its fall from orbit, but as the numbers made clear, the calculated destructive yield was only about 20% greater than the equivalent weight in TNT. Compared to the Empire's growing nuclear arsenal, that was a pitifully lower multiplier even considering the nominal advantages of Mjolnir. Euphemia pursed her lips. That may be so, but if Mjolnir is indeed intended as merely an exploratory program, its priorities must be weighed appropriately against the rest of the military's demands. She smiled thinly. The treasury is not bottomless, after all. A few of the officers actually looked somewhat apologetic now. The Britannian Empire was easily the richest nation in the world, and the tax revenues the government drew in was a reflection of the absolute wealth of the nation. At the same time, there were quite a few demands upon the government's resources, and the military was already the single largest expenditure at something like 32% of the imperial budget. And not all of that money could go into weapons systems development and procurement either. A good chunk of it went to simply paying all the people serving in the military, as well as the pensions and healthcare of honorably discharged and retired veterans. I will have a word with the project director, Andreas said. The scope of Mjolnir can almost certainly be constrained, but below a certain level of resources the productivity of the project would lapse to effectively nothing. Whatever efficiencies we might seek to derive, we should avoid cutting too deeply. Euphemia nodded. Understood, Marshal. I will bear that in mind once the revised budgetary proposal is submitted for review. Andreas nodded in turn, marking the conclusion of that particular topic. In that case, let us proceed to the progress report on Project Atlas, the Marshal said. Specifically, the finalized performance profiles for the rocket have been validated and ready for your review. Ah, excellent, the Empress said. I trust that I will have fewer reasons to. A sharp pain reached out from Euphemia's stomach, causing her to halt her response mid-sentence. The officers present looked over quizzically, curious as to what might have so interrupted their liege. And then a loud, pained cough sounded as a hard spasm ran through Euphemia's body. When she looked down, her hands were stained crimson. Your Majesty. As it was the summer academic break, Colin was spending more time in Tokyo than the Britannian homelands as her duties permitted, in order to spend more time with her children while they were on vacation. As such, it took several hours for Colin to cross the Pacific when word reached her of Euphemia's condition. She could have cut down on that time by making use the Common Island Thought Elevator and jumping to the California Thought Elevator, but events were progressing so quickly even that would have been too slow. That being the case, Colin elected to not raise anyone's suspicions by suddenly appearing out of nowhere. She however did still make a stop at the California Thought Elevator, if only to consult directly with its part-time resident. Good, you are here, Lelich said as Colin logged into the Thought Elevator's system. Colin frowned. I can't really say there's anything good about me needing to come. Apologies, you are quite right on that point, Lelich said. Nonetheless, your presence is still appreciated. After a moment Colin sighed. I presume you've figured out something about Euphemia's miscarriage. Lelich nodded, his expression flat and morose. Even sorrowful. Unfortunately so, and the fault lays partially with me. That caused a frown to crease Colin's face. What? What do you mean? You will recall that before the Krell was ejected from my physical form, Lelich said, turning to face Colin, it issued a command using my Geass. The frown disappeared, replaced with a frozen horror. You, the Krell, ordered everyone sharing your blood to die. Indeed, Lelich said. The command still reverberates throughout C's world. And Euphemia, her child, decidedly shares my blood, on several accounts. The first because Euphemia was Lelich's sister, and the second because Rai was, genetically at least, Lelich's son. But, Euphemia and Rai are both fine, Colin pointed out. Indeed they are, but you already know why they are unaffected. Colin grimaced. That she did. Euphemia still has her Geass, she iterated. And Rai has an artificial code. Lelich nodded. And those connections to C's world shields them from the command it issued. Any child of theirs however would not be similarly protected. Hells, Colin murmured. Does that mean, Euphemia can't have any children at all? Not necessarily. Colin's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Lelich rubbed his hands together, seemingly working out the best way to respond. Euphemia conceived approximately 6 weeks ago, he said. 6 weeks is about how long it would take for an embryo to develop to the point where its brain starts differentiating. That appears to be the point in a human's development that they come into possession of a passive connection to C's world, and require protection from it. Okay, that makes sense, but how does that do Euphemia any good? Colin asked. That earned Colin a sideways glance from Lelich. I'm mildly surprised you haven't picked up on it, he said. After all, having a passive connection to C's world is the same as being capable of accepting an active connection, like in the form of a Geass. Colin inhaled sharply. You're suggesting try to impose a Geass on an unborn child. She took a much deeper breath. Are you absolutely fucking insane? Probably not, Lelich answered blandly, but I'm likely not the best judge of that. The temptation to strangle Lelich, no matter how pointless the action might be, was growing. We already know just how messed up a Geass can make a child, or even an adult, Colin said. And you want to try giving one to someone not even born yet? Assuming it's even possible in the first place. Do you have an alternative proposal? Lelich said, eyebrow raised. That stopped Colin for several moments as her mouth worked soundlessly. She finally shut it as she actually made the effort to consider the notion as something beyond a reflexive rejection. What about the artificial code Rai has? She suggested after a moment. He can use it to cancel the effects of a Geass on people in close proximity to him. Could he do the same with this command? I considered that possibility, Lelich said. It is actually a reasonable hypothesis. The only problem however is to prove it. Euphemia would have to become pregnant again. And if we are wrong, she will miscarry, again. Colin winced visibly at that. So you're saying that your hypothesis has a greater chance of being proven right, she said. The basic fact behind it has already been established, Lelich responded. Euphemia remains alive, despite being very much related to me by blood. It therefore stands to reason that any other member of my family whom possesses a Geass would be equally protected. That Colin had to concede was a very good point. All right, if that is the case, how do we protect the kid from the Geass itself? Lelich held out a hand. You yourself already proposed a means. Rai's artificial code can block the child's Geass from affecting those around him or her, and also effectively close off their minds so they do not leak back to the child. Colin nodded slowly. That might work. The frown did not go away however. But the strain of keeping his artificial code active like that. A point indeed, Lelich said, but there are other avenues we can pursue here. To that Colin nodded again. All right, we may actually have a workable plan here. I'll continue on to Pendragon and discuss it with Euphemia and Rai. In that regard, Lelich said, might I ask a favor of you, Colin? The woman tilted her head aside. What sort of favor? Lelich pursed his lips. When he finished explaining, Colin's own reaction was nowhere as understated. The mood in the Imperial Palace was dour and depressed, not surprising considering the personal tragedy that had just struck the woman served by the resident staff. Quite a few of them had been around long enough to recall Euphemia as a cheerful little girl. Those days were long past however, and none would have wanted the fine woman she had grown up into to experience such pain again. As such the arrival of the Princess Colin was mutely noted, especially seeing as the Princess Millicent was already at the palace offering what comfort she could to her surrogate sister. Those that did take further notice of Colin however could see in her bearing a purposeful stride, and the light of determination in her eyes. As Colin came to the room Euphemia was now resting in, the guards that stood outside certainly noticed. Hollow, Myri, stay, Colin ordered. The two red-furred Akitas took a seat in dutiful compliance and watched as their mistress entered the room and closed the door behind her. Inside the room, an exhausted-looking Rai rose to greet Colin. The princess reached out, pulling the surprised knight into a comforting hug. I'm sorry, Colin said gently. The stiffness of Rai's form softened as he returned the embrace. Thank you, Your Highness. Letting go, Colin looked him over. The strain of the past day or so was readily evident, but Rai appeared to be holding himself together. Colin wondered whether it was because he was so used to loss from his prior life. Or perhaps the current stoicism was just a fragile shield, which might yet shatter. I have something to say to Euphemia, Colin said, and you? Rai nodded. Millie is in there with her now. Colin smiled slightly. I know. With Rai trailing behind her, Colin made her way to the actual bedroom, to find Millie seated next to Euphemia's bed. The older girl had a noticeably unhappy expression on her face, the reasons for which Colin had already heard. Colin, Euphemia greeted. Thank you, for coming so quickly. There is no need to thank me for that, Your Majesty, the knight responded. Not for something like this. The Empress smiled weakly. Yes. Something like this. As Colin regarded her liege, the knight noted the lack of vigor in Euphemia's form, and the dullness of her usually vibrant eyes. Only once before had Colin seen the younger girl like this, and her heart ached at seeing the sight again. "I've spoken with Millie already," Euphemia said, her tone level but also devoid of any real emotion, about formally shifting the succession to her family. That caused Colin to wince. The clinical manner in which Euphemia spoke of such matters, it was a mask the Empress was using to hide from the pain and grief racking her. "I also intend to take measures such that your own line." Euphemia. The Empress blinked, her eyes gaining just a hint of their former light at being addressed so intimately by Colin. She remained silent however, waiting curiously at what Colin might have to say to warrant the interruption. Or perhaps her mind was still working on autopilot and was not able to entirely respond. "There's someone that wants to speak with you," Colin said. Confusion now suffused Euphemia's expression, but before she could give voice to it Colin took a step back, and in her place appeared a man with raven black hair, and sharp violet eyes. Gasps sounded, but Euphemia did not hear them in the least. Her own shock was reflected in her widened eyes, and then her body began moving forward as she tried to draw closer to the newest guest before her. Lelich. Lelich VI Britannia, third prince of the realm, smiled and reached forward, taking hold of his dear sister's hand. "Euphi." The smile turned into sorrowful regret. "I am so sorry." Euphemia herself continued blinking rapidly, as if unable to fully accept what she saw and felt. "But, how?" she whispered. "A favor, granted by Colin," Lelich answered, glancing back slightly to draw attention to the visibly straining woman. "She cannot maintain my projection for long, so I must make haste." The prince met Euphemia's eyes. "Euphi. There is a way to allow your children to survive." Shock after shock, it was almost too much for Euphemia's mind to process. But the hope that set her eyes alight once more, it was clear she did understand. "How?" A gentle smile returned to Lelich's expression. How like his sister it was to issue not a wavering question, but a demand for an answer. And answer her he did, in person, or at least as close as was possible for one such as him. This did not redeem his sin, far from it. But it was certainly a step for the amends he needed to make. "Here, Your Highness." Colin accepted the cup of tea gratefully and took a long snip. Despite technically not needing nourishment anymore, there were still acts that taxed her considerably, if only mentally, and projecting Lelich outside of a thought elevator definitely counted as one such act. For that matter she had not even known it was possible before Lelich asked his favor. It made one wonder just what else the Gestalt had figured out was possible with his tinkering and experimenting inside C's world. All things considered though, it was not a favor that Colin particularly begrudged the former prince. Not when it had ultimately meant the world to Euphemia herself. Opposite to her right took his own seat after handing her the teacup. Somehow the other knight looked almost as exhausted as Colin, but there was also a noticeable relief in his form now. "To think," Rai said, "that such miracles are still possible." Setting aside her half-drained cup, Colin nodded. 5 years. That's how long it's going to take me and the Directorate to get a hardened version of an artificial code ready, if we pull out all the stops. Hell, if I have to, I'll go into the Damarung itself if that's what it takes to build one. When we're done however, we can alternate between you and other volunteers to shield your child from other people's minds. 5 years, Rai said softly. For this, I can wait that long. He smiled slightly at Colin. Thank you, Your Highness. And, if you could, please pass on my thanks to the Lord Lelich. As I said to Euphemia, you don't have to thank me for something like this, Colin said. Maybe not, Rai responded, then in a firmer tone, but I want to, Mum. Colin spent several long moments returning Rai's gaze as she mulled over that last bit. Only once before had Rai referred to her as Mum, and that was very much a reflexive slip of the tongue on his part. Now though, Rai was making abundantly clear he was doing so intentionally, and thereby recognizing Colin as not just identical to the matriarch of his time, but his matriarch here and now. Somehow, that brought a measure of comfort to Colin. Rai might not have been her son, but he was a son, and it hardened her to see him find all the anchors of family previously denied him. In that case, Colin thus answered, you are very welcome, Rai. End of epilogue 2. I had actually debated a bit about how many times Euphemia would fail to have a child before she would finally succeed. Originally she was supposed to miscarry twice. I shifted it down to one because broadly speaking, the people around her, including Colin and Lelich, are too smart to not be able to realize what is going on and propose a workaround. Rather, they don't need more than one data point to work with, not for something this obvious. And they certainly would not want to put Euphemia through trying to carry another child that they knew would be miscarried. And some of you continued to think Euphemia was getting off lightly. The ultimate ramifications of Lelich's die command are still being played out and we'll see some more in the upcoming epilogues. The European effort to get bipedal mechs working didn't really substantially hinder their overall war effort. In the grand scheme of how many weapons they poured it, they never got enough mechs built to really cut into the resources available for building other stuff. Put it another way, by the time a major resource crunch happened, the Europeans were feeling that crunch for everything. Broadly speaking, the biggest problem the Europeans had was the relatively lower productivity of their industry versus that of Britannia, and the unevenness of quality overall. They had some really good factories, they also had some really bad factories. Because their industrial resources were scattered across something like a dozen countries, a fully coordinated industrial policy never happened like in the Empire, where resources could be more directly mobilized and allocated. It's very much akin to death by 1,000 cuts. There isn't one specific thing that decisively undermined the European war efforts, it was the accumulation of lots of little inefficiencies and problems that tipped the scales. While the concern about abuse of power by the Britannian leadership is valid, the fixation in the review that brought it up is somewhat missing the point. Psychopathy is not something that just spontaneously develops. People are as much, if not more so, a product of their environment and upbringing as any behavioral contributions from their genes. Euphemia, and Colin, and Millie, were all raised in environments that engendered within them a respect for their peers and their social lessers. All three of them are nice to the butler, in trope terms, and this tone sets the environment of their household, the household their children will be raised in. While it is entirely possible for a child to still turn out rotten in such an environment, the chances are significantly diminished, since none of the above will hesitate to reprimand any child of theirs that disrespects the help or their other dependents. And should such a rotten child still manage to emerge, they will simply be removed from the succession outright. As established in the early parts of the story, the line of succession is not determined by age, but at the sole discretion of the reigning sovereign. This significantly diminishes the probability of someone not fit to rule ascending the throne, and to be frank, it's probably about as good as any other system out there. It's not as if democracies have demonstrated a perfect track record of keeping would-be tin-pot despots from office or keeping them in check when they assume power. Furthermore, all of you have been given an inside look into the rank and file of the Empire while following Cole and Jean, as well as the type of people that make it into the Royal and Imperial Guards. If they received an order to massacre innocent civilians out of the blue for no good reason, they would hesitate if not outright disobey the order, the guards especially. Baghdad was explicitly noted as something that disturbed the airmen ordered to carry it out, for one, and while they did ultimately obey their orders, they did so after having been fed the truth about how dangerous it was to leave Suzaku with access to a thought elevator and the half-truth that he had already blown one up. As for the Knights of Honor, they are called Knights of Honor not just because they are honored by their liege's high confidence, but because they uphold their liege's honor, which also includes preventing their liege from committing dishonor. If Euphemia ever did commit a genuine atrocity for absolutely no reason, it would actually be Colin's duty to stop her instead of going along with it, even if it means killing her liege. And like attracts like. When the Royal or Imperial Guards recruit, they go out of their way to find people of similar moral and ethical character. The leadership here knows very well the saying that one rotten apple spoils the barrel, and they go to considerable length to make sure no rotten apples are allowed in the first place. Are they always successful? No, as Luciano Bradley's rise demonstrated. But when such problems are identified, they tend to be rectified with exacting thoroughness, such as when Euphemia purged Luciano and his confederates upon her ascension to the throne. Got about 6 more epilogues to go. The goal is to finish all of them before the end of this year, if only because I'll be spending time working on the other stories as well. I might hold the last one back until the surprise is done though. Chapter 148, Epilogue 3. The integration of the British Isles into the Holy Britannian Empire was not without considerable complication for both sides. The Irish especially were resistant to their forced incorporation and fought a low-level insurgency lasting until 1980, when the last confirmed cell of the Provisional Irish Republican Army was wiped out, even if less effective copycats continued to spring up intermittently in the decades that followed. Throughout the decade of conflict, the Britannian military demonstrated that it knew a great deal about how to conduct counterinsurgency operations and possessed the determination to outlast their opponents despite the mounting body count. The official death toll as established by the imperial government was 19,526, the largest portion being Britannian soldiers killed while serving in Ireland. The rest was composed of a mixture of civilians caught in the crossfire and active insurgents the Britannian military hunted down with ruthless force. Historians generally recognize 3 turning points in the conflict. The first was the assassination of Earl Louis Mountbatten by the IRA, widely considered a colossal blunder on the insurgents' part, as the Earl had been sympathetic to the Irish cause and his death resulted in the loss of an advocate close to the Empress Euphemia. The military henceforth adopted a firmer approach to the IRA, and the number of Britannian troops stationed on the island increased substantially. The second turning point would have to be the failed assassination of the Duke Edward Rochester, another close confidant of Her Majesty and at the time having just assumed the position of Prime Minister. The immediate consequence of the Empress reaction thus leads to the third turning point, the dispatching of the Princess Colin, Knight of One, to lead the pacification of Ireland. In this task the Princess Colin succeeded, albeit at some cost in blood and treasure. Of blood and iron, the reign of Euphemia I. Epilogue 3. Facem eos ingentem unum. Grandpa. Heinrich turned about and beamed a smile at the young girl running up to him. Bending over, he easily scooped her up into a tight embrace. Well, if it isn't little Ked, he said cheerfully. My, but how you've grown. The red-haired girl giggled as she returned her beloved grandfather's hug. Trailing not far behind, Colin smiled at the scene. The end of the academic year had brought her own family back to Tokyo to spend the summer, and normally that would have meant a few months of Heinrich sneaking away from his duties as provincial administrator to spend more time with his grandchildren. This year, however, was different. Ked, why don't you go find your father and brother, Colin said. Grandpa and I need to have a little talk before you take up all of his time. Okay, Ked said, in that reluctant tone only a child of her age could pull off. After giving Heinrich another hug before letting him put her down, they scampered off down the hall. Manhalo, Zeit! Ked called out. The former red-furred dog glanced over at Colin and only followed after a nod from the woman, while the latter blue-tinted dog seemed to sigh before trotting after Ked. I see Ked still has her work cut out to rise in the pack's ranking, Heinrich remarked. Colin chuckled wryly at that. Of the half-dozen or so dogs she owned, a certain hierarchy had indeed seemed to emerge. Colin herself was regarded as the indisputable leader, and perhaps by virtue of the tone of her interactions with him, Heinrich was shown a surprising degree of deference. After that, however, was Hollow, whom asserted her position as the secondary matriarch through sheer force of will and just a little bit of direct strength if the occasion warranted. The only one she could not browbeat, or otherwise beat, into submission was Zeit, whom was the largest physically of the pack but despite which seemed uninterested in actually assuming a dominant position. His natural strength, however, also meant no one else in the pack could push him around, and whatever obeisance he expressed was solely at his will. Parallel to Hollow and Zeit's relative authority stood Ren, whom was usually able to get the dogs to do what she wanted despite not seeming to have any formal standing in the pack's hierarchy. In that regard, Ren's relation to the dogs was closer to that of Heinrich's despite interacting with them more regularly. And of course, on the occasions where the dogs were in the presence of Euphemia, they followed Colin's lead and demonstrated a surprisingly cognizant amount of respect. Millie was treated more as a potential playmate than as any sort of authority figure. After these select humans, they're the dog's own internal sorting of authority, and only after that ranking did other humans come into play. Namely, poor Cole was regarded as at the same place as the most junior member of the pack, with his and Colin's children following afterward. The evident nature of this ranking had been a source of some amusement for Colin, and she supposed she should have pitted Cole a bit about it. Then again, her husband did not seem to particularly care what his position in the pecking order was. The dogs still went to him to beg for treats and were otherwise perfectly happy to play with him when he had the time, which was all Cole seemed to want from them. As the two watched Ked scamper away with the dogs in tow, Heinrich cast a raised eyebrow at his own daughter. You've already managed to badger me into taking a position in Edward's cabinet, he said. I hope you haven't come with yet another request on behalf of Her Majesty. Colin returned an apologetic smile. You know as well as I that there's no one more suited for the post, father. That would be a gross exaggeration, Heinrich retorted, seeing as I am highly unlikely to be a superior candidate to all however many billion people alive on this planet. While Colin had to concede that point, unbeknownst to her father she actually had firm proof that he was within the top percentage of persons qualified for the post. Seeing as that would have required revealing the secrets of the thought elevators to tell him this, however, Colin kept her mouth shut on that little detail. Maybe so, she said instead, but of the people that Her Majesty, and the Duke of Rochester, have confidence in, you are certainly one of the better qualified individuals to assume the post of Minister of Industry and Commerce. Heinrich grunted a reluctant concession to that one. I hope none of you are expecting me to remain the entirety of Edward's tenure as Prime Minister. I'm looking forward to a proper retirement in 5 years' time. Most people would consider the Baron's definition of retirement to be anything but. Then again, most people did not possess the drive and energy to match Heinrich, and ever since Coton's passing he had applied himself studiously to many an endeavor to try to distract himself from his grief. So had Colin, if the princess was to be honest with herself. But they did still have family left, and Heinrich's affection for his grandchildren was one of the foundations to which the Baron kept himself steaded, hence why he spent as much time with them as he could when they were in Tokyo. So how long will you be in Japan for before you need to be hurrying off on some other errand for Her Majesty? Heinrich asked. Colin sighed. A few weeks at least. There's a matter at KO that I need to discuss with their staff about. Cole will actually be returning to Pendragon before me. I recall he was recently appointed to the rank of colonel. Suppose he'll have a few years yet before he can stop saluting you. The sigh this time was more of resignation than actual exhaustion. Granted, Colin was actually a major general now, but she had spent a very long time as a brigadier general to make up for all the ranks she skipped and accrue the experience necessary to actually exercise her flag rank. And that was not considering the shuffling of seats that would soon happen with the upcoming retirements and whatnot. Incidentally, has Ren informed you of her university plans? Heinrich said. Colin cocked her head aside. She mentioned something about wanting to study mathematics and computer science last we spoke. Did she change her mind? No, far from it, Heinrich responded. She just received acceptance letters from Tokyo University and Stanford. Looks like your little kitten might be leaving the burrow soon. That'll be good for her, Colin said. Is Phi planning on following along? To that the Baron shrugged. She hasn't said a peep. Presumably she will confer with you beforehand. Though it's not like it'll get any quieter even if the two decide to strike out on their own. That was certainly true enough, as several of the other orphans Colin had taken in were still in secondary. They were all good kids, and despite the traumas of their early childhood had adjusted quite well growing up. Perhaps that was because they had found a second mother in Koton, and a stern but fair second father in Heinrich. Colin still felt a lingering guilt dumping the kids on her parents like that, but she had done what she could when she was in Tokyo. There was just so much work demanding her time, and more things seemed to come up with each passing hour. Well, I still have a few more matters to attend to before dinner, Heinrich said. I presume I will see you and Cole there. Colin flashed a wry smile. Of course, father. I wouldn't dream of missing it. Very good then. Heinrich was about to turn away and take his leave when he caught sight of a sudden shift in Colin's expression. Or rather, the way it seemed to freeze up. Is something the matter? The way that Colin now looked at him, it was clear his daughter was trying to decide whether to tip her hand or to wait. Despite her best efforts to hide it, Heinrich had long been aware that Colin possessed a certain something that allowed her to become aware of news or bits of information well before she could be provided it by her assistants. Just how Colin achieved this Heinrich did not know, but whether or not she openly demonstrated this foreknowledge on any particular matter was a pretty good indicator of a situation's severity. There's been an insurgent strike in Ireland, Colin said, having elected in this case to do just that. They were able to damage the Avalon, and Duke Rochester was aboard. Heinrich inhaled sharply. Is Edward all right? He's alive, but he's definitely been hurt, Colin answered, then started for the palace's communications room. I need to get in contact with Pendragon, I'm sure I'll be receiving orders shortly. When the door opened to grant entrance to the group of officers waiting outside, they were obliged to step aside as a Japanese maid emerged, cradling the sleeping Prince Wilhelm in her arms. Another maid trailed after the first, and the two might as well have also been armsmen charged with the Crown Prince's protection considering their martial competency. Seeing as the young prince was the only surviving child of the Empress Euphemia, little wonder he was handled with such care. The Crown Prince's health was not what the officers were here to discuss however, and as they entered they found Euphemia herself seated waiting for them, with her husband the Prince Consort Rybert standing behind her in his role as her knight. The officers bowed. Your Majesty, Andreas said for himself and the others. Marshal, Euphemia said, then got straight to the point. Report. Our current assessment of the situation is that an Irish Republican Army cell using weapons left over from Irish Defence Force stockpiles. We have confirmed the usage of at least one relatively modern radar-guided anti-air missile, as well as several less capable man-portable anti-air missiles. Cumulatively however they possessed enough firepower to damage the Avalon's primary float system and force the ship to make a crash landing. How were they able to maneuver such weapons into position without detection? That is still undergoing investigation, Your Majesty, Andreas replied. The only thing that can be said for certain is that this operation took considerable expertise to execute. At least some of those involved were certainly former military personnel, and the complicity of elements of the domestic Irish Garda cannot be ruled out. Euphemia's lips thinned. It would appear that strategic patience has revealed the limits of its utility. Seeing as that was not an invitation for Andreas to comment, the man remained silent. Do you have any recommendations, Marshal? Euphemia asked after a few moments. The strategic situation has shifted, but not considerably so, Your Majesty, Andreas stated. The basic problem remains, we need to find and secure all of the weapons that the Irish hid away before our forces landed. While a surge in manpower may aid in the detection of such weapons if they are moved, unfortunately it is simply infeasible to attempt an active search for them, not without intelligence leads pointing us to potential caches. The Empress tilted her head aside thoughtfully. If such leads were to develop in earnest, do we have enough manpower in Ireland to pursue them? It was in some respect an odd question, seeing as one could not just will information to appear. At the same time there was a practical aspect to it, which was whether the troop numbers in Ireland were sufficient to begin with. Presently, likely not, Your Majesty, Andreas thus answered. While our forces are geared towards active counterinsurgency, large numbers are also tied down in garrison duty to maintain a visible presence in the major population centers and at least a passing presence in the rural regions. Euphemia nodded. I see. And do we have the reserves necessary to bolster those numbers to the levels necessary? This time Andreas was not quite able to hide his confusion, mild as it was, from his tone. We do, Your Majesty. That confusion was obviously picked up by the Empress as she flashed a slight and brief smile. See that the necessary arrangements are made for this augmentation, Marshal, Euphemia ordered. I will handle the other matters. Andreas clicked his heels together and bowed his head. By your command, Your Majesty. and took his leave with the other officers. Once the door closed, Euphemia reached over and picked up the phone. Please inform the Princess Colin and the Baron Stottfeld that I wish to see both of them in Pendragon. Her father was feeling grumpy and worried. Not that Colin blamed him, being directly summoned by Euphemia in the wake of the Irish insurgent attack would give anyone pause, even her. And while she did not share her father's irritating, she did share his concern. Whatever Euphemia wanted to discuss with the two of them about obviously had some part in the response the Empress intended. That response was almost guaranteed to be testing, but to what degree, and on whom, remained to be seen. As the two entered Euphemia's presence, father and daughter bowed respectfully. You summoned us, Your Majesty, Heinrich spoke for both. That I did, Euphemia responded, hands clasped before her on the desk. Before we proceed to business, however, I thought you would like to know. Duke Rochester has been stabilized, and while the road to recovery is likely to be long and arduous, the doctors are confident that he will make a recovery. And whatever assistance he might need along that path, I intend to see to it that he receives. Heinrich nodded. My thanks for informing me, Your Majesty. Euphemia's lips quirked ever so slightly, but there was scant humor on them. Don't thank me quite just yet, Baron. As you likely suspect, the Duke's condition makes it impossible for him to continue in his duties as Prime Minister. What time and energy he has needs to be dedicated solely to his rehabilitation. Which leaves me with a vacancy that needs filling. A slight growl sounded in Heinrich's throat. Your Majesty must be joking. The Empress met Heinrich's gaze levelly. Baron Heinrich Stottfeld. Will you accept the charge of forming a government in my name? You're serious? Heinrich said incredulously. And why would I not be? The hesitation lasted all of a second before Heinrich responded with his usual frankness. Your Majesty, you are aware that despite having a seat in the Lords, I have spent very little time or effort establishing the sort of relations and partnerships necessary to forge a majority. Furthermore, you have plenty of other candidates far better qualified to form a government than I. Lawrence, for one, he's been serving as the Exchequer, I mean, the Minister of Finance, for the past decade. Then there's your uncle, whom I am certain would come out of retirement if you so requested. Duke Kraft remained Minister of Finance in the Rochester government because he remains indispensable in that role, Euphemia said, hence why I asked Duke Rochester to form the new government in the first place. And while my dear uncle would certainly come to my aid if I so asked, that would only delay the inevitable transition. And despite your claims to the contrary, Baron, you are held in high regard by a significant number of the peerage, especially amongst your fellow centralists. Furthermore, you are on amicable terms with several liberal peers, and the two parties combined would have a clear majority in the House of Lords, even ignoring the seats that remain under my direct control. Heinrich's jaw tightened as Euphemia one by one cut down his excuses and arguments. It was clear enough that the Empress had made up her mind, and no amount of complaining on his part was going to let him wheedle out of this, at least not without completely destroying her opinion, and likely Colin's as well, of him. And while he might have been prepared to suffer the censure of the former, the latter Euphemia knew he would not risk. I presume this is why you requested to see both of us, Your Majesty, he said dryly. Euphemia offered a slight smile. I have other matters that I need to discuss with Colin, but yes, that was a consideration. Another growl sounded, but that was the extent to which Heinrich verbalized his irritation. I have a few conditions for accepting this task. You may assume I have acceded to them, Euphemia said without hesitation. The ready acceptance did nothing to reduce Heinrich's irritation. Euphemia knew he would not demand anything completely outlandish after all, whatever the Baron's temptation. There was little point protesting or dragging this further out, however. The Empress had given him a job, and he needed to perform it to the best of his ability. In that case, Your Majesty, I had best get to work, Heinrich bowed, excusing himself instead of waiting for a dismissal. Euphemia smiled warmly at the man, not letting his flippancy bother her in the least. My thanks, Baron. After a quick nod to Colin, Heinrich retreated from the room. When the doors closed, Colin raised an eyebrow at Euphemia. Okay, I was not expecting that, the older woman said. Euphemia sighed. Development in Ireland is having widespread ramifications, Colin. Both politically and militarily. She now looked Colin squarely in the eye. I was hoping, as your father is lending me a hand in the former arena, you might be able to solve a problem for me in the latter. Colin's eyes narrowed at that. Lend a hand, now. Euphemia leaned back in her seat, fingers still clasped together but now with elbows on the armrest. The problem, Colin, is that when Britannia moved in to occupy Ireland, the Irish military squirreled away a great deal of military hardware, some of which they just used to force the Avalon to crash land. The continued possession by the Irish insurgency of this weapon is not acceptable, but short of performing an inch-by-inch search of the entire island we cannot guarantee we'd be able to find and secure all of it. You however, can. The frown deepened. Your Majesty, are you asking me to use my Geass against the Irish insurgency? I am. Colin said nothing immediately, instead looking over at Laura. She had wondered a bit at why her fellow knight was acting as Euphemia's guard, but with this respect the reason was evident enough. She looked back at Euphemia. Is that an order, Your Majesty? It is a request, Euphemia stated, but one I strongly urge you to accept. If we do not get a handle on the Irish situation, if this, Irish Republican Army, continues to employ modern arms against my soldiers, I am prepared to resort to considerably firmer measures to bring them to heel. Colin made an unhappy expression at that bit, but she did not make any outright protest either. She could understand Euphemia's rationale for this approach, especially considering the Irish had assassinated the Earl Mountbatten and now nearly managed to do the same to Duke Rochester, two people Euphemia was very close with personally. And unlike the Japanese, the Irish did not have the excuse of suffering outright persecution and deprivation for their lashing out. Not that they really needed such, since right now it was more a matter of pride and dignity motivating the Irish than more material wants. But still. What, exactly, are you asking of me, Your Majesty? Colin asked. I want you to find and take control of all of the weapons stockpiles the Irish have hidden away, Euphemia said. I will not ask you to actively hunt the IRA, but I also want you to prevent any further attacks that you become aware of, and as permanently as within your means. You will have full authority to act in my name, as my direct representative, and all civil and military authorities will be required to abide to your word. In other words, it was up to Colin to decide how many people she would kill in order to complete her mission. Well, her and the Irish insurgents of course, she had no control over them, and if they attempted something spectacular that required the Britonian military to gun them down, that was outside of Colin's control. But Euphemia's point was clear enough, even while she was ordering to bring Ireland to heel, she was also giving Colin a great deal of latitude on how to achieve the task. Would I be dispatched as Viceroy? Colin asked next. Euphemia shook her head. No. You would be going as my direct representative, the Knight of One. That saw Colin's eyes drift over to Laura again. While Victor, her father's, retirement had long been planned and prepared for, it certainly was not expected to happen quite so expeditiously. But then again that was probably the other reason why Laura was here, to signal that she and her father were aware of Euphemia's plans and acceded to them. Which meant it was now all on Colin to make up her mind. The Night Princess sighed. I can't say this was how I expected to gain the title, she said, and I know for a fact that this mission is going to suck, on a lot of levels. But, if you need me to handle the Irish situation, I will go. Euphemia's expression softened into one of gratitude. I know I am asking much of you on this, Colin, Euphemia said. And I promise, however you elect to approach the Irish problem, you will have my full support. Colin allowed herself a wry smile. I understand why you came to me for this one, Your Majesty. And in a way, I don't blame you for it either. At this point, there's no right or wrong in this conflict, it all boils down to where we draw the line on what we, Britannia, can and cannot accept. And as the saying goes, whoever draws his sword against the prince must throw away the scabbard. Colin let her sight sweep through the gathered crowd awaiting her. The security presence for her public appearance was significant, and the measures taken had managed to deal with almost all of the malcontents that were seeking to take advantage of said appearance. Almost. Your Highness, I must again protest the risk you are running, the officer in charge of those arrangements said. Colin gave him a not totally unsympathetic look, even if a hint of irritation was creeping in. My orders stand, Major, and those orders have been backed by the Empress herself. While the neutralization of insurgents is of high priority, the safety of the public is paramount. The man's lips thinned and there was still a significant amount of doubt in his eyes, and to be fair he had plenty of reason for concern. Britannia's hold on Ireland, while having significantly improved since the start of Colin's tenure as the senior officer in the field, was still far from fully solidified. With every IRA cell captured or destroyed outright, the survivors became even more determined to dig in and fight to the last. By this point the IRA and its sympathizers were starting to realize that the Empire would not be ejected from Ireland, that Britannia was prepared to pay the cost in blood, its own and theirs, necessary to turn the island fully into just another extension of the imperial realm. Awareness of this determination however did not lessen their own determination to resist until the bitter end. For some, the struggle so defined them now that they would rather die than lay down their arms. For such individuals, all Colin could do was grant them a relatively clean death with the minimum of fallout. But then there were those that, even if not happy with their circumstances, were at least prepared to make the best of it. And then there were those that actually looked to Britannia to better their lot, or to right the things that were left wrong under the old regime. It was to this latter group that Colin was about to put an appearance before, and which the Princess Knight was determined to present the image that she wanted shown, not one that she was forced into by other circumstances. Hence the importance of the Major obeying both the letter and intent of her orders. Then again if Colin suspected that he might at all disobey those orders out of his sense of duty, she would have relieved him from command already. Initiative was important, but her subordinates needed to also trust her to judge the degree of risk that was worthwhile. And in this case, Colin considered the risk well warranted. Your personnel are to hold fire until and unless I give the order, Colin emphasized once more. Is that clear, Major? Reluctantly, the man nodded. Yes, Your Highness. As satisfied as she could be, Colin stepped out onto the platform. The murmurs of the crowd slowly died down as they watched her approach the podium. Fortunately, so far all the actors for this day were following their roles. Time would tell how long that would last. Colin was now behind the podium, and after one more glance at the crowd, she began speaking. When the Britannian Empire assumed custody of the British Isles, it assumed responsibility for the welfare of all those that called those islands home. That welfare included not only ensuring the basic needs of the people were met, but also that a sense of dignity was preserved. Dignity, that is a charge that the Empire has all too often failed to uphold in the past, much as with my own home of Japan. But it is something we can and are doing better on, day by day, year by year. And though it should not have surprised me, it is a charge that others have failed to uphold as well, including many of the institutions that you relied on before Ireland's incorporation into the Empire. And set the tone for the rest of her speech. While admitting to Britannia's failures, Colin was here to discuss the failures of Irish institutions from before the Empire's occupation. Failures that frankly were legion. The investigation by the Crown has uncovered not only testimony but outright documentation of unspeakable crimes committed by the Catholic institutions within this country, Colin continued. The accusations of sexual abuse, of molestation, and outright rape, is attested by not only the words of the victims, but also in the records maintained by the Church itself. And amongst those records are notes and letters wherein the Church authorities openly emphasized the need to prevent these abuses from coming to light for the sake of preserving the Church's reputation. Little to no emphasis was placed on providing justice for the victims, or preventing new ones from being created. The disquiet in the crowd was considerable now. But there was also a sense of relief, of vindication, for many of those gathered today were those very victims Colin spoke of. In light of the deep-rooted nature of this rot, in my capacity as a Knight of Honor to Her Majesty the Empress Euphemia, I have ordered the immediate arrest of all persons suspected of sexual abuse amongst the Church's clergy and layman employees, Colin declared, to stand trial before Her Majesty's courts. The reaction this time was even sharper. Gasps, cries, even a few people fainting outright here and there. It seemed Colin had exceeded expectations for both sides of the matter. For too long have the guilty been allowed freedom to continue their crimes, for too long have their victims been made to suffer silently and without hope. That time ends here, and I swear, on the honor of my house, those that are found guilty of actively perpetrating or perpetuating the perpetration of such acts will face the ultimate sanction. In other words, death. For something like this, a successful prosecution was an automatic death sentence, not just for the rapists and molesters themselves, but also those that helped hide their crimes. The subterfuge and denial were too systemic to be a simple one-time misjudgment. The senior clergy responsible for shuffling their guilty brethren around had done so in full awareness of their continued sins. Such craven disregard would not be excused, not on Colin's watch, and certainly not on Euphemia's. Complicated expressions could be seen on many of the gathered. Some seemed stubbornly determined to not believe the Church's clergy could have been so corrupt. Others obviously felt a deep sense of betrayal at these revelations. The majority, however, seemed simply confused, as if not sure what to believe. Little surprise there. As heinous as the crimes were, the ones exposing them were the Britannians that they had grown up learning were tyrannical despots. Could it all be true? As Colin watched the crowd, she noted the slightest of movement on the other actor for today's little drama. Not that the man realized he was a player, not yet at least. There is one additional matter that I am here to address, Colin said, and I would recommend the man seated in the fourth row to my right and wearing the brown trench coat with the white scarf to refrain from any foolishness until I have spoken my piece. The man in question started, and the people immediately next to him were visibly taken aback when they realized their neighbor was the one being referenced. Currently 3 snipers have you in their sights, but I have issued explicit orders for them to hold fire to avoid injuring any of the innocents around you. A steady panic was rising in the man's body language, but even as his hands started gripping his gun, he was not quite prepared to draw it, yet. I am aware that you are carrying a pistol. My congratulations on successfully sneaking it through the security screen. By the way, we will need to account for the rather clever manner in which you hid it from our detectors for future events. The nonchalant manner of Colin's speech was now causing the rest of the audience to gap at her incredulously. The way in which the knight seemed in no way perturbed by the presence of a weapon obviously intended for her was shocking, to say the least. If you refrain from drawing that weapon, Colin continued, and elect to walk away, you have my word that none of the security personnel will impede your departure. We will forget this unfortunate slip of judgment, and you may go on with your life. If however you elect to draw your weapon and use it at this assembly, I will not bother ordering my snipers to cut you down. Colin's eyes hardened into an icy granite. I will do it myself, of that I also promise. The silence that settled upon the plaza was deafening in its absence of any noise. One would be hard-pressed to note even any breaths being taken. The seconds ticked away, then a full minute passed. And then the man shot up, sweeping aside his trench coat as his arm rose, gun in hand. It was an extravagant motion, and therefore an extremely wasteful one. The man's gun was still in the process of rising when a shot sounded, followed by panicked screams. The man's head jerked back, his eyes wide open in shock. Then the rest of his body followed as he toppled over, those seated by him hurriedly scrambling out of the way. Atop the platform, Colin flipped her pistol back into her holster, her arms barely having moved from her hip. She had made a promise after all, and she was a woman of her word. End of Epilogue 3. My surprise may actually be done sooner than I expected. At least, soon enough that I probably won't need to stretch out the publishing schedule for the rest of the epilogues. There are still more incoming. By the point in time described in the snippet, Colin has grown into a capable and experienced officer, not to mention the wealth of information and experience that access to Nemo and the thought elevators provide her with. The question a lot of you obviously would have is, why would Colin agree to do something like this when in the past she herself was an insurgent? Or why would I think I could portray her as that way? The answer to that is ultimately nuanced. Obviously my intent is to show that in the end Colin considers herself loyal to Britannia, or at the very least to Euphemia, and so was willing to undertake the pacification of Ireland at the Empress' request. Beyond that loyalty, however, Colin has other reasons for doing so. The first is that by this point she is no longer driven so much by passion and fervor, meaning she is able to weigh the issue of practicality as well. Britannia is not going to let Ireland go, no more than it would have let Japan go. While the Britannia that Euphemia rules is not outright genocidal, it also still does not have any compunction against killing people that try to rise up in arms against it. If general uprisings arose in Ireland, they would have been put down, hard, and would keep getting put down until either the people remaining gave up or left. The Empire can still be rather bloody-minded. Colin knows this, and so chooses to basically declaw the Irish opposition as thoroughly as possible to head off greater bloodshed. Now the difference between herself and Suzaku here is that Colin is fully aware and admits that she's basically imposing Britannian rule upon the people, and doesn't lie to herself or anyone else about what exactly she is doing. No one is forcing her to kill these people, she made that decision herself. When she arrives to take command, Colin gives a speech wherein she publicly acknowledges that what she is here to do is to crush the dream of Irish independence. She also basically invites anyone who wants to aspire to that dream still to come at her. One of the publicly acknowledged assassination attempts is by the IRA, as is one of the not publicly acknowledged. Second, Colin by this point no longer considers statehood to equate a people or ethnicity or culture. To her the Japanese are still the Japanese, they just happen to have Britannian citizenship. After Euphemia rolls back the more coercive aspects of Britannian cultural indoctrination, most of Colin's major objections to Britannian state policy goes away. It is inevitable that Britannian culture will seep into Japan and change things, but the reverse is also true, that Japanese culture will feed back into Britannia and cause its own changes. At which point whether the Japanese are able to retain a distinct ethnical/social identity comes down to their own choices, and if it fades away, then so be it, as Colin feels she has no more right to force people to be Japanese than to be Britannian, culturally. This means that statehood devolves down to, in Colin's opinion at least, an issue solely about resources and its allocation and distribution and not about identity. As such, while Colin might sympathize with those who insist on having a nation of their own in order to establish the identity their sense of self-worth requires, Colin does not agree with that particular need. Britannia is imperfect, but it is working to provide her people, both Japanese in general and her provincial subjects, with the means to prosperity. It's also willing to do the same to the Irish, or at least those that will stop trying to shoot at Britannians. That being the case, and the world being imperfect in general, Colin is prepared to compromise and prioritize the needs of her people, all her peoples, over the desire of a group to remove a set of resources, the island of Ireland in this instance, from Britannia, because at this point in her mind, if these people think that they need a nation called Ireland to still be Irish, their sense of culture was not that strong to begin with, and what they actually want has nothing to do with retaining their culture, nor will it end with them getting their own country, so there is no point in accommodating them. It's similar to the realization that Lelich had in Canon, wherein he determined that the Japanese do not need to be in Japan to still be Japanese. Finally, Colin recognizes that she's the best person for this particular job. No assassination attempt is going to work on her, and she can see most of them out far enough that they can be nipped in the bud long beforehand. The two that the public are aware of are because they were a bit too public to keep under wraps. You can assume that the IRA went to some considerable lengths to try to off her on more than 2 occasions. This doesn't even mention the fact that with her Geass, Colin is able to basically find literally every arms cache in Ireland and basically completely disarm the civilian population of unregistered weapons, and interdict attempts to smuggle in weapons from the continent. Colin basically crushes the insurgency over the course of a year, and by 1980 active resistance is effectively over. Passive resistance continues for quite a bit longer, but that's not what she was sent to deal with. It's also why she was sent explicitly as the commander of the armed forces, not as a governor-general or viceroy. Euphemia has someone else handle the civilian side of things during and after Colin's stint. Author notes for the whole Catholic Church thing are part of Epilogue 8's notes. The reason why will be clear in those notes. Since we touched slightly upon the current geopolitical landscape of the empire in this epilogue, I thought I would do a bit more in-depth deep dive. I think I did a write-up before, but as with all notes there's quite a bit of work in progress associated with them as the story develops. The closer a note is to the ending, the more likely it is to be the definitive version, so if there are any contradictions, the later note wins out. Political power in Britannia is generally recognized to be split in three ways. The first is obviously the crown, the sovereign, the person whom wields the most power as a single individual. A significant amount of that power comes from the fact that the military's formal chain of command starts and ends with the sovereign, not with the sitting government. Legally, the reigning sovereign could actually order the military to shut down parliament, but in frankness no sovereign would actually be stupid enough to try. Respect for a sovereign's orders plays a large part in the willingness of the military to obey those orders, and trying to shut down the legislative portion of the government would not help with that respect. Next is the peerage, represented by the House of Lords. The peerage's power comes from the fact that to form a government, you need to be able to command a majority in the Lords, not the Commons, and any appropriations bill needs to come from the Lords, even if the Commons' consent is required for it to actually pass. The other portion of power held by the peerage, or rather the great peers that serve as provincial lords, is the right to field small armies of their own, generally limited to a single division. Some peers don't bother recruiting to that limit, maintaining standing armies is expensive after all, but on the whole the expectation is that should all of the great peers unite, they would stand a credible chance of offsetting the military strength commanded by the emperor, and thus serve as a check against the emperor being too tyrannical, from the peerage's perspective. How good a chance such a nominally united front would have to topple a reigning sovereign is another matter entirely, but the threat in being does exist and is something that all sovereigns have to at least acknowledge. The last point of this triangle is of course the voting electorate, represented by the House of Commons. The Commons' primary claim to power is the fact that only it can propose new taxes. Attempts to rescind old ones however can come from either house. Other than that, it must be recalled that the average imperial subject is not a noble, and participate in governance only via their vote for a representative in the House of Commons. Voting is actually mandatory in the empire, assuming you are eligible, and election days are national holidays to facilitate it. Failure to vote without a really good excuse will see your right to vote rescinded, and you can only earn it back by doing a 2-year stint of imperial service, which could be in the military or in some other public service work. Representatives also serve a single 8-year stint and cannot be re-elected, to avoid the Commons turning into another House of Lords in all but name. The balance of power between the Commons and the Lords serves different purposes. The Commons is intended to serve as a window into the empire's shifting demography, to act as a pulse of the current concerns. The Lords serve as a brake against too impetuous a course of action, to provide a long-term perspective. Together, the compromise that the two strike is supposed to serve as the least worst means of ensuring the empire's long-term prospects while simultaneously seeing to the short-term needs of the citizenry. Is it perfect? Far from it. But it works enough to keep the empire as a whole going, and that's the most you could ask of any form of governance. In terms of the political factions at play, they can be broken down into the following. We'll start from right to left. The Conservative Association would be the rightmost of the political parties. It is composed of conservative nobles that are primarily interested in the preservation of the peerage's prerogatives, the rest of society be damned. They for obvious reasons have basically no representation in the Commons, but they did have a decent size in the Lords, until Lelich's commandeered Die Command killed something like 90% of their membership because of their blood ties to the imperial family. The survivors have kept a very low profile after the two preeminent members of the association, KN and Alberia, failed in their attempted coup as well. Even by the time of this chapter, the association is pretty much a non-entity as far as political power goes, since so many of the seats reverted back to Euphemia and she sure as hell has not been granting them to anyone that would want to join the association's ranks. The centralists are next, and as you might expect their name means they are to the center-right of the political spectrum. Still somewhat conservative, but its membership is not reactionary to the point of ossified. The centralists are generally considered to be fiscal conservatives, in the classical sense, not in the penny-pinching lowest bidder race to the bottom misers of modern sense, while socially they show a great deal more flexibility. While the centralists are generally supportive of civil rights, they're not as proactive as some of the left-leaning parties. More specifically, to the centralists, it is better to have a law that amounts to, everyone should be treated equally, rather than a law that bans specific types of discrimination. And yes, there is a distinction. The centralists have healthy representation in both the Lords and the Commons, and counts amongst their numbers such personages as Heinrich Stadtfeld, Edward Rochester, and after his elevation Lawrence Craft. Reuben Ashford was also a member prior to his retirement. And while Euphemia did not hold a seat in the Lords prior to her ascension as Empress, she would have been a centralist if she had been granted a royal dukedom. Interestingly, while the de facto leader of the centralists during the Emperor Charles's reign was the Prince Schneeisel was actually not a centralist himself. Instead he was a member of the next faction we'll talk about. The Crown Loyalists are hard to pin down on the political spectrum, since their primary commonality is not a specific political doctrine as much as it is a belief that the sovereign will, in general, look out for the best interests of the citizenry as best he or she can. This results in a rather wide variation of actual political philosophy amongst its members, but on the whole they are considered more right than left. Proportionally the Loyalists actually had a larger representation in the Commons than it did in the Lords, seeing as being a Loyalist in the Commons offered a great deal of tactical flexibility when it came time to vote. As the sovereign rarely if ever outright endorsed specific pieces of legislation, you could pretty much vote whichever way you wanted and still claim to wholeheartedly support your liege. Of course there will be times when the sovereign does endorse a bill, so that can be a double-edged tool. In addition to Schneeisel, Odysseus and Cornelia were both also Crown Loyalists, or rather Crown Royalists, as the nickname went. One added detail here, only a few members of the immediate imperial family get a seat in the Lords. Odysseus as heir primus held a seat as the Duke of Cornwall, Schneeisel as the Duke of York, and Cornelia as the Duchess of Cambridge. Had Euphemia further distinguished herself in her service, she might have also been granted a royal dukedom, but as mentioned previously she would have joined the ranks of the Centralists instead of the Crown Royalists. Colin and Millie are also counted as Crown Royalists when they assume their seats as the Duchess of Tokyo and Duchess of Detroit respectively. Now on to the left, the largest of which would be the Liberal Party, a centre-left party. Note that they are liberal by Brightonian definitions. The Liberals generally are a bit more proactive in the civil rights and civic reform department. They're the ones that push for a lot of legislation that actively tries to improve the lot of the common citizenry. This often sets them at loggerheads with the centralists, since application of these policies costs money, and the conservatives, whom dislikes anything smacking of handouts or impingements upon their prerogative. On the whole however the liberals get along decently with the centralists, whom are interested in reforms that make civil society run more efficiently and which reduces the ingrained racisms or systemic inequalities that have built up. In turn the liberals usually support whomever the centralists support as prime minister, primarily because the liberal presence in the Lords is not large enough to warrant them being able to pick the prime minister. They do have a good chunk of the Commons however, and generally the two centre parties work together to strike the best balance they can. One noble, or rather royal, patron the liberals counted on was actually the Princess Mary Bell, whom took an especial interest in law enforcement reform, even though Mary Bell herself did not have a seat in the Lords. Not surprisingly, the liberals really disliked the Ordo Hereticus and Euphemia's revocation of that Ordo's writ earned her a lot of goodwill from them. Much further to the left would be the last major political party in Britannia, though major doesn't necessarily translate to substantial. The Labour Party is the furthest to the left, and not surprisingly is primarily represented in the Commons. These are the guys that advocate for actual decreased military spending, generous government welfare programs, and other populist policies like that. Broadly speaking, the majority of the peerage considers them to be borderline crackpots, Heinrich and Edward included, but their manifesto is popular with a good portion of the working class. It's enough to give them a decent percentage of the seats in the Commons, but Labour has never been able to take part in a ruling coalition, if only because the usual combination of centralists and liberals have never needed Labour's votes to advance their shared agenda. And Labour's severe lack in the Lords means it doesn't actually offer much advantage when trying to form a government, whereas in the past the Conservative Association at least could manage to wring some concessions out of the government because of its numbers in the Lords. There is a fairly deeply ingrained suspicion of populism in Britannia, and while with passing generations it does wane, Labour's biggest problem is that those of its policy proposals that do start becoming mainstream, the Liberals have no problem co-opting and striking a bargain with the centralists to pass. As a consequence, Labour never manages to directly claim credit for these things, and on the whole remains more of an outlet for what passes for the far left in Britannia to vent than any sort of genuine policymaker. There is a smattering of other parties, but none of them have substantial enough representation to really matter in either the Lords or the Commons. Quite a few don't even manage to get their candidates into the Commons, so we'll stop here. I think that's about it for the political info dump. At this point I think the author notes might well match the actual epilogues, but that should tell you guys just how much background work went into crafting this story. There isn't really a way to do a straight comparison of my version of Britannia with the canon version. The Code Geass anime was ultimately a drama story that took place with a war and some political maneuvering as a backdrop, but the war and politics was never developed sufficiently to actually tell you much of anything useful about the world as a whole. Then there's the fact that all sides seemed able to basically deploy bipedal combat mechs and giant flying warships at will. The level of technology and the wealth required to pull this sort of thing off is beyond any real-world nation even in modern times, and is also to a certain extent beyond the Britannia that I've written, at least at the time period of the epilogue. At the same time, my version of Britannia is actually more ruthless than the canon Britannia. Or rather, less strategically stupid. If my version of Britannia saw a giant flying fleet headed its way, its response would not be to send out its own fleets to try to match it force for force, it would be to see if it could nuke the incoming fleet then and there and be done with it. At the nation-state level, once the Code Geass story moved beyond the localized rebellion in Japan, the anime generally had battles fought between two sides that had comparable field strength. That may make for great visuals and whatnot, but it makes for piss-poor military strategy. In the real world, fighting an enemy head-on is a last resort. In fiction like Code Geass, you charge headlong into the teeth if the enemy for great glory. Chapter 149, Epilogue 4. Empire Day, celebrated July 1st every year to commemorate the founding of the Holy Britannian Empire, always sees a large military parade conducted in Pendragon as a reminder of the blood that was shed to build Britannia's greatness. In the year 1974 CE, preparations for the festivities were conducted with overhanging clouds. The Empress Euphemia was once again pregnant but having miscarried already. Despite the prayers of her subjects, great concern remained in the air for Her Majesty and her unborn child. Notice had already been issued that Her Majesty would be unlikely to attend the formal review of the marching troops, with the princesses Millicent and Colin standing in her stead. On the day of the parade Her Majesty the Empress was indeed not present, but upon the arrival of the Princess Millicent the absence of the Princess Colin was immediately noted. Furthermore, before Her Highness assumed her place on the viewing stands, several changes were hastily made. As the crowds and waiting soldiers watched, the flag bearing the heraldry of the Princess Millicent was actually removed. In its place, and one position down after also displacing the heraldry of the Princess Colin, was a new one bereft of the red dragon of Wales and the coronet white feathers of the heir primus. Where the Princess Millicent's flag was previously draped, a new flag was raised, one with solely the symbols now absent from Her Highness heraldry. As the Princess Millicent took her place, her smile shining upon those gathered, a thunderous roar swept through the masses as they grasped the meaning of this change. Thus was Britannia, and the world, informed of the birth of Wilhelm Jonathan Andreas, Prince of Wales, heir primus to the throne. Of blood and iron, the reign of Euphemia I. Epilogue 4. Hin iter ad astra. So overall, based on our experience handling the Enterprise, we're fairly certain we have a good grasp of what a serial production version of a nuclear-powered vessel would require, stated Admiral Greenfield, the naval representative of the War Staff. The Ashford Foundation and Rainford Group have both iterated over the reactor design and believe they can substantially simplify a few aspects as well, to allow for easier construction and maintenance. That would be promising, considering the projected expenses, Euphemia said lightly. The gathered officers offered wry smiles at that bit. At their level of responsibility they were far more cognizant of the costs involved in maintaining and equipping a modern military with ever more advanced weapons. The billions of pounds being set aside for the new generation of ships Greenfield was discussing might be buying the most advanced weapons yet, but in truth the procurement process was endless, as was about to be demonstrated now. The additional experience that we will gain from operating this new generation of surface ships should help considerably in assessing the design constraints of a spaceborne deployment of a nuclear reactor, Greenfield continued. In truth though, our experiences with a submersible deployment of a reactor will likely produce more relevant lessons, since the proposed liquid metal-cooled reactors intended for our submarines have characteristics that seem more suitable for deployment in the vacuum, low-gravity environment of orbit and beyond. That remained to be seen, or rather it remained to be seen how long it would take Britannia to get to the point of mastering that type of technology to be able to take full advantage of its features. The direction itself was set based on advice from Colin, whom was not present today, and Rye, whom was seated next to Euphemia as a direct participant and as a representative of Camelot, of which the Prince Consort was also the director of now. Rye and Colin's remarks about how a sodium-cooled fast reactor constituted a Gen 4 design was a pretty good indication of just how challenging, and expensive, that would be however. At the same time, I'm sure the projected power budgets the proposed designs offer has the conceptual designers salivating at their options, Greenfield said somewhat dryly as he glanced in Rye's direction. The Prince Consort offered a wry smirk in response. As director of Camelot, he was the one that vetted the designs and concepts his engineers came up with and selected from amongst them to approach the government, or rather Euphemia, for funding. There was mention of a nuclear-pumped X-ray laser floating around the Institute, Rye said, as part of Project Orion's weapons complement. Practical challenges are however considerable. As ever, Rye's penchant for understatement would be funnier if he was not talking about a new generation of weapons whose destructive capacity far eclipsed that of anything man had imagined previously. Then again, seeing as his own timeline had developed those very same weapons and Rye had effectively first-hand experience with their use, if anyone could be trusted to shepherd their emergence in this iteration it was probably him. All indications are not even the concentrated burst of energy provided by the detonation of a nuclear warhead would be sufficient to excite the plasma used in generating the X-rays to achieve the short wavelengths required, Rye continued. Modeling done by my researchers suggest that we would require a fusion reactor to meet the energy budget required. Assuming of course their numbers for a fusion reactor's power output are correct. So many qualifiers there, and some contingent on technology that humanity did not even yet possess the ability to build. But then again, that was the point of research, to explore where next to push the bounds of human capability. If the modeling is based off of Nina's work at the Foundation, then they are probably in the right ballpark, Euphemia stated. Still, this is sounding like further work should be deferred until we can actually produce a practical power source of that scale. There are a few other related challenges that they can continue working on, Rai stated. Progress towards a deployable version will however remain limited until, as Your Majesty has said, we achieve a practical fusion number $$ design. Heads turned in Rai's direction and frowns appeared. The prince consort returned the quizzical gazes with one of his own. What? He asked. Rybert, Euphemia said worriedly. What did you just say? The fusion reactor number $%. There was no mistaking it this time, and it seemed even Rai heard it now. Mixed in with his speech was a momentary garbled noise, a noise that sounded not so much as if Rai was misspeaking but as if the listeners could not pick out the sounds of each syllable he was uttering. Rybert. The concern in Euphemia's tone was measurably increasing. The man frowned, opening his mouth again, but before he could speak his entire body seemed to shudder. No, not shudder, his form actively wavered. Rybert. With the newest iteration of the supersonic jet provided for the use of Britannia's royals and other important personages, the trip from Japan to Pendragon had been cut down to 10 hours. Impressive as that was, every passing minute was almost a minute too long and there had been considerable thought as to whether Colin should try to use the California Thought elevator to cut short her travel time. As it was, it actually would not have saved her much if any time. Colin was really starting to rue the loss of the New York Thought elevator. Another reason for her flight over was the necessity of bringing some medical instrumentation along with. Or rather, data processing instrumentation, if one wanted to be more precise. Rai's condition after all was not an issue of health, but of existence outright. When Colin entered the room where Rai was nominally resting, the man's figure was visibly, fritzing, for lack of a better word. His form was shaky, as if he was being viewed on a static-filled display. That such a thing should be literally, physically impossible hardly mattered when it was actually happening. Euphemia's eyes lit up at the sight of Colin and Rai jerkily looked over as well. Number. Colin grimaced, walking over and taking hold of Rai. Mum. Rai said. I'm right here, Rai, Colin said reassuringly. Rai nodded, his reaction rather subdued considering his situation. Is he going to be all right? Euphemia asked. No, pleaded. Colin grimaced. I think we have a workaround to this, but we should expect definite side effects. The Empress took a deep breath, obviously trying to constrain her fears and hopes. I thought we had dealt with this already, she said softly. It was not an accusation, Euphemia was not so capricious as that. It was however a sign of the despair creeping upon her. Rai took hold of her hand and squeezed gently. We thought, he said. And it has given me far more time than I was previously warranted. Not enough, the Empress said firmly. Not nearly enough, Rybert. To that Rai smiled, trying to offer what reassurance he could. Colin tried to keep her own expression encouraging, but Rai was not wrong in his words. The truth of the matter was that Rai did not possess an independent existence. For all intents and purposes, the Rai that was seated between Colin and Euphemia was a projection of archived data from the last iteration, specifically archived data of the Rai of that timeline. In this regard he was not so different from the archived data of past Geass holders, except for his ability to retain new data, or in common parlance, memories. That ability made him functionally identical to an actual human being, but his continued ability to literally exist in the Matrium was contingent on the Thought Elevator's system continuing to dedicate resources to his projection and accumulation of new data. And the difficulty of preserving his overall data integrity while continuing to provision for his life was the biggest reason why, despite the first iteration figuring out a way to inject data into new universes that followed after the destruction of a prior one, they had not attempted to restore their own existence in the new universe. I need to take Rai back to the common island Thought Elevator, Colin said. It's where his master copy is maintained, and Lelich and I can use that to fix at least some of the data corruption he's suffering from. But, there will definitely still be gaps in some of his memories from after he emerged from the Thought Elevator. Whatever it takes, Euphemia implored. Colin nodded. We will do our utmost, Euphemia, of that I promise. Euphemia smiled gratefully at Colin, but the worry was still plainly evident in her eyes. As she looked over at Rai, the prince consort reached out and caressed her cheeks. The things that I have been given opportunity to do, he said, are more than I could have ever asked for. But to have granted you at least a measure of happiness, to have shared in the joy of our family, of our son. That by itself has been worth every hardship that has been meted out to me. To that Euphemia offered a much warmer smile, even as she took hold of Rai's hand and pressed it against her face. It is a selfish thing for me to say, but that you have been at my side for all these years, that by itself is all I care about. So please, Rybert. Return to me, even if you do so far from whole. Whatever you end up missing, I shall offer you myself to make whole once more. So long as you do not leave me, nothing else matters. End of Epilogue 4. More hints about the future Britannian space program, including an effort to put into orbit a nuclear-powered space cruiser equipped with nuclear-pumped X-ray lasers. Project Orion on steroids. This one actually Euphemia may not live to see, since it's so expensive and complicated that the Empire will certainly be doing smaller, simpler efforts first. When the truth about the thought elevators and the original Nunnally was revealed, at least one reader raised the question of, if the first iteration could send enough data to completely describe a person, why couldn't they use that method to basically resurrect themselves in the next iteration? A partial explanation has now been provided in the chapter proper, and I'll explain the rest of it here. Succinctly, the more complex something is, the more difficult it is to literally edit the world's data in order to instantiate it, and in my story, the human mind is an extraordinarily complex thing. While it is entirely possible to create a very realistic facsimile of these minds, which is what the projections of the Geass holders' data are, it is an entirely different matter to instantiate an out-and-out genuine person capable of independent and evolving thought, because there is an active feedback loop between that person's mind and the C's world that the thought elevators tap into as its computation and power generation medium. It takes a lot of bandwidth to deal with this feedback loop, with the consequence that errors can slip through. And as those errors accumulate, well, Rai wasn't fritzing for no reason, and that's just the thought elevator trying to maintain one person. This is not a problem that is taking Colin and CO by surprise. As Colin hinted at, they had tried an earlier workaround to try to provide Rai with additional support to keep his error rate in check. It's obviously not worked, and now she and Lelich will have to try to come up with other tricks. They're not sure if they can keep this up indefinitely either. The estimate they've reached is that Rai is going to be lucky if he reaches 50 years old before the cumulative errors are just not recoverable from and he falls apart completely. Even when they are able to restore his integrity to a workable state, it's going to kind of be like dealing with someone suffering from Alzheimer's, wherein he may or may not be fully there anymore, which is going to be very emotionally hard on everyone involved. But every year they get closer to that upper limit they count as a victory, and for Euphemia's and Wilhelm's and of course Rai's own sake they're going to be working very, very hard to pull that off. This hasn't come up yet, but in case anyone is wondering, Colin's son's name is Karl. Colin Statfeld Kaujaki. Kaed Statfeld Kraft. Karl Statfeld Kraft. A lot of KSKs here. So fun bit of trivia. In the original Japanese, Colin and Hollow shared the same voice actress. So in point of fact it could be argued that Hollow has always been in the story, spiritually at least, represented by Colin herself. And considering what happens to Colin, there are some rather striking parallels. I don't have any plans to show a direct assassination attempt on Colin, mostly because I just don't have the energy to work out the details. The last chapter will however include in its author notes a list of all the abandoned or discarded storylines that were intended to run parallel to the main story, and there's I think 2 that would have involved such an assassination attempt. It's ultimately a frigging long list, which should tell all of you just how much larger the story could have gotten had I elected to actually develop everything I originally intended. I don't know whether I should be simply disheartened or outright exasperated when a reader continues to persist in treating the canon anime's depiction of Britannia as indicative of how my version of Britannia works. It really boggles the mind how one could make it through over 140 chapters and actually believe there is any equivalence between the two beyond some names, since I openly and loudly violated canon left and right in order to tell the story I wanted. Literally, what someone did in the canon anime has almost no relevance to what kind of person they are in my story. Similarly, what Britannia would do in the anime offers no clues as to how my version of Britannia works. This I've repeated multiple times. If none of this is getting through, I honestly have no idea what story the reader actually read. It certainly was not one I wrote. Chapter 150, Epilogue V. Despite the turbulent history that followed its initial incorporation into the Holy Britannian Empire, Japan and its people have remained one of the most loyal regions since. This loyalty is due in no small part to a sense of personal loyalty the Japanese people feel for the imperial family, first engendered when the then Princess Euphemia assumed the position of viceroy and enacted a series of reforms that restored not only a measure of prosperity but also dignity to the Japanese populace. After assuming the throne, the Empress continued to show Japan a special favor, as evidenced by her appointment of 2 individuals of Japanese heritage to the Knights of the Round, the Princess Colin Statfeld Kaujaki and Dame Mikasa Ackerman. This sense of personal loyalty was further reinforced by the actions of Her Majesty's only surviving child, the Prince Wilhelm. Not only did His Highness attend his secondary education in Japan at Ashford Academy, one of his personal caretakers of many years was one Sayoko Shinozaki, a former special police that had originally been recruited by the Ashford family to see to the care of the Princess Nunnally while she was in hiding. After Dame Shinosaki's tragic death shortly after the Prince Wilhelm turned 17, His Highness would without fail visit her resting place in Japan every year on November 9, her birthday, until his own failing health and old age precluded such excursions. This demonstration of appreciation and love for his personal retainer resonated heavily with the Japanese populace, whom to this day look after the family shrine where Dame Shinozaki was laid to rest. Of Blood and Iron, The Reign of Euphemia I. Epilogue V. Ut incipit fidelis sic permanet. Wilhelm paced back and forth, the usually calm and composed young man a seeming nervous wreck as he waited outside the room. His armsmen gave their liege worried looks, and even Sharon Kruger, one of two women that had more or less raised the young prince, found herself at a loss for how to calm her charge. There was, unfortunately, little that any of them could do in such a situation but wait. The prince, while possessed of incredible patience and composure, shared with his mother a strong passion for those he cared about. And Sayoko Shinozaki, the other of the two women that had literally raised him as his nanny, tutor, and bodyguard, was someone he cared greatly about. The door opened and the Princess Millicent, one of the surrogate aunts that complemented his very small blood family. Aunt Millie, Wilhelm was upon her immediately. How is she? Sayoko has awakened, Millie said, her expression devoid of her usual humor. She is still weak, but I believe she would like to see you. The prince needed no further words and hurried into the room, with Sharon right behind. When the armsmen moved to follow, Millie shot them a gaze before shaking her head. The soldiers grimaced but did not press. Their liege would hardly be alone in there after all, and if they could not trust Her Majesty's knights with the safety of their charge, then no effort on their own part could have mattered. Sharon herself retreated and closed the door after her. Inside, Wilhelm was immediately at Sayoko's beside, not even bothering to greet his mother. Euphemia regarded the scene with a mixture of sorrow and motherly pride. Sorrow, at how Sayoko likely meant more to him than her at times due to the constant demands of her duty. Pride, that Wilhelm could still love so purely. She approached the bedside herself, but let Wilhelm be. Sayoko, the young man whispered. The Japanese woman, her eyes flickering and barely open, struggled to turn her head to face him. Wilhelm reached out, one hand clasping Sayoko's and the other to caress her face. I am here, he said softly. I am here. Sayoko's breathing deepened even as her form stilled. Gazing down at her, Wilhelm's face twisted in grief. It seemed just yesterday when his caretaker was so full of life, able to keep up with him no matter how he tried to hide from her. Now though, now he could never imagine trying to evade her sight. Wilhelm, Euphemia said, placing a hand on her son's shoulder. The young man looked up, tears streaking down his cheek. Mother, he said, his voice tinged with a husky rumble. Please. Is there anything that we can do for her? Euphemia's face quickly mirrored the pain on her son's face. I am sorry. Wilhelm closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Why? Why? She was fine just last week. How did this happen? Because she chose it to. The prince looked across the bed and met the gaze of Colin Statfeld Kaujaki, the Knight of One. What do you mean? He demanded. What choice are you talking about? Colin said nothing, instead looking over at her liege. Wilhelm, Euphemia said softly. You recall, before your birth, that your father and I attempted to have another child. The prince blinked, looking back over at his mother. It was a sensitive subject, his elder sister that his mother lost in a miscarriage. In fact, it was widely known that his own birth was a difficult one, and that his mother could not bear any more children. The reason for her death is because of a curse laid upon our family, Euphemia said. A curse called Geass. Geass. Wilhelm mouthed. What do you mean? The biological attack, the Black Plague, Colin said. It is the public explanation for what killed every member of the Britannian imperial family aside from your mother during the Great War. The truth, however, was that your family was subjected to a psychic attack, one that commanded all its members die. The knight grew maced. A psychic attack that is still reverberating through the collective unconsciousness of mankind. And likely will continue to do so for years yet. Wilhelm stared at Colin incredulously. What? How is such a thing even possible? The truth of the matter is a secret known only to the most trusted confidants of your family, Colin said, and it was intended that you be brought in on it when you reached majority age. The grimace deepened. Unfortunately, it looks like we are out of time. What do you mean, out of time? Wilhelm demanded. Wilhelm. The prince looked back over at his mother. Do you remember, as a child, when you got lost and Sayoko found you, crying because you heard scary voices? The young man frowned, unsure of what relevance that had to the situation at hand, but dug through his memory nonetheless. I don't remember much of it, he said, I just know that I felt safer once Sayoko found me. Throughout all this, Wilhelm continued holding the maid's hand. Euphemia smiled gently before looking at Sayoko and nodding. The other maid returned the nod, and then sighed in seeming relief. That was the cue for Millie to approach her surrogate nephew. Wilhelm, Millie. Focus on me. Wilhelm frowned and regarded the woman that had been an aunt to him and whose children were more like siblings than mere childhood friends. What are you doing, Aunt Millie? Focus, Millie instructed, on me. The frown deepened and irritation flickered, but Wilhelm knew that the people here would not jest at a time like this. And so he did focus. Can you hear me? The prince almost jerked back as a voiceless sound reverberated in his mind. What? Can you hear me? Millie's distinctive tone echoed. What? How are you doing that? I am doing nothing. It is you who is doing something, Colin said, causing Wilhelm to look over at her. You, or rather your Geass. My, Geass. Your gift, and your curse. Wilhelm looked back at Millie. What? How? What is happening? You are hearing my thoughts, Wilhelm, Millie said aloud, and the prince felt those same words echo in his mind. That is the boon, and price, that your Geass has granted you. Wilhelm looked about at the others, all of them returning his gaze levelly. He then gazed down at Sayoko, and the fragile-looking woman managed an ever-so-slight smile. Her grip tightened ever so slightly before loosening once more, the extent of her strength at this moment. Wilhelm felt his heart tear itself apart at the sight. He then looked up at the others again. What is this Geass then, and what does it have to do with what happened to our family? Colin leaned forth against the bed. Look at me, Wilhelm. Can you hear me? The prince did so, focusing on the red-haired knight just as he had with Sharon. His left eye began to ache. And he heard nothing. As expected. William looked back over at Millie. That had been her thought, not Colin's. The other princess offered a slight smile. Those who possess the Geass are immune to its effects, Colin said, drawing Wilhelm's attention back to her. The psychic attack that struck down the rest of your family, the one that ordered all of them to die, was a product of another Geass. And in order to protect you from that command, we were forced to grant you one as well. Wilhelm caressed the left side of his face. I possess a Geass. You do, my son, Euphemia said. It was the only way to save you. The only way, you would not have met the same fate as your sister. The prince suddenly found his chest tighten as those words sunk in. His elder sister, the one that his mother lost through miscarriage. And a fate that he too would have suffered save for this, Geass. There is more, Wilhelm said. What else is there that you have not told me? Euphemia took a deep breath. Possession of a Geass can be extremely trying for an individual. More than one bearer has gone outright insane because they were unable to control the power that was granted to them. If you had had access to your power, the ability to hear the thoughts of others, before your own consciousness had formed, it is impossible to say what might have happened. Impossible, but the results likely would have been catastrophic, Wilhelm could surmise. You suppressed it then, didn't you? The prince said. Euphemia nodded, smiling slightly at her son's quick mind. Her expression however became solemn. Indeed we did. But the only known way to suppress a Geass is to have another person nearby that possesses a Geass canceller, and to have that canceller active all the time. The tightening of his chest reached new depths as Wilhelm felt as if all the air was being forced out. And the strain of keeping that canceller active, he hissed, looking back and forth between Sayoko and Sharon before meeting his mother's gaze. Euphemia nodded, confirming what Wilhelm had already figured out. The prince looked back at Sayoko, tears welling in his eyes. Why? Why would you do this for me, Sayoko? Why? Euphemia placed a hand on her son's shoulder. Because she loves you, Wilhelm. As does Millie and Colin and Sharon, and myself. How can I have been worth it though? Wilhelm demanded. You should have years left to your life, Sayoko. And because of me, how much of that life have I robbed you of? The Japanese woman managed an ever so slight smile. Her strength however was spent on her arm as she tried to reach for Wilhelm's face. The prince guided her hand, letting it caress his cheeks as she had done so many times when he was but a mere boy. Sayoko's mouth opened, and ever so slowly she formed words. I did it for you. Tears flowed down Wilhelm's cheeks and over Sayoko's hand. The prince made no effort to hold them back as he gazed at his old nanny, his guardian. Why, he simply whispered. Wilhelm, Euphemia said softly. There is something that we must address, now. The prince looked up at his mother, a mixture of pain and anger in his eyes. Euphemia smiled sadly at her son, accepting his frustration and resentment for the grief that he now felt. You must decide, Wilhelm, she said firmly nonetheless. You must decide whether you can control your Geass, or whether we must find another to share with Sharon the burden of maintaining a canceller around you. What? The prince exploded. I will not have another sacrifice their life for me in such a manner, mother. I will not. Euphemia nodded solemnly. Then it will be up to you, to not fall to the temptation of abusing your power, of relying on it for everything. There will be times in the future, when you deal with those with false pretenses, that you will think of the convenience that your Geass offers. In those times, will you have the strength to reject it? Wilhelm's mouth hung open for several moments as his mother's words sank in and he realized the truth of what she was saying. There would be times, perhaps long in the future after he himself sat on the throne, that he would be so tempted as to rely on his Geass. The ability to hear people's thoughts, to know their innermost secrets. What sovereign would not recognize the advantages this would provide? But as her mother had already said, the Geass came with a cost, and it was capable of destroying lesser minds. It could well destroy him, if he so let it. Wilhelm took a deep breath. I will control this power, mother. I will not let it rule me. The Empress nodded. Then so be it, my son. She then regarded Sayoko, and William followed her gaze, to see that the woman was smiling at him. Her mouth slowly opened once more. I am proud, Wilhelm. Wilhelm L. Britannia, first prince of the realm and heir primus of the Holy Britannian Empire, smiled back and tightened his grip of Sayoko's hand. I promise to never give you reason to be anything but, Sayoko. End of Epilogue V. The surprise and preparation is coming along beautifully. When you guys see it, I think you'll agree that the word choice there is very appropriate. The only reason I'm not sharing it now is because I expect the final product to be even more stunning. This particular epilogue had been written so far back I don't even remember when I first drafted it, which incidentally means it was ready the moment the previous epilogue was published, but I intentionally held it back to stagger the overall release schedule. So yes, I had it planned out that long ago for the die command and the long-term ramifications. And yes, this goes on for generations. Each and every member of the Britannian imperial family after Euphemia is more or less restricted to only a single child, because keeping that child from going insane from their geese before their mind has matured literally burns through other people that willingly volunteer out of their loyalty and dedication to the imperial family, because they firmly believe that Euphemia's descendants are worth such sacrifice for, a worthiness earned by Euphemia's family for their care and consideration for their retainers. And when those descendants each learn the truth of what their upbringing has cost those so close to them, well, actually knowing loss tends to be a pretty significant character developer. If nothing else, none of them are going to take for granted the dedication of the servants and retainers surrounding them after that. And having to experience this cost is one of several things that in the long run instill upon the imperial family the sense of duty necessary to keep the dynasty going successfully for a very long time. Other bits will be revealed in the coming epilogues. I debated a bit about whether I wanted Euphemia's son to be named William or Wilhelm. Wilhelm has a stronger sound, so to speak, but there have been some pretty prominently idiotic imperials with that name as well. I eventually settled on Wilhelm because, oddly enough, if one looks at the names members of the imperial family have in the anime, few of them fall into what one would term common English names. Euphemia is Greek, Lelach, E, is French, funny note, word tried to turn the E inside parenthesis into the euro symbol, Guinevere is a mixture of French and Welsh, so on and so forth. And since I stated that Euphemia herself is of stronger German descent, despite her Greek name, I ultimately settled upon Wilhelm. And him being Wilhelm L. Britannia instead of Lee Britannia is kind of down to the middle word being, UMM, to be honest, since there are no published notes on how the Code Geass writers chose them, they're assumed to be just a stylistic way of saying of Britannia. Fan writers pretty much just make up whatever system they want. In my case I'm presuming these to be indicative of the order in which the consort that is the other parent married the reigning sovereign. Since Rai is Euphemia's first and only consort, their child is referred to as L. Britannia. And since the die command is pretty much going to limit the Britannian family to one child per generation, all of the future sovereigns will likely be L. Britannia. Some of the most prominent signatories of the 1928 Kellogg-Briand Pact that renounced war as an instrument of foreign policy: France, Germany, the United Kingdom, Japan, the United States, Italy. Recall what happened in 1939 in Europe and literally 3 years later in 1931 in Asia between China and Japan. So, yet. Some of the most prominent members of the United Nations whose founding charter declares war to be a crime against peace but which used or continue to use military force in pursuit of foreign policy objectives: France, the United States, Russia, Argentina, ended rather badly after the British showed their military still had some teeth. Some of the most prominent nations with representative governments that possessed expansionist, imperialistic policies actively supported by their voting electorate: the United States, the United Kingdom, France, Belgium, let's just say pretty much all of the historical liberal, Christian, democracies of the world, even ignoring the ones that got hijacked into autocracies. Some of the most prominent signatories of the Geneva Conventions that have committed wholesale human rights violations if not outright genocide while being signatories of the conventions: the United States, the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Russia/USSR, actually let's just say most of Europe to save time here, thank you very much European overseas colonies. Some of the most prominent signatories of the 1967 Convention relating to the status of refugees whom have current, existing policies designed to deny refugees asylum in their nations: most of Europe, again, including Russia, the United States, Australia, China, Israel. I could go on, but I'd only be beating a really dead horse. And note that the lists above are qualified as some of the most prominent. If I wanted to be exhaustive, it would literally be faster to list the nations that didn't fall under those categories, aka the nations that aren't rich or big enough to have decent militaries to begin with, or were never signatories to the various treaties above. The notion that a nation's signatory status to something like the Geneva Convention serves as a meaningful metric to that nation's moral and ethical standards is, bluntly, complete nonsense, since the conventions are willfully violated by pretty much every signatory whenever they think they can get away with it, which is actually pretty common, since the worst they're likely to suffer is some words of condemnation from the UN General Assembly and maybe a Security Council member or two, but otherwise there's a greater chance of a government obeying a World Trade Organization ruling than it paying attention to some judgment from the International Criminal Court or International Court of Justice on some case regarding conventions violations. See the example of the Sudanese president and him basically visiting lots of countries despite an outstanding ICC warrant. For that matter, you're more liable to get a WTO case pursued until its formal conclusion than an ICJ or ICC case. Countries certainly put way more effort and money into a WTO case. Furthermore, if someone came to me and asked how Britannia conquered various parts of the world during the 1800s, I'd just give them a history book detailing how the US or the UK expanded their respective empires and tell them to replace American or British with Britannian. I would have to change literally nothing else, since the British and American policies regarding native populations were no less brutal than anything the Britannian Empire was accused of, in the canon anime. Fun tidbit of history, all those anthropology reports about native populations written by British anthropologists that serve as some of our only documented historical accounts of those native societies? Those anthropologists were in position to write those reports because they had been dispatched by the British government, or I suppose the British East Indies Company before its nationalization, to ascertain whether policies intended to crush all possibilities of revolt were working or not. I don't know where this need to specifically demonize Britannia is coming from, since the empire is literally guilty of nothing the other nations weren't themselves doing anyway, and this includes not just the Chinese Federation but also the liberal democracies of Europe, in both the real world and the Code Geass world, canon version or my version. It's not as if the continental powers were any more gentle with their colonization of Africa and Asia than the British or Americans were. See Belgian Congo, Italian Ethiopia, French invasion of Algeria, the list goes on and on and on. Throw a dart at a map of Europe and the only places you could hit that isn't of a country that's committed atrocities would be if you hit the water. If you are a citizen or permanent resident of a developed nation, you are almost certainly a beneficiary of historical wealth derived from the oppression and exploitation of others. I do not begrudge you if you are, as a US citizen. I myself am a similar beneficiary. Nor do I consider myself superior or whatever for acknowledging or being aware of these historical facts. Accuse my version of Britannia of crimes it's committed, sure. But if you're going to try to assert some sort of moral high ground over a fictional nation, at least get the facts right about the real legalisms that you are trying to use to support your claim. Chapter 151, Epilogue 6. The Britannian Crown Estates encompass a substantial amount of property spread out across the empire that is owned outright by the Britannian imperial family. The extent of these holdings is substantial, with estates, farms, companies, and prior to emancipation even people being included in the lists. The historically most prominent would have to be the Archduchy of Pendragon, which includes the city and a substantial portion of the surrounding countryside. In theory the Britannian government actually leases the city to serve as the capital, but in practice no actual rent is paid by the government, though government revenue is used to maintain the city itself. Private citizens whom live in Pendragon also buy allotments directly from the imperial family, which they can then sell on if they move, but the contract terms do include stipulations that allow the imperial family to buy back these allotments at its discretion, at market value of course. With the ascension of the Empress Euphemia, Her Majesty soon found the estates substantially enlarged with the properties of distant relations to the imperial family felled by the European bioweapon that ended entire lines of inheritance that would otherwise have received them. For the most part Her Majesty would release these lands to new title holders as she reissued the various patents that had reverted to her person. A few however Her Majesty retained, the most impressive and lucrative of which would have to be the Panama Canal. Of Blood and Iron, the Reign of Euphemia I. Epilogue 6. Mors Vincit Omnia. The sound of gulls could be heard in the sky above them as Colin and Cole stood atop the carrier's flight deck. Further away cars were driving up a large ramp before being guided to a spot where they would be parked and locked down for the trip across the Pacific. For the most part the models were fairly mundane. The Britannian military might have paid well but it certainly did not pay well enough to allow its service members to splurge on sportscars like the bright scarlet one now rolling to a stop. Well, maybe a captain or a flag officer might be able to afford one, but the youthful-looking senior-grade lieutenant that stepped out was most certainly neither. As she approached the two actual flag officers present, she snapped a sharp salute, palm down. "Your Highness," she greeted with just a hint of a smirk on the edge of her lips. "General." The Princess Colin and Major General Colecraft returned the motion, even if their salutes had their palms facing outward. "Lieutenant Statfeldcraft," Colin responded, then glanced over at her husband. "Oh Cole, where did we go wrong in raising our daughter such that she would join the Navy of all things?" Cole shook his head solemnly. "I'm not sure, dear. We made sure that she spent plenty of time out in the bush as a child. Even taught her how to hunt and whatnot. I thought we had properly inoculated her from the temptation of the other services. I suppose we'll just have to be glad she didn't join the chair force. Colin sighed in resignation. I'm not sure a naval aviator is that much better. After a few more seconds of suffering her parents' seeming disappointment in her life choices, Ka-ed could no longer hold it in and burst out laughing. Colin and Cole did likewise, and Colin reached out to give her daughter a hug. You have no one but yourself to blame, mother, Ka-ed said as she returned the embrace. You were the one that took me to see all those airshows and let me run around aboard the Avalon. How could I not join the one unit that would let me play with jets and flying ships? Then that would mean this isn't any of my fault, Cole said playfully. Colin gave her husband a pointed poke even as she continued smiling. So which flight will you be going out with? Colin asked. The second one, Ka-ed said. Wasn't quite able to swing a spot on the first flight. Hopefully the good bunks won't all have been taken by the time we get there. To think, she used to sleep under the stars as a kid, Cole said. And now that's how she chooses hotels, Colin completed the thought. Hey, I'm in the Navy, Ka-ed said with a smirk. That means I navigate by them. Well then, Lieutenant, you should probably navigate your way back to your station, Colin said. It was nice having you in Japan while the Princess Cornelia was stationed here, but I think by now you're probably old enough not to have a curfew. Ka-ed perked up. Does that mean I don't have to pay attention to lights out? At home, Colin clarified. Darn. Maybe I should have joined the army then. Cole chuckled. See, there's hope for her yet. Colin smirked. We'll see. Anyway, we'll be seeing you at Wilhelm's wedding next month. Might that be an opportune moment to introduce us to a certain someone? All expression disappeared from Ka-ed's face as she did her best to feign complete obliviousness. Whatever do you mean, mother? Colin snorted. You're going to have to do better than that to fool your own mother. Especially when that mother was a Geass wielder. What's this? Someone's been courting Ka-ed and she's not bothered to let us, her esteemed parents, know. Which word in Cole's statement elicited the snort from Ka-ed was anyone's guess. Whether courtship was even a thing for someone of Ka-ed's status in this day and age was very much an open question. And just how esteemed a child could ever hold their parents to be was probably an even greater mystery. I'll introduce all of you when the time is right, Ka-ed said with an eye roll, even if mothers probably already read every single message we've exchanged, what with your superpowers as a princess of the realm. Technically Colin could have, and she had read enough to make sure her daughter was not doing anything too foolish, but there did come a point where a parent needed to trust their child and let them act as independent adults all their own. Besides, Ka-ed had managed to inherit more of her father's more even-tempered mentality than her mother's hot-headedness, a useful trait for a fighter pilot. Carl, their son, was the one that still had trouble reining his temper in, though fortunately the young man at least recognized his flaw. Anyway, give Aunt Millie and Aunt Yuffie my love when you see them, Ka-ed said, giving her own parents one last hug before their parting. And, drop me a line on how Uncle Rye's doing when you see him, all right. To that Colin nodded solemnly as she gave a good squeeze. As they watched their daughter hurry off, Cole let out a sigh. This should be a joyous occasion, he remarked. It is a joyous occasion. I just wish Rye could fully be there for it. Colin nodded. The latest treatment conducted on the prince consort had stabilized him, barely, but his ability to retain any new memories was effectively gone. Talking with him was a very moment-to-moment thing, and it was almost painful seeing his awareness drift randomly. It was not that he was incoherent either, Rye could still sound quite cognizant on any particular topic that arose. How long he could keep to a topic was another matter entirely. And it was not as if Rye was not aware of this drifting, it was plain as day that he could sense when he had lost a thread of conversation. That frustrated and stressed him, which further hampered his ability to focus. Sometimes he would simply shut down, making no effort to even try to respond. But never with Euphemia or Colin, never with his beloved wife or his mum. I'll do what I can at the ceremony itself, Colin said. If nothing else, I'm going to make damned sure he'll be able to watch his son get married. And even more after that if she had it her way. Time would tell whether her growing mastery over the reality-bending powers of the thought elevators could yet enact such a miracle. Nonette, Wilhelm greeted. The retired Knight of Nine and present caretaker of the Prince Rybert bowed her head. Your Highness. The Crown Prince took a deep breath. How is he? Tracking, for the moment, Nonette said. He's been better since the Princess Colin stopped by, but there are still times when he loses focus. Wilhelm nodded. That made sense, seeing as Colin was perhaps the one person in the world that could actually do something about his father's condition. But even her powers had limits, as evidenced by Nonette's remark. We will not take long, Wilhelm assured the older woman. Nonette nodded in turn, stepping aside to allow Wilhelm and the young woman accompanying him through. Inside the room, Rye was seated on the sofa, gazing out the window. Upon hearing their approach, the prince consort turned about and Wilhelm was heartened to see the recognition in his father's eyes. "Father," he greeted warmly, reaching over and embracing the man. Rai returned it. "It is good to see you, Wilhelm." They had in fact just spoken yesterday, but whether Rai recalled even that much Wilhelm could not tell. "And this, would be the Lady Claudia, yes?" Rai continued, his gaze now settled upon the neatly dressed purple-haired young woman. "We spoke briefly, was it a month ago?" A hint of optimism sparked within Wilhelm. Then again, perhaps his father did. Claudia bowed politely, the skirt of her court suit not long enough to warrant a curtsy. "It is a pleasure to see you again, Your Highness," Claudia greeted, a gentleness shining in her violet eyes and her smile. They were a brighter shade than Euphemia's, but they equaled the Empress in determination. "And you as well," Rai said, smiling back. "I trust Wilhelm here has treated you well since." Claudia nodded firmly. "He has remained ever so considerate, and much more beyond that." "That is good to hear," Rai said. "I can at least be certain my parentage was adequate in that regard." Wilhelm's expression wavered ever so slightly at that, but he did not let his worry pierce his control. "Father," he said instead. "Claudia and I, we are here with news." Rai regarded the two, obviously inferring what his son intended to say next. Nonetheless he nodded, inviting Wilhelm to deliver that news himself. "Our betrothal has been announced," Wilhelm obliged, "and we are to be wed in 2 weeks' time." That caused Rai's own eyes to flicker, indicating he was cognizant enough to pick up the implications. The marriage of an imperial scion was no minor affair, and preparations for it would have stretched out for months, if only to schedule a time where all the necessary dignitaries could attend. That Rai himself could not recall any of it, he must have been in a very severe slump. Still, he smiled, for his son, and his soon-to-be daughter-in-law. "I am glad, Wilhelm," he said. "Glad that you have found someone with whom to share your heart, much as your mother and I found each other." Wilhelm took a deep breath. "I wanted to say thank you, Father. For everything that you have endured for my sake. For helping me understand, despite mother's frequent absence, just how dearly she loved me. When the time comes, I will try to do the same. To show my child how much I love them, and to do everything within my power to make sure they never have reason to question that love." To that Rai simply stared at his son for several long moments, a haziness starting to cloud his eyes. Wilhelm felt his own heart twist at the sight, as his father seemed to slip away once more. But then Rai extended a hand, and Wilhelm took it. "Wilhelm," Rai said, then his eyes did indeed focus on the woman standing next to his son. "Claudia." He still remembered. He was still here. "I wish you long and happy years together." Rai Baird Kohler, Knight of 11 and Prince Consort to the Empress Euphemia, would bear witness to his son's union with the Lady Claudia von Auslese in the 23rd year of Wilhelm's life. That would be the last public event he would attend before passing away a mere 2 months later. End of Epilogue 6. So yet, Euphy owns the Panama Canal outright. The canal was one of the few pieces of transportation ways that was not nationalized by the Britannian government after it started to assume responsibility of infrastructure within the empire. Part of the reason was because it was owned by a fairly prominent imperial cousin at the time, but another part was said cousin was doing a good enough job anyway, and it was not like there was much if anything to do with the canal once it was already built. In terms of revenue, the canal in modern times generates approximately $2 billion, with about half that as profit. One can presume a similar level in my world. Not that Euphy in any way needed the money, but still, as rich as Colin and Millie end up being, Euphy herself is no slouch. And the way that the laws worked prior to the new constitution, the treasury really was home treasury, so in theory she had direct call on all that money. In practice most of that money was spent on actual government services, and Euphy is certainly not one to dip into public money for her own private needs, especially when she has more than enough money to meet those needs. When a carrier group has to transfer stations, the Navy actually uses the flight deck and plane storage areas of the carrier to carry the cruise cars to the new station. It's cheaper than dedicating freighter space for it. The planes themselves just fly to whatever their new station is. This is of course only in peacetime. Wartime procedure is obviously different. As is probably evident, the maintenance crew assigned to Kaed's jet have a lot of motivation to not screw anything up. The Britannian imperial family, as in Euphemia's line of descent, is indeed vulnerable to outright decapitation. There is however a reason why one of the opening snippet books is titled A Spare to Spare, the royal houses of Ashford and Stotfeld. Colin and Millie's families basically become explicit backstops to Euphemia's, with their members always standing in the succession in case something happens, and over the generations those two families establish considerable power bases so that if the unthinkable does happen, they would be able to assume the throne without serious opposition. Countless numbers of Ashfords and Stotfelds would become soldiers, businesspeople, politicians, and etc., extending the reach of their respective clans. Simultaneous to that, as a check to each other and to the throne, members of the three families never, ever intermarry, thus keeping their familial lineage as cleanly delineated as possible, even if the families themselves think of each other as extended cousins or even siblings. Both Sayoko and Sharon had artificial codes that served as Geass cancelers installed in them by the Directorate under Colin's guidance. Sharon just got luckier and wasn't completely lamed by it the way Sayoko was, but even Sharon has had quite a few years shaved off of her life. To say Wilhelm is highly appreciative of his nannies would be, rather an understatement. Reality is oftentimes unrealistic. There have been countless events in history where the expected outcome did not occur and something outright insane came about. There are however obviously degrees of realism. Someone familiar with US history could trivially pick out all the reasons why the Canon Code Geass depiction of the Revolutionary War was incoherent, or how Britannia's internal organization of areas made no sense. But since this is all fiction anyway, there is a certain latitude allowed and the only standard to which a story should be held is the standard the author intended. Note the above is not any particular critique of any reader of mine, it's just a general thing I think is useful to keep in mind when approaching a fictional work. There will always be something that a reader will find not completely satisfactory. Enjoying a work is as much about compromising our own standard as it is genuinely appreciating the parts you like. Don't be afraid to ding a creator for things that don't make sense, but it is at least important to understand why some things don't make sense. That being said, when I saw someone try to craft a story about how Southeast Asia could be a credible world power that could stand up against Britannia, my reflexive response was, with what money? Bullets and guns don't appear out of thin air, and making enough of them and other weapons is expensive. Making enough and getting them shipped to the front in sufficient quantity to win battles is an art form that very few nations, even in this day and age, have mastered or can even afford. Technically the European War of 1914. The first and only world war in my story's timeline is the Great War fought between Britannia, China, and Europe. The underlying principle of fiscal conservatism is prudence in government spending. That is however not the same thing as minimalistic government spending. The purpose of government is the maintenance of society, since it is effectively the only entity with the ability to marshal the necessary resources for this maintenance. Skimp on maintenance, and bad things happen, a la tragedy of the commons. Therefore prudent spending entails setting taxation at a level such that the necessary level of maintenance can be paid for without having to resort to massive amounts of unsustainable debt. Even ignoring the fact that most people that publicly espouse fiscal conservatism on the campaign trail do the complete opposite once in office, the type of fiscal conservatism that's often touted nowadays amounts to, cut to the bone and somehow increased economic activity will make up the shortfall. That's not fiscal conservatism, that's willful ignorance of basic economics bordering on rank stupidity. The continuation of the Han dynasty is from basically a throwaway reference in the Code Geass anime about some tomb for all of the past emperors. The number stated would only have been possible if there was a single line of descent stretching all the way back to the Han dynasty, implying that it never fell and the other dynasties never arose. Since that was a useful vector for one of the storylines I wanted to tell, I repurposed it. The Americans lost Washington's rebellion because Benedict Arnold was able to hand over Fort Clinton successfully in my timeline. Franklin died in exile in France. Beyond that, those rebel politicians that weren't able to escape from the colonies were all executed and their properties handed over to loyalists. Seeing as Britannia has had to deal with multiple revolts over its history, the American uprising amounts to just another footnote in its history, albeit one that was a bit more difficult to put down than some of the others. The Philippines was an independent nation by the time Britannia conquered it. It was invaded after the conquest of Japan, having previously won its independence from Spain. It was arguably within China's sphere of influence, but Britannia being Britannia didn't care and invaded anyway, confident that China wasn't ready to actually defend its nominal ally. After Area 12 was established, the Britannians went about business as usual, co-opting those local authorities and peoples that were willing to accept imperial rule, and shooting anyone that tried to actively rebel. Arguably the Philippines had it even worse than Japan, as the weaker pre-invasion Filipino economy made it such that slash-and-burn tactics were more viable and there were fewer Britannian interests willing to expend the resources to protect Filipino assets. Japan's more industrialized and developed economy was valuable enough that, even after being broken by the invasion and occupation, some effort was made by the smarter Britannian companies to reinvest and otherwise shield their local partners as best they could from more severe predation. Ultimately the Philippines and pretty much the other bits of Southeast Asia that Britannia grabs ends up being a massive integration headache. Those nations were prior to their conquest extremely underdeveloped with respect to the rest of the empire. Britannia had had over a century to turn North and South America into a tightly knit hegemony after all, and the sudden expansion of territory, and the sudden increase of so many more people becoming imperial subjects if not imperial citizens, created a severe strain on imperial resources. In the long term, the empire does invest heavily to bring those regions up to par, but it's a very, very long process, spanning generations and costing a ton of money. By the time of Britannia's unification with China to form the Terran Empire, we just might have gotten to the point where a walk through Manila might be no more different than a walk through, say, San Francisco. Is there a point to the Geneva Conventions? That's something of a loaded question, because so many people want a simple explanation and don't look past a yes or no. The conventions, and the principles that underlay them, are not simple however, and only by understanding that complexity is there any chance of making them effective. Note, this is going to be a long response, so if you have no interest on my personal thoughts about international law, feel free to skip. I won't be offended, not that I would ever know. I will be pissed off if someone responds resorting to oversimplifications of my points though, and as all of you have probably noticed in my author notes, when I'm pissed off, my level of civility drops noticeably. There are several bodies of international law that seek to constrain the scale of human suffering in times of war. These are the Geneva Conventions and the Hague Conventions. Other bodies of international law seek to protect people from crimes committed by state entities in non-war situations, like a government, a police force, or a military. This is covered by the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. There is finally a body of international law that seeks to protect one nation-state from the predation of another. This is nominally the purpose of the United Nations and its statutes, though arguably those statutes are more or less extensions of provisions originally laid out in the Hague Conventions, with the International Court of Justice and the Security Council as the primary adjudicator and enforcer, in theory, of those protections. Right off the bat, you can see that international law is not simple. We'll go through them one by one separately. The reduction of suffering during war is grounded in many respects by a simple recognition that the cycle of revenge can be unending. If one military force resorts to pillage and rape when fighting another, the other side is almost certainly going to respond in kind. The resulting destruction breeds further animosity on both sides, leading to generational conflicts. Furthermore, mistreatment of prisoners of war only induces the other side to fight harder to avoid being taken prisoner, and the continued stubborn resistance can cause your own troops to resent the other side for continuing to fight even if the situation is otherwise hopeless. The Geneva and Hague Conventions therefore codify basic principles that the European governments at the time already understood to improve the efficiency of their armed forces. Soldiers that do not go out to pillage and rape at the first opportunity are better disciplined and therefore more likely to follow orders under fire. Enemy soldiers that know they can accept decent treatment after surrendering will not constantly be fighting to the death and dragging out battles or even wars. And having measures in place to reassure the families back home that prisoners or the wounded will be at least somewhat safe helps keep those families from causing trouble on the domestic front. In that respect, these conventions are rooted in an extreme level of pragmatism, and were accepted, for the most part, by the signatories because they directly benefited from adopting the provisions. Their effectiveness has very little to do with some high-minded sense of moral or ethical character, because let's face it, most of those seemingly high-minded and morally ethical persons were the very decision-makers that were responsible for the domino of wars that run all the way up to World War II. The conventions are, at least when conflicts are between nation-states and regular militaries, more or less self-enforcing, since any nation that does not obey them sees its own troops lose the protections enshrined within them. In that respect, the conventions are actually fairly successful, and even non-signatories have tended to adhere to them to avoid reprisals against their own troops. In the instances where a nation does not adhere to the conventions, as happened on the Eastern Front during World War II between Germany and the USSR, with Germany being the party that first violated them, the death toll was horrendous and the reprisals extreme. In some respects this also makes violations of the conventions self-correcting, up to a point, since those nations that refuse to adhere to the conventions usually pisses off the other side enough to invite outright destruction, and in many instances the only times a nation resorts to violating the conventions is when that nation is in a weakened position and they are facing outright defeat regardless. But once the nation that did violate the conventions gets flattened, what takes its place is usually more reasonable, since the psychopaths previously in power are usually dead. The one place where the conventions don't help much is in the case of internal conflicts or conflicts with irregular military forces like insurgents or terrorists or what have you. Many of these forces have no motivation to avoid reprisals, since they are usually not strong/large enough to actually benefit from these protections anyway. They also often aren't interested in a negotiated settlement that leaves their enemy intact, so pissing off the other side doesn't concern them. In fact, such irregular forces actually want the other side pissed off, if only to tempt the other side into launching reprisals that can then serve as recruiting motivators for the irregulars. In these cases, the conventions are pretty much useless since the other side doesn't want to obey them, and the conditions that started the conflict in the first place are not things the conventions are intended to deal with. It should also be noted that in the few Hague Conventions that tried to actually constrain the employment of specific military doctrines like aerial bombing or submarine warfare, operational realities of war always trumped adherence to those provisions. Bottom line? The Geneva and Hague Conventions are obeyed to the extent that they are militarily advantageous, such as in the treatment of POWs, the wounded, etc., and simply ignored when not so, such as restrictions on aerial bombardment, submarine warfare, mine-laying, etc. Does this however make the conventions pointless? I would actually argue no, that the conventions do have a point, but perhaps not in the way that a lot of you expect. Despite their spotty effectiveness, the conventions are extremely valuable as a reference for the common citizenry of the world, as a standard that we can aspire to hold our own governments to. Governments can and will resort to all sorts of expedient shortcuts in order to achieve certain policy goals in the international arena. Oftentimes to do so requires them to circumvent certain international conventions or statutes. When this happens, however, unless we understand what these statutes or conventions are, it is often difficult to gauge the long-term costs of such expediency, and why we should not allow such expediency to take place. The ICC and ICJ's situation is more complicated. We'll start with the ICJ, and the UN under whose auspices it operates. The goal of the UN and the ICJ is to provide a means of resolving disputes between nation-states without those nation-states resorting to what amounts to international extortion or outright military force. How successful either has been in that regard is, well, the USSR and the US didn't blow up the world, so I suppose that's something. Nonetheless, the UN and the ICJ is routinely ignored by even its member states, or outright undermined by those states, whenever those states dislike any particular ruling. Case in point, the UN Security Council can overrule the ICJ, and the nations with veto rights are more than ready to use that power to reject rulings against their respective allies, or even rulings against them. The US did this when Nicaragua tried to take it to the ICJ over the former's invasion of the latter, vetoing any attempt to try to enforce the ruling against it. Even non-permanent council members will ignore the ICJ if it suits their purposes, as happened in the Macedonia name case involving the Greeks. That all being the case, is there a point to the ICJ? I'd actually argue no, because I think the fundamental rationale behind the ICJ is flawed. Note however that this is not the same as claiming there is no point to the UN. Despite the ICJ being part of the UN, my criticism of the ICJ is limited specifically to the ICJ itself. The ICJ's purpose is to adjudicate disputes between two nation-states based on the merits of international law. This doesn't work, because nations do not actually operate on the principles of international law, despite what certain parties may claim. They operate on their own national laws, and whether those national laws are synchronized with any particular international accord is at the sufferance of that nation's government. These agreements can have all sorts of words like require or obligates or whatever, but the fact of the matter is, international law is what the individual nations individually decide it to be. A consensus of a plurality or even supermajority does not make those laws somehow apply in those nations not part of the consensus, and a ruling by the ICJ similarly does not suddenly make a particular piece of international law more applicable than it was before the case, it arguably weakens it if such rulings are continuously ignored. The root problem therefore lies not with the ICJ, which is simply trying to adjudicate international law, but in international law itself, when it tries to affect national decisions on matters that no national government has reason to concede any say into a foreign entity. In the cases of the Geneva and Hague Conventions discussed above, the agreement of the various signatories came down to a very narrow self-interest, hence the general, but far from complete, success of those conventions. With the current body of international law as embodied by the UN and the various accords surrounding it, a significant portion of that law is asking for nations to surrender a degree of sovereignty in exchange for far less concrete advantages. Without a more readily apparent benefit, the various national governments see no reason to surrender that sovereignty, and so we end up with a large body of international law that's basically ignored at will. The UN on the other hand is, well, it's not pointless, but the mission it is charged with is not one that it can actually achieve with its current structure. The value of the UN, in my opinion at least, comes down to its ability to serve as a forum for discussion, wherein multiple nations can interact with one another and even work together to achieve concrete common goals. This may not sound like much, but it should be noted that lack of communication was a direct contributor to the disaster that was WWI, and having a channel to reach out to even nominal enemies can be extremely useful. Do I expect the UN itself to actually get anything done? I'm at least pleasantly surprised from time to time. But having it available as a diplomatic channel is worthwhile all by itself, and on this I think the UN doesn't get quite as much credit as it should, since it provides a place where the national governments that actually need to do the work to effect change to meet and work together. With respect to the UN's actual nominal mission, that of preventing major armed conflict, I would actually claim that the UN is not the predominant contributing factor to the maintenance of general world peace, as in lack of nukes flying around. This peace is I believe actually the product of the world's national interests actually maturing to the point where active armed conflict is detrimental to those national interests. Put it another way, most governments have mostly figured out that sending its own citizens off to kill other people's citizens on a large scale isn't conducive to the prosperity of their own nation. Even the ones that engage in acts of belligerence do so in far more constrained manners. You may see Russia sending troops into the Middle East or China conducting mass cyber espionage. I maintain servers that are bombarded daily with breach attempts from Chinese IPS, but for all the smoldering tensions between say India and China over the disputed border or Russia and Europe over its aggressions westward, none of the parties move beyond mere saber rattling. There's no mobilization to prepare for some grand offensive. Battles are fought by proxy, and despite how bloody these proxies can turn into, they are still far better than repeating WWI and World War II with nukes. Is this mad? Sort of. Is it peace? I would actually argue that this sort of peace is a far strong instance of peace when compared to past interludes between major conflicts. Why? Because for once, all of the major powers with the capacity to engage in large-scale war have determined that avoiding war is in the national interest. That means that this time, to maintain the peace, we don't need to rely on moralistic preaching, we don't need to rely on some international accord, we just have to rely on governments doing the one thing they instinctively do anyway, pursue what they consider to be in the national interest. That more than anything else tilts the balance of war versus peace heavily in favor of peace, and everything else is just a cherry on top. It can be argued that the UN and the ICJ constitutes an attempt to get the various national governments to consider adherence to the various international accords to also be in the national interest. This is not an unreasonable effort, since a lot of things that the UN tries to do would genuinely be things that would make the world a better place if the various national governments would play ball. The lack of cooperation by these national governments is more or less the same as the lack of cooperation a national government might experience from a particularly restive domestic political faction, writ large. The problem ultimately then is not necessarily with the UN's aim, but with the simple fact that, as I stated previously, it does not possess the mechanisms to actually achieve those aims. National governments possess the necessary concrete strength to enforce decisions that must be taken for the greater national interest, even if it is to the detriment of a specific group domestically. The UN does not possess the strength to force a member nation to do anything similar, not by itself. The UN is reliant on being provided that strength by its members, meaning that usage of that strength is no longer an exercise of UN policy, but an exercise of the providing member nation's policy. The natural consequence is that the UN is outright crippled as far as actually imposing decisions for the greater international good. And being so crippled, it can never exercise the necessary resources that makes national governments more successful in advancing the national interest. Thus the UN is relegated to little more than a forum of discussion. Useful, yes, but its limits should be acknowledged and understood, if only to allow one to form a more cognizant opinion on whether the aims the UN tries to achieve are worthwhile or not. The last leg of international law that we'll cover today in these notes would be the International Criminal Court. Much like the ICJ, the ICC's ability to actually try persons accused of crimes is contingent on the cooperation of the Rome Statute signatories. If those signatories elect to ignore their obligations, we can have situations like when the Sudanese president visited countless signatory countries without being taken into custody despite there being an outstanding ICC warrant for his arrest. Granted that particular situation was complicated in the extreme, but, well, it does aptly demonstrate the limitations the ICC operates under. That all being said, I consider the ICC to be of equal if not greater value than the Hague and Geneva Conventions, since for all intents and purposes the ICC's statutes on crimes against humanity and war crimes have superseded the Hague Conventions. This is again because the Rome Statute that governs the ICC serves as a reference for the standard by which we would want to be treated by our own governments. As I stated previously, governments are often tempted to resort to the most expedient solution to the challenges it faces, whether for more mundane ones like making sure the trains are running on time to more serious ones like dealing with an outright insurgency. Much as the Hague and Geneva Conventions sought to convince governments that resorting to too expedient means in the case of international conflict is actually detrimental to one's own national interest, I would regard the ICC's statutes as an attempt to convince governments that resorting to too expedient a means to deal with domestic strife would be equally if not even more detrimental to a nation's long-term interests. I mean, I don't think any reasonable person would suggest that things like rape, genocide, and slavery are somehow long-term solutions to a country's domestic strife. We've seen countless examples where such bloodshed only begets more bloodshed, continuing a cycle of revenge that claims entire generations. To prevent this cycle from starting, to try to stem the bleeding, that is the ICC's goal, and I consider it a very noble one, even if it is constantly undermined by governments that don't care about the national interest and only about the government's interests. And that there is the greatest flaw in really every single piece of international law, from the Rome Statute to the UN Charter to the Geneva Conventions. The most successful such agreements are ones where a government can be convinced that its own governmental interests are actively advanced by adherence to that agreement. The next most successful are when a government can be convinced that the national interest, which is distinct from the government's interests, are actively advanced by adherence to that agreement. But in situations where the national interests and the government's interests conflict, you have basically a no-win scenario. If a government is determined to act against the national interest in pursuance of its own governmental interest, the international community has very few options short of overthrowing said government to get it to change its course. The ICC's fundamental mission is therefore one where it tries to ensure a government does not trample upon the national interest in the course of its governance, but the obvious difficulty of this task should be evident. Arguably all the other pieces of international law discussed here tries to do that, but the ICC's challenge is especially acute. Even so, the world needs institutions like the ICC, perhaps even more so than things like the UN or ICJ, for the ICC serves as the standard by which a government's domestic policies can be measured against by their own citizens. A government acting in the national interest in the international arena is, in this day and age, actually going to cause far less damage, or inflict far less suffering, than a government that is pursuing governmental interests at odds with the national interest in a domestic arena. And since national governments are the largest and strongest local powers that any of us are likely to have to deal with, successfully holding them to a reasonable standard of conduct is especially important to our own chances for a prosperous life. One thing I will note is that these days, the terms crimes against humanity or war crimes are thrown around too casually. There are very specific legal definitions for what constitutes a war crime, or a crime against humanity. And while there is a certain degree of moral condemnation to the acts that warrant the label, it is extremely disingenuous to conflate general moral outrage with a crime against humanity or a war crime. To accuse someone of being a war criminal simply for doing something you consider morally repugnant is to dilute the genuine seriousness of what a war crime is. And the more that dilution happens, the more difficult it is to enact measures to actually prevent the genuine atrocities that qualify as war crimes. Don't fall into that mistake. If there is a lesson to be taken from the long-ass essay above, it is that the ultimate responsibility for where we, as a society, as a nation, and as human beings draw the line, comes down to each of us individually. We each have to be aware of the complexity of the world we live in, we each have to obtain the knowledge necessary to comprehend that complexity, and we each must act upon that understanding. As Thomas Jefferson so artfully put it, if a nation expects to be ignorant and free, in a state of civilization, it expects what never was and never will be. An addendum to the above in how it relates to my story and my depiction of Britannia. Recall that Euphemia was responsible for the execution of a lot of people, from the Duke of Toronto to quite a few Ordo Hereticus officers that refused to cease their activities. All of these executions, even that of the Lord David by General Eyre, were entirely by the book, for actions that were illegal under Britannian domestic law. International law as it exists in this universe doesn't even enter the picture. No one was executed at a mere whim, all of them were guilty of actual crimes. What were those crimes? Cheating and selling substandard munitions to the military, trafficking a highly dangerous drug that makes cocaine look like sugar cubes in comparison, human trafficking, murder for the purpose of covering up said human trafficking, black market trafficking of military equipment, murder for sport, the list goes on. I mean, what does that tell all of you about the things Britannian law forbids? And the general reasonableness of the majority of Britannians, commoners and nobles alike, since both the House of Lords and House of Commons and the reigning sovereign had to agree to them to make them laws. This being the case, how is it even possible to claim with a straight face that Britannia, as a nation, would tolerate gross violations of things like the Geneva and Hague Conventions, at least with respect to the treatment of lawful enemy combatants? Or that it would be stupid enough to do something so blatantly and obviously against its national interest? Chapter 152, Epilogue 7. The Blood and Iron speech was delivered to a full session of Parliament by the Empress Euphemia on the 20th anniversary of her reign. During this time the Labour Party in the House of Commons had begun arguing for rapprochement and détente between Britannia and the remaining European powers, Russia especially. They argued that Britannia's continued insistence on maintaining a decisive strategic advantage over any potential adversary was inflaming hostility and distrust against the Empire, that there was significant risk of other nations deciding that a preemptive strike was the only thing that would ensure their continued existence because they interpreted the Empire's military readiness as preparations for invasion, never mind the continued economic weakness of those same nations. Her Majesty's speech, reproduced below, directly addressed these concerns, but not in the manner that the peace faction hoped for. It has come to our attention that certain members of this august body have established reservations about the wisdom of the Empire's martial posture, reservations based upon the notion that those nations with which Britannia remains contrary with would find cause in that posture to attempt harm to the Empire and its subjects. We would remind all whom hold such reservations that 20 years ago when the world was plunged into fire it was not the Empire that ignited the sparks, but those very nations whose sentiment are now of such concern. It was these nations that determined the only resolution to their fears and insecurities was to put not just Britannia but all whom shared our blood to the sword, and that was exactly what they attempted. When Britannia emerged triumphant, it did so because of blood shed and iron tempered. Had we desired the complete and utter annihilation of our enemies, the means were within our reach. Instead we extended a peace that left intact the sovereignty of those that dared transgress upon Britannia. A price was exacted for that transgression, the Empire was made whole once more with the union of the ancestral lands, but by our benevolence did we leave those nations that accepted peace with the Empire to endure. Should those nations which were granted our mercy elect to repeat the error of the past and seek to make war once more due to their imprudent fear, they shall not find a Britannia weakened by lack of resolve and baseless pandering to appease their apprehensions. They will find an empire whose patience will have been exhausted and which possess both the will and the means to exact a final solution to the matter, this we swear. 2 weeks after the speech was delivered the Empire conducted its first successful test of the Freya warhead, a pure fusion nuclear weapon that made use of a small antimatter charge instead of a first-stage fission warhead to generate the temperatures and pressures necessary to induce a fusion reaction. The prototype achieved a yield of 10 megatons. The largest warhead tested by the Holy Britannian Empire before its unilateral cessation of in-atmospheric tests of nuclear weapons was 1 gigaton, vaporizing Bikini Atoll and submerging a substantial portion of the Marshall Islands as a consequence. Of Blood and Iron, the reign of Euphemia I. Epilogue 7. Honoris Causa. Jeremiah. The elderly Margrave turned about and graced his wife with a warm smile. I knew I'd find you in here, Valletta said, leaving the saloon door open a crack. You know me so well, Jeremiah replied. After so many years, one would hope, Valletta said as she stepped over to his side. That, and you have been wool gathering of late. Yes, I suppose I have, Jeremiah said, looking out the window again. I suppose I have. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Valletta gave a comforting squeeze. You are troubled. Jeremiah grunted. Perhaps so. Though my disquiet is not so severe as to warrant being called troubled. It is just, the times are changing, and I find it a struggle keep pace. It might be due to my age, or it might be due to my stubbornness. Either way, I find the world around me less and less familiar. Valletta nodded. I know the feeling, even if not to the same degree as you. The world has changed, but by and large, for the better, I think. As do I, Jeremiah said gravely. And yet, it is unfamiliar. That, Valletta did not dispute. The world that they had grown up in seemed a distant memory. The truths that they once considered incontrovertible, shown to be open to unbounded questions. But there was no shame in their uneasiness, nothing strange about their disquiet. Their time was drawing to a close and a new era was dawning. And that was also right. His Highness will bear the crown well, Valletta stated. Of that, I have no doubt, Jeremiah said. I watched him grow from an unsteady youth to a man tempered by life. His father, he would have been proud. As proud as his mother is, and all those that helped raise him. Every single one of them. Valletta regarded Jeremiah, understanding well the source of her dear husband's disquiet. It still troubles you, after all these years, she said. Her Highness elevation. The man's hands tightened into fists momentarily, but just as quickly they relaxed again. I have tried to make peace with that fact, but ultimately, even now, yes. It was not an admission made lightly, but Jeremiah still did so unflinchingly. Do you still question her fitness? Valletta asked her husband. Slowly, Jeremiah shook his head. Though the Princess Colin's history as an insurgent, I have borne witness to her unflinching loyalty to the Empress Euphemia. Her Highness stood by Her Majesty through all the tribulations she endured, and carried out every charge, asked of her. Her Highness' own children are the closest the Prince Wilhelm has had as siblings, and the House of Stottfeld is entirely deserving of its elevation. There was a certain vehement conviction in that last statement, but it was not due to Jeremiah trying to convince himself of the validity of his own words. The Margrave sincerely believed his declaration, and yet. You are jealous of Her Highness. Jeremiah blinked, turning his gaze to meet Valletta's eyes. Jealous. The knight smiled gently again. Is that not so? After several moments wherein his eyes lingered upon his wife, Jeremiah let out a sigh. That, may well be so. And smiled slightly. How well you know me, Valletta. It was not difficult to surmise, Valletta stated. I but had to pay the slightest of attention. The Margrave chuckled slightly, but his expression quickly returned to a stoic manner. You recall that I once served in the royal guard of Her Majesty the Empress Marianne. Valletta nodded. That service, ended, with Her Majesty's passing. And for years I considered it a personal failure that I, and her guard, were unable to ensure her safety and that of her children. Jeremiah grimaced. Especially that of her children. The knight said nothing, letting her husband let it all out. When my paths crossed with the Princess Euphemia, I thought, here was a royal that shared in the Empress Marianne's mettle. Here was a chance to redeem myself, if only I had the chance to enter her service. Jeremiah smiled wryly. I was not joking when I admitted jealousy to your selection into Her Highness Guard, even as I felt joy at your abilities being so recognized. Valletta returned the smile, even if hers held a softer edge. Nonetheless, despite all my hopes, Jeremiah continued, Her Highness, Her Majesty, never seemed to notice me. Instead, she took note of a former insurgent, and appointed her to stand as her knight. The knight in question being the very same person Jeremiah had declared fit for her station. I do not know if it was my pride that was wounded, Jeremiah said, or my guilt resurgent at being seemingly found wanting. I asked myself time and again, would Her Highness, Her Majesty, have so elevated the Princess Colin, if I, had not fallen short in meeting her needs? You know well Her Majesty held you in high regard, Valletta stated. I know, Jeremiah assured his wife. I know it so. Nonetheless, and it is a foolish thing, I cannot help but wonder. Did I fall short somewhere, sometime, such that for all my other accolades, I was not granted a place of honor before Her Highness? Before Her Majesty. You have not, Margrave, a clear, strong voice sounded from behind. Jeremiah stiffened, and it was with great effort that he turned around. His eyes went wide once they confirmed what his ears had already told him. There, standing at the entrance to the saloon, her face graced with a dignified smile, stood the Empress Euphemia. The loyalty of your service, the dignity by which you upheld your duty, Euphemia continued as she strode towards Jeremiah, by any measure you have met, and exceeded, the standard of honor I, or any other, could ask for. Reaching the Margrave, Euphemia extended her hands and took into hers Jeremiah's own. Of those sworn to my honor, I have asked much of them over the years. So much in fact that I oft considered my honor more a burden than a gift to those asked to bear it. And so I thought you were better served never being asked to assume such a weight. But, it is clear that on this, I was mistaken. For this, I beg your forgiveness, Margrave. Your Majesty, Jeremiah said, his voice husky with effort. There is nothing to forgive. Euphemia shook her head even as she released Jeremiah's hands. Were that true? But, belated though it may be, there is still time to make amends. She took a single step back. Margrave Jeremiah Gottwald. Long have you served in our name. Long have you upheld with the highest dignity our honor. And long have you borne willingly the price of our ambition. Would you accept then, the grace of our shield? Jeremiah looked down at the shorter woman, struggling to close his agape mouth. It was impolite in the extreme to just stand there gawking at the Empress, but his mind was simply unable to process everything that was happening quickly enough. Finally, after all the shock passed and he was able to think rationally, the Margrave fell upon one knee. I, Jeremiah Gottwald, do swear myself to thy service, and place myself under the grace of thy shield. Euphemia nodded. We accept thy oath to our service, and grant thee the grace of our shield. We bid you stand, 10th at the table of the rounds. And so Jeremiah did, as the Knight of 10 to Her Majesty the Empress Euphemia. It would be a title the Margrave would continue to hold even after her abdication and the ascension of her son the Emperor Wilhelm. In her name however would Jeremiah hold the seat, until time claimed him with the passing of ages. End of Epilogue 7. Work has been extremely busy as of late. I'm probably going to work on getting another chapter of duty out first before I work on the next epilogue for calculus. Abdication, the relinquishing of the power that the throne represents. This is the other method Euphemia's descendants will employ to keep the line actively engaged in its duties. There is going to be no waiting for the previous sovereign to pass away before responsibilities are handed over. Instead, once an heir has demonstrated the necessary good judgment and experience holding the throne requires, the previous sovereign will abdicate to make way for the new generation while that generation is still in its prime. And then the retired emperor or empress can go enjoy the rest of their days playing with the grandkids instead of dealing with affairs of state. And by establishing this precedent of abdication, Euphemia sets out the idea that there is a standard of fitness in order to hold the throne, and a certain point when the older generation should entrust the newer generation with responsibility to carry forth. On average, most of the heirs will demonstrate themselves to be ready for this responsibility in their mid to late 30s. Only in very rare exceptions will a sovereign reign for longer than 20 or 30 years themselves, with those exceptions being when the need arises to skip a generation because the current heir is just not measuring up for one reason or another. Overall, the imperial family goes to great lengths to make sure that those in the succession are genuinely capable of assuming the throne. And once Colin figures out how, she and Lelich ruthlessly exploit genetic engineering to get at least a baseline set of traits that have a higher probability, but not a guarantee. See that bit about skipping generations, instilled into Euphemia's descendants. We might get a peek at that in a later epilogue. And yes, I know genetics don't control people's qualities at that fine a level of granularity, it'll be explained in more detail what Colin and Lelich are doing, later. The Freya warhead in my timeline is, as noted, a pure fusion warhead instead of some sort of implosion device that plays fast and loose with the laws of physics. A pure fusion warhead is at present a theoretical design that can initiate a fusion reaction without using a first-stage fission warhead, which is what modern thermonuclear weapons do. This first-stage warhead is also what makes modern thermonuclear weapons so dirty. A pure fusion warhead on the other hand would leave significantly less fallout, if any, while matching or even eclipsing the yield of a thermonuclear weapon. The antimatter charge mentioned in the snippet is created inside of a scaled-up version of the particle accelerator design CC gave Euphemia to reopen the common island thought elevator. Here saccharide played a very important role in helping gain the power levels necessary thanks to its superconductivity. And with possession of the bulk of the world's supply of saccharide, Britannia has basically a de facto monopoly on the infrastructure necessary to manufacture more Freya warheads, making any nuclear arsenal the Europeans might scrape together a somewhat meager-looking deterrence compared to the yields the Empire is capable of deploying. The lack of radioactive fallout from the Empire's warheads is even more frightening to the Europeans, since that means Britannia doesn't have to treat its Freya arsenal as some sort of last resort deterrent, they can actually be used tactically instead of merely strategically. Colin is using a combination of cosmetics and her ability to minutely control her body to give the impression of aging, albeit very gracefully. Officially she passes away shortly after Cole timeline-wise. Even before that she already had a fake younger persona running around. After her official death, she just reverts to it full-time, at least around those that aren't aware of her secret. C.CS probably lounging around spending her days eating pizza. She's more or less retired, and after everything she's done, Euphemia and Colin aren't going to fuss too much about her pension. She still offers advice here and there as needed in dealing with the Directorate's research, but at this point CC doesn't want to assume any new responsibilities. She did help look after Cotone as she deteriorated, and then the orphans that Colin had taken in. Beyond that, C.C's role is basically done. There were other story threads that I had considered doing that would have explored C.C's role as Grandmaster more, but those were ultimately cut due to time constraints. Britannia is a constitutional monarchy in so much as it has a constitution. The purpose of that constitution, prior to the new one Heinrich helped ram through Parliament, was not to restrict the powers of the monarch to protect the rights of the people, however. It set out a series of obligations both sides owed the other, but there was no concept of some sort of unalienable right possessed by the common people. It was also more concerned about the balance of power between the nobility and the crown, and most everyone by Euphemia's time agreed that it needed a serious overhaul considering the growing wealth and political assertiveness of the common people. There still isn't a concept of unalienable rights in the new constitution. Britannia as a society does not believe in the existence of such. It just extended the obligations of the monarch to the people to include allowing the people to exercise a set of rights, so long as the people fulfilled their obligation to crown and country in turn. Euphemia most certainly did not turn Britannia into some sort of representative democracy during her reign, nor does she consider such a development desirable, considering the disastrous war the European democracies plunged themselves into. Religion is not plastic. It tends to be extremely amorphous, and the successful ones shift and change to adapt to whatever the local physical and temporal conditions may be. And Christianity as we know it in the Western world, at least of the Catholic and Protestant denominations, is the product of significant amounts of change over the years and is ultimately a synthesis of the original Judaic traditions mixed with pagan elements. Christmas is basically the Nordic/Germanic Yuletide, the imagery of God is pretty much the Greek god Zeus, so on and so forth. Furthermore, the concept of heaven and hell as portrayed in contemporary Judeo-Christian theology was actually not part of the original Jewish doctrine, it's from a specific branch that managed to outlast the others. Yes, I actually did study a bit of religion's history as well, that was expanded upon using the concept of Elysium and Tartarus from Greek mythology. Conversely, in a lot of respects the only difference between the Anglican Church and the Catholic Church is who is the head of the Church, a demonstration that doctrine can and will be changed to fit the needs of the changer. Indeed, the only bits and pieces of a religion that are relevant to the conduct of the society that practices it are the bits and pieces most readily changed, and therefore most readily incorporated into other religions. This being the case, my personal view of religion is that religions are one of many manifestations of ideals and concepts that already exist but which have now reached a certain degree of maturity within the society in question. Under this definition, a religion is not responsible for the dispersal of the ideals or concepts it espouses. Rather, the emergence and acceptance of those ideals is what permits a religion that espouses them to take root. Religion can help ease the adoption of these ideals, or accelerate it via force driven by fervor, but the society that accepts a religion has to be open to the basic ideals espoused in the first place. And a religion won't allow a bad idea to survive in the long run, even if it helps prolong the slide into irrelevance. A bad idea or principle is still a bad idea or principle, and societies that adopt better ones tend to win out in the long run. Therefore the religions that have survived to this day do so because the society that they manifest from have proven themselves successful. Their success is not due to some specific religion being an intrinsic necessity. In that vein, and this is probably going to be the most controversial statement I'll likely be making in this story, religions to me are fundamentally interchangeable at a macroscopic level, and perhaps even more so at a microscopic level. The absence of one religion simply means another exists in its place. And if a set of ideals and concepts are seeing widespread adoption within a society, it would not be terribly unexpected for that society to modify the replacement religion into whatever form is necessary to encapsulate and espouse those ideals. Thus the success of, say, Christianity in Europe is due to it being changed to fit the needs of the society of the time, not because there is some fundamental truth in Christianity. If Christianity had not taken root, we could just as easily be having this discussion about whatever religion supplanted it. The existence of a religion does not result in the fixation of a society's mores and standards. Indeed, a religion that does not fit the needs of a society as it changes will not endure and ultimately disappear. The religions that continue to this day, and this includes the Abrahamic religions as well as Eastern religions like Hinduism and Buddhism, persevere because they serve the needs of the societies that practice them, and because they are flexible enough to change to continue fitting those needs. Those religions, or rather the specific sects within those religions, that refuse to change, well, I don't consider the decline in the number of practicing Catholics or Protestants in Europe to be because people are less devout than in the past. I would consider it an indication that those sects/institutions are losing touch with the needs of the society they are supposed to serve, or even those societies outgrowing any dependency on them, much as past pagan religions disappeared as the ideals they espoused were found lacking and they did not change to adopt the new ideals. Those bits and pieces of the old religions that were still considered of value were ultimately incorporated into the successor religions like Christianity, and I expect that in the long run, if Christianity is to survive in the long run, it too will change to the point where some notions within it would seem extremely odd to the Christians of today, much as modern-day Christianity likely has a few practices that would be deemed heretical by medieval Christian practitioners. Note the above is not intended as any criticism of anyone that asks me about religion in this story, it's just a statement of my general position on the topic in real life. I'm personally an atheist or an agnostic, so religion to me is less a matter of personal spirituality, or some manifestation of some greater truth, and more as just another variable in the complex fabric of human society, and often a bloody one at that. Others are free to be heavily invested in having religion in their lives, that is their prerogative. I would simply caution against projecting your own spiritual wants and needs upon others. I'm well read. That's about the breadth and depth of it. I started reading extensively when I was in elementary school, including a great many history texts, some of which I wasn't able to fully absorb until I was older, but that set me on the path. The British historians are arguably the most amusing, considering the ways they often like to expound upon how incompetent their government and military leadership is at any particular point in time. I also keep abreast of the news using news agencies that actually attempt to get the facts straight, like the New York Times, BBC, and Economist, with a bit of Reuters and Deutsche Welle's English service if I want a different perspective. Which reminds me, I should go renew my subscription of The Economist soon. Do note the news companies that I do not bother with, that is as equally important. Then there was the minor in East Asian Studies I did while at university, and I balanced my overall course load out with quite a few courses in history. To be frank, most everything I've put into my stories is based on my knowledge of history, and those concepts that I borrow from other writers I did so because they made enough sense based on my knowledge of history that I felt they were usable. The conquest of the Americas was discussed in a history lesson Mikasa received from Lena Bright as part of the preparations for her attending Ashford as a student back in Chapter 60. My Chapter 60, not the numbering system this site uses. And there are no Spanish or Portuguese in the Central and South American provinces, everyone down there that isn't some native tribe hidden so deeply in the forests that they weren't forcibly integrated or killed in the past are Britannians. And as Britannians, they use English, and the only traces of the Spanish or Portuguese languages are from the names of places that weren't changed and some borrowed words that have made its way into Britannian English. There are certainly people of Spanish or Portuguese or native descent, but after this many generations under Britannian rule, that lineage is more a fact of trivia than anything else, much as someone might say they're Irish American or Italian American today, but unless they're a first-generation immigrant that label means very little. Japan is literally the first conquered region that the Britannian government is not going to try to outright suppress a native language. Even then, all official interactions with the government has to take place in English, and whether the Japanese language survives in the long term will be determined by how much resources Colin and Kagaya's families are willing to dedicate to its preservation, and how much people of Japanese ethnic descent actually care about such preservation. The latter is by no means assured. I kept the numbering of Britannian sovereigns, but I didn't actually pay it any mind or thought. It never really came into play in the story and there was never an occasion that I could have used the number in a meaningful way. Cole wrote letters because he was in boot camp, and in boot camp you're intentionally cut off from the rest of the world except via letters. Any of the surprisingly numerous veterans, or even active duty service members, that read my stories can confirm that I seem to attract a decent number of military readers. And then once he goes on deployment, there are genuinely times when letters are better ways to send messages home than email or etc., especially if you are on the campaign trail with much more limited communications bandwidth. In terms of the actual technological level, Britannia pretty much reaches 2018 levels of tech by the 1980s or 90s. While Euphemia is fairly open-minded, she is not a believer in equality. While she does not believe someone to be inherently inferior due to their birth circumstances, she also does not believe that everyone is equally capable given the same set of opportunities. Her priority is therefore to ensure that if you are so capable, that you not be denied the opportunity to productively make use of your talents. But seeing as the resources of the government are finite, she accepts that it is inevitable that people will slip through the cracks. Acceptance of this inevitability does not however prevent her from trying hard to prevent it anyway, she just does not consider it some sort of moral or ethical failure if/when people do slip through the cracks. Simultaneous to this, Euphemia does not believe that it is the responsibility of society or the government to provide recompense for historical mistreatment. The current prosperity of her nation is after all built upon the exploitation that mistreatment allowed, and she would consider it hypocritical to enjoy the fruits of that current prosperity while demonizing how it was achieved. Can the society do better? Yes, and Euphemia is determined to see to that betterment, and the heavens help you if you get caught mistreating any of her subjects under her watch. But for historical actions, the only recompense that might be forthcoming is if what happened was actually illegal under imperial law at the time the mistreatment happened, and the form of recompense you'd receive is a single financial payout and that is it. This also means that there is no affirmative action in the empire, no quotas, nothing that tries to actively rebalance things. Anyone that obtains a peerage does so solely on the merit of their actions and the honor of their conduct and service, plus at least a few generations of their family having produced successful scions. The simple fact is that significantly fewer minorities would even have the opportunity to so distinguish themselves as a natural consequence of this, and even fewer would have had the time to establish successive generations of successful descendants. As such, the number of peoples of minority status that would meet Euphemia's qualifications for receiving a peerage are extremely small proportionally speaking, and Euphemia will not compromise those standards for the sake of diversity in the Lord's composition. The point of the peerage is after all to provide a source of continuity within the empire, and some of the requirements of that continuity is having one's family firmly established at a good standard of prosperity for at least a few generations. Give power to someone not used to exercising it, or whose family is not used to exercising the restraint possession of power demands, and you set the stage for the very abuse of power that appointment of fresh blood was meant to curb. Despite this, however, there is actually a fairly large contingent of female peers in the Lords, and by the time of Wilhelm's reign the proportions are something like 58 to 42 male to female. And there are actually more African American/Britannian peers than one might expect, since quite a few such persons came from families that served as very loyal retainers to the imperial family due to Charles I's emancipation of the slaves. Dorothea Ernst, the Knight of Four, comes from just such a family, as does Euphemia's own personal secretary, Rachel. A good chunk of such peers are Crown loyalists, and the African Britannian voting bloc is a major source of the loyalist strength in the Commons. Somewhat random aside, the issue of same-sex marriage in the Empire was resolved in a rather sneaky manner that came down to a very literal reading of the relevant statutes and no one thinking they could actually challenge it when Millie has Euphemia's support. In Britannia, the institution of marriage is less a matter of religion and more just a bookkeeping thing for tax purposes. The government has an interest in its subjects having kids and thus making more subjects, at a reasonable rate at least, and it also wants to make sure that these kids are properly supported by the parents involved, hence it provides some tax incentives for a couple to officially register that, yes, they are married. In exchange for those incentives, the parents assume a set of responsibilities to their child, including making sure that child goes to school, is fed, and so forth. Being a legitimately recognized child also entitles that child to certain inheritance claims, which is more important for the nobility than the commoner population, since which inheritance rights a child can claim is determined by their formal, legal relation to the parent with whatever assets they are trying to get. Divorces are a thing in Britannia, as are remarriages, or widows or widowers remarrying. And in the case of the imperial family prior to Euphemia, having multiple recognized consorts and children. Making clear how and what rights each have is damn important in such cases. This being the case, and because the marriage law was written in a way to be generic enough that it could be applied to either the father or the mother with respect to responsibility to the child, there's no stipulation in the law itself to require a union to only be between a man and a woman since most of the statutes are about the legal relationship between a parent and a child. It was certainly presumed at the time the law was originally drafted that marriage would be between a man and a woman, but it was never explicitly spelled out. This being the case, two people of the same gender could have tried to register a marriage and they wouldn't be violating the letter of the law. Whether the clerk would have agreed to it, and whether the courts would side with such a couple if the clerk refused, is another matter entirely. The notion of gay rights was more or less still in its infancy when Millie was put into the succession. Millie being Millie, she saw an opportunity to get something she wanted, namely, to marry Nina, as compensation for all the trouble Euphemia was about to dump on her by making her a princess. Millie had to get married, if only to produce heirs of her blood, to further strengthen the succession. She however wanted Nina to be able to share in the rights, and obligations, in any child Millie had. There were actually provisions for this in Britannian marriage law, but based on the premise of there being a single husband with multiple wives, and it was in there mostly to account for noble/royal/imperial relations. Millie however wanted the point of relation to be centered on her instead of her husband, which the law had not envisioned, but which again it did not preclude. Once the public became aware of Millie's arrangement, you can bet there was a lot of gnashing of teeth and wringing of hands. The problem facing those people that opposed Millie's marriage was that, the clerk responsible for registering it obviously approved it, and therefore set the precedent that such a thing was permitted under the law. This being the case, any other clerk that was faced with a similar petition wasn't really in a position to refuse, because any court case that supported the refusing clerk would end up invalidating Millie's marriage to Nina. Pissing off an imperial princess like that is generally recognized as not a good idea, and there's the fact that the final court of appeals is the sovereign, in this case Euphemia, and Euphemia already gave her word to Millie that she would not stand in the way of any marriage to Nina. The only way to override Euphemia would have been if Parliament, both the Lords and the Commons, passed an explicit law with a 3/4 majority in both chambers, defining marriage as between a man and a woman. And the chances of any of Euphemia's prime ministers expending the effort to do that is low. Reuben wasn't going to hurt his own granddaughter like that, especially when she's already gone along to making sure she is still fulfilling her other noble obligations by having heirs. Augustus would have deferred to the wishes of his niece. Rochester similarly wouldn't have considered such a matter a priority even if he was prepared to go against Euphemia's will on the matter. Heinrich might have been the only one with the guts to defy Euphemia, but he doesn't care about the issue at all and he listens to Colin if/when she argues for Millie. So Millie's marriage with Nina stands without any legal challenge, and so do those of other couples that take advantage of the opening Millie created, and everyone knows that no challenge to those unions would survive. Doesn't stop certain ultra-conservative elements from decrying them, but again, irritating an imperial princess and her close friends and family is generally recognized to be a bad idea. The comments about international law and etc. started in response to another reader that was insistent on using them to qualify Britannia as somehow barbaric due to it not being a signatory to them. Other readers raised points of their own, and so I just condensed a final response into those paragraphs in the previous chapter. The closest thing to a detailed write-up of Britannia's state at the time of Wilhelm's ascension or later would be if I decide to do a dump of all of my unpublished opening snippets that I didn't find a place for in the other chapters. That's about all I have energy for. Otherwise, if a reader has specific questions, I'll make an effort to answer in the author notes, which are at this point starting to eclipse the actual story snippets, but at Chapter 153, Epilogue 8. Due to the number of European noble families that escaped the Republican revolutions of continental Europe by fleeing to the Holy Britannian Empire, it was almost inevitable that some of these families would be included in the lineage of the Britannian imperial family. The Princess Guinevere and the 6 Britannia siblings, the Prince Lelich and Princess Nunnally, all inherited the blood of French nobility from their mothers. The Emperor Charles was himself of partial German descent, a heritage reinforced via their mothers for the Prince Schneisel, the Princess Cornelia, and of course Her Majesty the Empress Euphemia. Whether this heritage in any way influenced how the Empress approached Germany from a foreign policy perspective is impossible to say, though Her Majesty was fluent in the language and well read on its history. In fact, when asked about the philosophy that guided the conduct of her rule, Her Majesty responded by quoting famed German statesman and reformer Karl Christian Schurz, Mainland, I'm recht oder I'm unrecht, when I'm recht sie halten, und when I'm unrecht, ins Recht sie rücken. It is against this statement, more than anything else, that the reigns of the Empress Euphemia and her descendants have been judged. Of blood and iron, the reign of Euphemia I. Epilogue 8. Aurora Nova. A thought elevator's interior was ultimately subject to its users' whims, so there was no real fixed representation. As she grew more and more comfortable with the systems, Colin had transformed the default lobby into a Japanese garden instead of the library it previously was. The garden also acted as another layer of protection, putting access to the human minds subconsciously connected to C's world and the thought elevator behind one further level of access. Lelich, or his gestalt at least, had similarly decorated his own partition within the thought elevator to suit his own tastes. His projection was also that of a garden, but obviously one of Britannian style instead of Japanese. That former nation and its culture held no sentiment for him after all. In fact, it was effectively a replica of the garden atop the Viceroy's palace in Tokyo, or rather the garden of the Imperial Aries villa that he had called home as a child. It was a place that Colin had grown equally familiar with, seeing as it was the place Euphemia had retired to after her abdication. The gestalt in question was seated in the garden, putting on the appearance of having a cup of coffee. Then again, he was able to experience the reproduction of flavor and texture, and was likely doing it to help keep in touch with the memories that anchored his sanity. At seeing Colin's approach, he dipped his head in greeting. Colin. Lelich, the knight responded, taking a seat opposite the gestalt. While the curtness of such exchanges in the past was a product of Colin's lingering animosity towards Lelich, now it was simple ingrained habit. Neither were much for wasting time with unneeded pleasantries either, and Lelich especially was very economical with his efforts. Perhaps such economy really was ingrained in the Britannia lineage. I have finished examining the records you granted me access to, Lelich therefore proceeded without further preamble, and I was right. The siphoning off of dark energy by the Zeroth iteration should not have been sufficient to cause the universe to outright collapse. There was another factor at play that caused the imbalance between the expansionary and contracting forces. Do you have any idea what that cause is? Colin asked. I have a hypothesis, and the models I've tested generally agree with it, Lelich answered. The root cause, however, arguably remains the same, that of human action. Colin cocked her head aside. Did the Zeroth humans do something beyond siphoning off dark energy? Not intentionally or even consciously, but yes, Lelich said. While the collective subconscious does not act with motive, it is still capable of acting. In this respect, what appears to have happened is that the cumulative negativity that resided within the collective subconscious was exerting an active acceleration of universal entropy. That elicited a frown from Colin. That's possible. While we have no direct means of witnessing this phenomenon, the available data suggests it to be so, Lelich stated. Colin determined to examine the data herself, but for the moment she was prepared to take Lelich's word for it. So by negativity, what do you mean? She asked instead. In effect I mean negative emotions, Lelich answered. Things like envy, hate, anger, despair. While pure emotions are supposed to be separated from the data that form C's world, sometimes they play such an intrinsic role in the formation of the mnemonic data that they resonate, for lack of a better word. At a certain point, that resonance becomes destructive, and it can leak into the matrium in various shapes and forms. The gestalt met Colin's eyes. One of which we have already encountered. It took Colin scant moments to figure out what Lelich was referring to. You're talking about the Krell. Lelich nodded. But, Rai and Nemo both claimed that it was some sort of Xeno, Colin pointed out. It would not be the first time Rai and Nemo's information was inaccurate even while fitting perfectly with the evidence they possessed on hand, Lelich pointed out. Fair enough, Colin conceded. So, this Krell, was a manifestation of the negativity that has built up in C's world. The first of many if we are not careful, Lelich said. Many prior iterations fell to these manifestations, the one Rai from being just the most recent instance. A very pointed warning that. Do you have a proposal for preventing further such leakages? Colin asked. Lelich's lips thinned. It is a complex thing. You are effectively asking how one could end all human suffering. Point, Colin agreed. But this sort of problem is not something that has a simple, quick solution. It is something that must be approached from multiple angles and with continuous effort. In some respects Euphemia has provided at least a basic template for how to approach the problem, Lelich said. To that Colin cocked her head aside again. Oh. Her policies on healthcare and childcare, Lelich elucidated, as well as her emphasis on providing mental health care, or at least her adoption of the policies you and Cole pioneered in your province. The social services so referenced were something of a departure from the Britannia of old, but their motive was more utilitarian than emotionally rooted. Yes, Euphemia desired her subjects to live prosperous and productive lives, but the services were intended as enablers to this prosperity and productivity, not as the sum of it. Euphemia's rationale for providing these services was straightforward enough. Healthcare and childcare were services that many of her subjects needed, not merely wanted but outright needed. A healthy populace was one that could work more, and similarly parents that could find reliable places to leave their children during the workday before they were ready to school would lose fewer days of work. People that did work generated more taxes, and the fewer workdays lost to health issues or lack of childcare the more tax revenue the government received in the end. And because of the economy of scale the government could achieve in providing these services to everyone, it actually came out ahead by spending the money to do so than not spending it and accepting the fall in tax receipts from the missing workdays. Of course the actual balance had been trialed on a small scale, specifically within the personal domains of Colin, Millie, and Euphemia herself, before being rolled out nationwide with various tweaks to accommodate local conditions. As Euphemia had put it when discussing the provisions with her ministers, such services acted as force multipliers for her subjects, allowing them to contribute more to society by alleviating some of the strain people were under to meet their needs, while still leaving plenty of other needs to be met by their own abilities so that they still had something to strive for. Like with many other things in life, it was all about carefully balancing privilege and responsibility without getting caught up with the slippery slope fallacy. The provisions for mental health on the other hand had originated from efforts by Colin to see to the care of veterans returning to Japan. With both her and Cole having first-hand experience with PTSD, they were determined that the men and women whom had served with them would have all the help they needed to deal with the demons that haunted them even after coming home. Over time however it became clear that it was not just soldiers that needed help with such demons, but many people within the general population as well. Sometimes it was as simple as just having someone to talk to. Other times, darker pains lurked that needed soothing. I suppose I can see how that might be so, Colin said, but those services are limited only to Britannian subjects. Even after unification with the Chinese Federation, there will be a very large percentage of the human race outside of the Empire's domain. Less so than you might think if Britannia continues with its current policy of strategic containment, Lelich said. But you are correct, these policies alone may serve to dull the edge of human despair, but they are unlikely to be sufficient by themselves. No, for that, we will likely need to resort to more direct measures. Lelich was being rather roundabout with his explanations today, though arguably much of that was to provide Colin with the context behind their problem. Such as. Colin provided the prompt for him to continue. Lelich rubbed his chin. It would be a multi-pronged effort, to employ both nature and nurture to try to effect long-term change on the entire human race. We could attempt to prioritize and promote the genetic traits that provide for more robust neurological topologies, ones less susceptible to the vagaries of chemical imbalances from stress and the like. Colin narrowed her eyes. Would such a person even be human anymore? If they uphold the values that we presently do, would there be a difference? Lelich countered. To that Colin frowned further. This is the nurture you are referring to. Indeed, Lelich said. And Euphemia's institution of childcare offers a vector to instill the desired social mores and ethics. That was not its intent, Colin said somewhat acidly. On the contrary, I am certain it was very much a consideration when Euphemia was putting it together, Lelich disputed. You should know my sister well, especially in how she seeks to maximize the return from any effort she undertakes. That, Colin found she could not quite dispute. Young minds were malleable minds, and the best time to instill a sense of respect was in childhood. Granted, Colin had not found anything objectionable in the guidelines for daycare and preschool education, but the way Lelich phrased it, she could see his angle as well. I'm still not sure your proposal would actually work, Colin finally said. The brain's biochemistry is complicated, and if we tweak one bit, we risk changing other responses as well. If we reduce a person's susceptibility to emotional stress, we might also reduce their ability to feel at all. Lelich said nothing immediately, but his silence already represented an admission on his part of Colin's point. Could we try another approach? Colin spoke up to break that silence. Oh? And what is your proposal? We've already discussed the need to instill traits that will make people strong enough to withstand the strain of a Geass, Colin said. Could we take advantage of that? Create a weak connection to C's world to everyone, to let them feel, at least a little bit, of what others are feeling. To make it easier to empathize with others. Lelich smiled slightly. And here I thought my proposal was radical. That was also a fair point, but Colin waited for Lelich to mull it over and determine if he had others to share. The intent is admirable, Lelich finally did just that, but there is also the risk of unexpected consequences here. If people sympathize with others too much, it might become too difficult for them to make hard decisions that cause suffering in the short term but which are necessary for the long term. And the pain from making such decisions might well create a sense of self-loathing that feeds into the negativity in C's world anyway. Colin sighed. Lelich had been right, this was complicated. But he was also right in that this would be a multi-pronged, long-term effort. There would be no single, simple solution. There are probably still other factors we have yet to fully consider, Lelich stated. But, there is still time. We can consider them one by one and determine how best to implement those we choose. The betterment of mankind is no trivial task. To that Colin nodded in agreement, but she also grimaced. We may have plenty of time, but there are those that do not. She rose. Are you ready? Taking a deep sigh, Lelich did likewise. I am, Colin. Please, lead the way. Of the two figures that walked down the halls of the Imperial Ares Villa, one was well familiar to the attending staff. Dame Kathleen Stanford, Duchess of Bedivere and Knight of 12 to Her Majesty the Empress Henrietta, came often to consult with her liege's grandmother, the Empress Euphemia. The raven-haired man that accompanied her today was entirely new however, and despite his impeccable credentials the armsman present gave him a very thorough look over before letting him through the checkpoints. The final hurdle to Euphemia herself was an aged matron, the head of the villa staff and one of Euphemia's longest-serving attendants. Your Grace, Jacqueline Rochester, second child of the Duke and Duchess Rochester, bowed respectfully, then regarded the man accompanying Kathleen. Colonel Kingsley, I believe. Julius Kingsley, Special Projects Director of the Camelot Institute, returned the motion out of courtesy. Jacqueline looked back over at Kathleen. Her Majesty wearies easily these days. Do not cause her to unnecessarily exert herself. My word, Jacqueline, Kathleen assured the head attendant. After giving Julius one last look, Jacqueline bowed again and stood aside to let them pass. Pushing through the door, they saw that Euphemia was seated on one of the sofas, looking out the window. At hearing their entrance however, the Empress glanced over. Her eyes widened for a brief moment before she graced them with a comforting, grandmotherly smile. The two came before her and fell to their knee. Your Majesty, Kathleen greeted for both. Now, Euphemia chided. You are sworn to Henrietta now, Colin. Or I suppose Kathleen is what you go by these days. Colin looked up, meeting Euphemia's mischievous gaze, and returned a smile of her own. An oath though I may have sworn, but yours is not one that I have forsworn. Is that so? Euphemia said, mixing a touch of appreciation in her tone. She then looked over at Julius. And you, my dear brother. It must be quite an imposition on Colin to facilitate your visit today. Colin's proficiency with her code has grown by leaps and bounds, Lelich responded. As such her indulgence of me is at her whim. Is that so? Euphemia said, casting a sideways glance at Colin. The knight cracked a wry smile and dipped her head slightly in confirmation. While Lelich was slightly exaggerating the ease by which he was being projected, these days Colin was not liable to keel over outright from the effort. Well, you might as well be on your feet, Euphemia said with a flick of her hand. No reason to keep kneeling over little old me. The two rose, but Lelich was back down once he reached over and took hold of Euphemia's hand. The Empress looked at him curiously, offering no rebuke for approaching so forthrightly and without her invitation. He was after all her brother, or at the very least the only thing she had left of him. The empire of my birth is long gone, Lelich said, but when I look at you, I can still see the dear sister that bore witness to it with me all those years ago. Euphemia's expression softened and she gently squeezed Lelich's hands. Things change, that is an inevitability. And the time draws near when I myself will disappear from this world, to be forgotten with the passing of ages. No, Lelich said firmly. Though you may be bone, you will never be forgotten, Euphy. Not while I remain. We, will serve as a testament of everything that you have achieved. Everything that you strove for. And everything that you did right. And everything that I did wrong as well. Euphemia said, with not a touch of humor. Lelich's lips thinned, but he nodded nonetheless. Yes. And that is as it should be, Euphemia affirmed. I will not disclaim my errors. If I am to be judged, it should be in the wholeness of all my deeds. Lelich took a deep breath, closing his eyes. When he opened them, they glistened with unshed tears. You should never have need to be judged, Euphi. All that you have done, everything that you tried to do, you did in the fullest and sincerest of belief, a belief that did not err. Unlike me. Lelich closed his eyes and dropped his head. Unlike me. Releasing Lelich's hands, Euphemia reached out and cradled her crying brother. I remember well all that you have done, Lelich. Both the good and the bad. That is not something I can ever forget. But, you are indeed my dear, dear brother that I love. And as your sister, as your family, I say this to you. I forgive you, Lelich. I forgive you. Euphemia Lee Britannia, 99th sovereign of the Holy Britannian Empire, would live to see her 90th birthday, before joining her husband and siblings in a most deserved and final rest. End of Epilogue 8. Many people who spout the phrase, my country, right or wrong, my country, often seem to forget that there are two parts to that phrase, with the second being, if right, to be kept right, if wrong, to be set right. Notice how the phrase takes on an entirely different connotation when the second part is included. Euphemia, and her closer siblings, recognized Britannia as their country. They had no qualms about that point, and they were proud of being Britannians. They also however recognized that there were things seriously wrong with the country, and their life's work was basically to set right what was wrong. It was in fact a life's work that started with their own father, when Charles led a coup to unseat his grandfather, an emperor that had allowed noble excess and abuses to run rampant. Once Charles was in power, he went to significant lengths to root out the worst of the nobles, but a more systemic reform of the empire was something he knew would have to be carried on by his children and probably even grandchildren. And that process of reform has been hard, considering the decades it has taken to unfold. The only reason Euphemia was able to get as much done as she did during her reign was because so many of the most powerful peers were killed in the aftermath of the Battle of Pendragon, and even then the effort to get the rest of society to shift its mentality has not been easy and remains unfinished even with her passing. Wilhelm, and his child, and that child's child, will continue that task, helped along by Colin, her descendants, and Millie's descendants, as well as the descendants of the newer great peers that Euphemia elevated during her reign. Will they trip up? Almost certainly. But to set right what was once wrong is never an easy task. That difficulty however does not excuse one from trying. To be brutally frank, I have a very low opinion of people that spout, my country right or wrong as their justification for why they decline to speak out when their country does commit a wrong. Such excuses reek of moral and ethical cowardice, and such cowardice is the rot that undermines the strength of a nation. If you actually love your country, if you are genuinely loyal, you seek to set it right when it is wrong. Otherwise your claim of patriotism is a flat-out lie that you deserve to be called out on it. So, Colin and Lelich's long-term plan. In all honesty, the reaction that I expect from a lot of you would be a sense of horror at what they're proposing. Not necessarily because they are right, or wrong, but because of the fundamental extremity of what they are proposing. They are talking about perhaps changing the very nature of what it means to be human, to, in some respects, constrain the choice that each of us have. The danger of this constraint should be pretty evident, because if they screw up, they would destroy the individuality that lays behind our humanity. For better or worse, our ability to do good or do evil is rooted in our ability to choose, and to try to make us more likely to choose one over the other has to represent a fundamental shift in the mechanisms that allow us to make a choice in the first place. Colin herself recognizes this, as indicated in the prose, but she also understands the opportunity. And so despite the risk, Lelich's proposal will be something she will explore very, very carefully and with a lot of data mining of past iterations to make sure they don't end up repeating mistakes that led to those iterations' destruction. So I actually went back and added one more scene to Epilogue 3. I was actually able to figure out one example of an attempt to assassinate Colin while she was in Ireland that I felt was appropriate and fitting. It also allowed me to touch upon how Britannia would have handled something that is cropping up in the real world, specifically the systemic sexual abuse that occurred, and is potentially still occurring, within the Catholic Church. The imperial government was not pleased when it started digging up evidence of this abuse. I'm pretty sure all of you can just imagine Colin and Euphemia's personal reactions. And the imperial government, having much less institutional deference or respect for the Catholic Church, is therefore completely disinclined to allow the Church to self-police itself on this matter, so all of the cases of sexual abuse are treated as criminal proceedings from the start. Every suspect that the Crown prosecutors are able to convict face the full consequences of their crimes, and as noted in previous notes, Britannia maintains the death penalty and automatically applies it in certain cases. This is one of them. The end result is the execution of a noticeable portion of the clergy and even layman employees of the church for, if not outright abuse, then complicity in hiding that abuse. And with Europe effectively neutralized as a meaningful political force, the Vatican is pretty much powerless to stop these executions, and its protests are rebuffed, firmly, by Britannia. The Empire also issues extradition requests to various countries, and most cough up the suspects, if only because the crimes are really that horrific. Those that refuse on the grounds of supposedly not agreeing with the death penalty, well, Britannia lets them stand by their principle. They just try the suspects in absentia, and those that are so convicted, the Empire is very watchful and immediately requests extradition if they notice said person traveling to a country that will extradite them. That this action just happens to significantly weaken the Church as an institution, well, people whisper about that, but over time many recognize that what the Empire did was a long overdue accounting for crimes the Church committed or allowed to be committed, crimes that were illegal under European and even Church law, never mind imperial law. With respect to the assassination portion, yet. Colin's reputation as an exceptionally dangerous soldier is firmly established by the time of the attempt, and it only grows from there. Colin basically makes herself as big a target as possible, and the IRA expends a lot of effort and time trying to kill her, just as she intended. And while they do manage to kill a few people as collateral damage to those efforts, they never even get close to threatening Colin herself, even ignoring her code. In the process, the IRA is effectively bled dry going after her, as Colin proceeds to find and dismantle each and every cell that takes a shot at her, and this is on top of seizing all of the weapons caches. Despite this, a grudging respect for Colin eventually develops in that the Irish people recognize she is a damn tough opponent and that she is entirely earnest when it comes to burning out the rot that had taken hold in many Irish institutions, rot that they themselves should have taken care of. Colin is never going to be popular in Ireland, but there is a sort of backhanded pride that grows in the Irish thinking that it took someone as tough as her to pacify the island. So the surprise is not quite ready yet, but there's a preview of it in the story's new cover image, assuming anyone's noticed it. Might be a bit blatant as to what the surprise is, but seeing as there's at least 2 more epilogues pending, there should be plenty of time for the surprise's actual completion. And it's already looking very pretty even in its current state. Chapter 154, Epilogue 9. While the provincial lords are generally restricted to commanding a single division to look after the security of their provinces, a few exceptions existed, both formal and informal. Some peers of neighboring domains would pool their resources together to create a single shared guard to defray the fairly significant expense involved in raising one, and such guards tended to be in absolute terms larger than a single division even if their distribution meant they were rarely ever concentrated. While this amalgamation was not outright barred, peers that attempted such generally did need to be on good terms with the throne if they wished to avoid intense scrutiny of their actions. In the cases of the houses of Ashford and Stotfeld, such implicit consent is more or less a given. With respect to the House of Ashford, its control over the equivalent of 2 provincial guards is due to an understanding with its subordinate branch, the House of Alberia, that the Ashfords assume military responsibility for the province of Carolina. Despite the official forgiveness of the throne regarding the Alberia family's participation in the coup attempt led by the Duke Felix Kn during the Great War, the stigma of treason required some token concession be made by the Alberis. Formal members of House Alberia thus do not hold any field positions within the combined provincial guard, instead all those seeking a military career must enter the imperial armed forces to pursue one. That being said, seeing as members of the House of Ashford carry within them Alberia blood, the distinction is more a matter of formality than actual practicality. The situation with the House of Stotfeld is similar, in that it is solely responsible for the provincial military forces of both the provinces of Nishi and Higashi. Despite the granting of a peerage to the House of Sumeragi, the Sumeragi's support for the Japanese Liberation Front and its previous activities promoting Japanese independence from Britannian rule attached a similar stigma to the family, which makes possession of a large military force a matter of disquiet. The assumption of military duties by the House of Stotfeld was thus a compromise, seeing as Nishi needed some military resources due to its position, and the Empress Euphemia's confidence in the Princess Colin was mostly sufficient to mollify those with reservations about the arrangement. In addition to having responsibility for all of Japan, however, the Japanese Provincial Guard was also charged with serving as a strategic reserve in 2 respects that saw its standing strength considerably enlarged. The first was its positioning so close to China, which despite the considerably warmer relations was still a foreign power that had fought against the empire. This proximity meant that in the unlikely event of renewed hostilities, Japan would be one of the immediate front lines and thus needed to maintain sufficient strength to hold against any Chinese offensives. The second was the Princess Colin's continued military service that saw her undertake a myriad of sensitive missions on behalf of the Empress Euphemia as the Knight of 1 and then for the Emperor Wilhelm as the Knight of 12. On those occasions when the Princess Colin's official commands were insufficient for a mission, she was permitted to draw upon her provincial guard for reinforcement. The consequence of these 2 factors saw the Japanese Provincial Guard maintain a far higher degree of operational readiness, and a more up-to-date complement of equipment, than almost any other military force under the direct command of a great peer. Combined with the personal popularity members of the House of Stottfeld enjoyed due to their traditional service in the military, the Stottfeld family was arguably the second great domestic military power within Britannia after the reigning sovereign. The relevancy of this came to the fore during the succession crisis of 2391 CE, when the houses of Ashford and Stottfeld united to support the decision of the Empress Cordelia when she chose to bypass her own son the Prince Edwin due to his extremist populist sympathies in favour of his more conservative daughter and the Empress granddaughter the Princess Ethelflaed. A spare to spare, the royal houses of Ashford and Stottfeld. Epilogue 9. Ex Amicitia Pax. The air was filled with a hazy smoke, the consequence of various fires burning themselves out on the meagre fodder remaining upon the Italian beaches. The amber glow that colored the twilight sky probably well reflected the moods of the soldiers camped along the defensive line, Britannian and Italian both. Right now they were all huddled under blankets to help deal with the coming chill, and those lucky enough to be positioned near one of the combat vehicles were exploiting in full the built-in water boiler. "Here you go, Sergeant," the Britannian lieutenant said to the Italian Alpini non-com. "The freshest coffee on the mountain." "Ack, what you Britannians call coffee's only fit for degreasing a tank's suspensions," the Italian said with a smirk even as he accepted the cup. The smirk disappeared after taking a sip. "Never mind, I think this'd end up melting the gears." "No offense, sir." The Britannian officer snorted. "You think we'd waste cubage on coffee when our entire army runs on tea? Whatever we've got is whatever came out of Italian army stores." A gross exaggeration perhaps, there were certainly coffee aficionados within the Empire and the Quartermaster Corps did make at least a passing attempt to see to their addiction. The coffee being served now however was very much coming from Italian sources, the quartermasters being just a bit more preoccupied shipping in munitions and more basic rations than luxuries like coffee. "TCH, to think no one ever taught you how to prepare proper coffee," the Italian sergeant grossed. "And you call yourselves civilized? We've moved past the need for such base psychoactives like caffeine," the lieutenant retorted. "Everyone knows that to the true mark of refinement is being able to produce a proper tea service." Despite the back and forth banter, the soldiers from both armies were smirking or grinning as they watched their superiors go at it. It was an almost restful break from the weeks of heavy fighting they had endured thus far. A break that saw the briefest of interruptions as an Italian lieutenant returned to the post. "Just got some good news from Rome," the Italian officer said. "Looks like reinforcements might be arriving tomorrow." Cheers sounded at that. It was always nice to have more people with you while being shot at. "They say where those reinforcements are coming from?" the Britannian officer asked. "That they didn't say," his Italian counterpart responded, "just that it will be substantial and substantive, and yes, those were the exact words I was told." "Great," the Britannian lieutenant grumbled. "I'm not sure which is better, a vague commitment that could mean anything or a firm commitment that the brass is pulling out of their asses. Are all Britannians such founts of faith like you? Need to have a god to pray to for faith?" That was probably a less funny quip than the others, but the Italian soldiers took it in stride. You learn to appreciate someone's quirks a lot more after having shared a foxhole with them after all, assuming that did not make you want to kill them yourself. A beep suddenly sounded and the troopers all tensed. A moment later they were all scrambling for their stations while two platoon COS started scanning the beaches for any sign of the enemy. They were unfortunately not disappointed as the bulbous shapes of the thing humanity had deigned mimics began breaking through the surface of the water. "How much anti-armor gear your boys and girls got left?" the Britannian lieutenant asked his Italian counterpart. The armored shells protecting each mimic was as strong as any modern armor. In fact, it could even survive a glancing hit from the railguns mounted on the standard infantry support vehicle provided to Britannia's mechanized infantry regiments. With man-portable anti-armor weapons, one required multiple hits to rack the armor enough to damage the internal mechanisms. "Not nearly enough," came the answer as the first few shapes were joined by countless others. "Yeah, thought as much," the Britannian officer said with a grimace. "I'll try to call in an artillery strike. That might soften them up a bit." The Italian officer nodded grimly, then extended a hand to his Britannian counterpart. "Best of luck, Lieutenant Hillshire. Remember, Sophia still owes you a dinner, so you better make it out alive." The Britannian officer took it. "You as well, Lieutenant Croce. And far be it for me to miss out on a meal cooked by your lovely wife. I just hope Rachel forgives me." It was hard to tell how much of a toll the overnight fighting had taken on the Italian shores, seeing how much of it had already been trashed in the previous week of battle. The state of the troops was more readily deleterious, as the many bloodied bodies dotting the landscape marked. Mixed within the carnage however was the shattered carapaces of countless mimics that had been slain in the shore's defense. These however bled a purplish ichor and their stains gave the landscape an alien tint. Further inland the ships of the Britannian 10th Fleet hovered protectively in the air while others landed to disgorge their cargo. One after another, sleek angled nightmares rolled out of the holds and formed up into 4-unit platoons. Troops in smaller exosuite armor marched out from other ships, along with various armored combat vehicles. Despite the relative freshness of these troops however, they carried with them the heavy air of experience. This was not the first battle they would fight against the mimics, nor the last in this war. General, a Japanese man addressed his superior. General Ricci requests the honor of your presence. The red-haired woman turned about and nodded. Very well. Lead the way, Colonel. The man clicked his heels together and turned about to do just that. A minute or so later salutes were exchanged on all sides. Your Highness, General Ricci greeted. General, Princess Kyoko Stotfeld, Major General of the Imperial Britannian Army and heir Tertius to the throne, responded politely. While there may be some countrymen of mine whom do not appreciate the presence of your troops, Your Highness, Ricci stated, allow me to assure you that I am personally grateful for their arrival. Kyoko smiled wryly. I will endeavor to see merit that gratitude, General. And then more seriously. I have been keeping abreast of the reports. I am well aware of how much your own people have sacrificed in the defense of your homeland. We've paid that price in blood, Ricci said stoically. But we have not paid it alone. Despite the Empire's own lands being threatened, your government has held true to your word and sent aid when we so asked for it. The Italian general growled slightly. More so than some of our other allies. Kyoko gave a sympathetic smile at that, though she made no remark on that point. Indeed, Italy had tried asking some of her European nations for help in staving off the mimic invasion, but the response had been tepid. Some at least had an excuse for their reluctance to commit their troops. The other European states that bordered the Mediterranean needed to worry about defending against landings on their own territories after all. Others further north, however, did not have such excuses but still declined to commit what military assets they possessed to the South's defense. How fickle the dignity of nations, and little wonder the Italian general was so angered. At the same time, the treaty that bound Britannia to helping maintain the territorial integrity of the European states was still in place. Granted, the treaty was originally drafted to keep any overly opportunistic future European governments from trying to prey upon their neighbors, and so there was some question as to whether the Empire would have honored a request from the Europeans to help against the mimics. Italy was ultimately the first country to put in a request after having lost the island of Sardinia and the regions south of Naples. To the surprise of many, the imperial government had acceded despite having its hands full defending its own territories and those of its closer allies. The single mechanized infantry regiment it first deployed might have been little more than a token showing, but reinforcements accompanying the Princess Kyoko were much more substantial. In addition to 2 regiments worth of nightmares, an entire corps of mechanized infantry was flowing in, a mixture of the regular army and provincial forces from Japan, all under the command of one Major General Kyoko Stotfeld. Despite her relative youth, the general was recognized as a skilled tactician with a growing grasp of strategy and logistics tempered by the experience of fighting against the mimics for the last 3 years. Along with her being third in line to the throne, one could have hardly asked for a more emphatic demonstration of Britannia's commitment to upholding its treaty obligations. Britannia does not make promises that she cannot uphold, Kyoko instead stated. And now that I am here, General, shall we see about how my forces can help keep those we made to Italy? General Ricci nodded firmly. It would be my pleasure, Your Highness, and my honor. As the capital of the Empire where the sun never sets, Pendragon was a hive of activity all hours of its local day. The sheer amount of work required to look after the 2 billion people that were imperial citizens was absolutely staggering, and even taking advantage of automation and other productivity multipliers, the human touch was still an oft-required component of the decision-making process. It was little wonder then that the cityscape had seen considerable change, with many of the governmental districts being effectively rebuilt every few decades to accommodate the expanding responsibilities. Other government organs had moved to different locations outright, as was the case of Valhalla Base. The nerve center of Britannia's armed forces had been combined with the significantly expanded Bifrost Base, partially because the Air Force Base already had many of the communications links needed, but also because the government could acquire the necessary extra land cheaply. No one really wanted to live right next to a major airfield, and even with the extensive use of VTOLs, the noise pollution from the arriving and departing planes remained considerable. It was probably a good thing the base had really good soundproofing for its surface structures, while the really sensitive rooms were buried deep underground. In one such chamber was seated the Empress Arcadia, a pair of her armsmen, and 2 of her family's longest-serving retainers. The topic, of course, was the ongoing war with the mimics, and how it would be concluded. The effectiveness of the mimics' armor shell has increased by some 20% since last year, Knight of 12 Dame Keth Sommer stated. The railguns mounted by our nightmares and our other combat vehicles can still deal with that, but it's starting to reach the limit of what our man-portable anti-armor weapons can punch through, even the ones carried by troopers in power armor. If the rate of improvement continues at this rate, we'll need to withdraw basically all non-augmented infantry from the field, since they literally won't have the firepower to deal with the mimics. The Empress did not look terribly enthused with that prospect. While Rainford was working day and night churning out the actual armor and the Stotfeld group was similarly working overtime to assemble the electronics, there was a finite limit to how many power armors the Empire could produce. The production lines in China were ramping up, true, but the projected demand for arms was greater still. That would place an upper bound on how many armored infantry regiments could be stood up, which limited how many places the Empire and its allies could defend, which would ultimately mean those places that they could not defend were at risk of being completely slaughtered by the advancing mimics. That was probably going to be the case for those nations that were still trying to fight the mimics without imperial assistance, since by the time they did get around to finally swallowing their pride and requesting that assistance, the Empire would have no reserves to help them with. And how much longer do you intend to allow this war to continue? Arcadia asked the two. The question was quite a pointed one, since it implied that it was within her retainers' ability to simply end the conflict at their discretion. And the truth of the matter was, it actually was. The current timetable should see Britannia develop the necessary weapons to attack the probes at the depths they currently are at, Colonel Lucian Langlace, Special Projects Director of Camelot, answered. The Mediterranean one is on schedule to be neutralized within the next 6 months, after which we would only have to clean up the remaining mimics in Europe and Africa. The probe at the bottom of the Indian Ocean will need another year and a half minimum before the performance of the submersible combat drones reach a level where they can credibly defeat the mimic defenses. And in that time, how many more people are projected to perish? Arcadia asked just a bit more frostily than was her usual wont. At minimum, close to 5 million, the knight answered frankly. On top of the 30 million dead already, Arcadia stated grimly. Seeing as the Empress had not actually asked a question, the two officers remained silent. After a few moments Arcadia took a deep breath. I understand the necessity of this, she said frankly, but I can never like it. As it should be, Your Majesty, Geass said gently. Arcadia nodded, unhappily, but she still nodded. You are certain, then, that this war will be concluded within the next 3 years? Yes, Your Majesty, Lucian stated firmly. Even if the Freya warheads are not entirely sufficient to destroy the probe in the Indian Ocean, we can simply deactivate the subroutines projecting it from the thought elevators. And there it was, the truth of the matter. The mimics were not some sort of alien terraforming machine, much as the Krell were not some sort of xeno interdimensional monstrosity. Well, the Krell was an interdimensional monstrosity, but it was ultimately one of human creation, much as the mimics were. In the case of the mimics, however, they were actually a product of a prior iteration's tinkering, resulting in Renegade von Neumann probes being picked up by Zarathustra's optimization search in its efforts to find pressures that would encourage humanity to develop along specific paths. The specific subroutine that instantiated them into the Matrium had been identified over a century ago, but the decision had been made to allow it to execute anyway because, in a way, Zarathustra's selection process in this case was correct. The appearance of the mimics would indeed induce humanity to go along certain advantageous paths, despite the horrific costs. And the collateral damage from detonating a gigaton warhead on the seafloor. Costs that weighed heavily upon Arcadia. We've modeled the effects extensively, Geass said, thus the evacuation plans we've submitted. There will be a tsunami though, that we cannot avoid. Not least because no one would believe detonating a gigaton warhead underwater would go without such consequence. They just had to hope their planning was sufficient to get most of the people out of the way of the inevitable tsunami. Fortunately, much of the coastal regions were already devoid of people due to the advancing mimics, so civilian casualties should hopefully be limited. The Empress let out another sigh. Very well. She rose. Continue with your duties. I have faith that you will endeavor to properly weigh the costs against what we may gain. Geass nodded, then offered a slight smile to her sovereign. Please pass on our regards to His Highness, and to the Princess Mylan as well. Arcadia's response was a wry smile. The Empress knew that Geass did not mean her remark to be some sort of oblique reference to those gains. What did it say about the Empress herself that such a thought crossed her mind? The budding relationship between Prince Hiram and Princess Mylan, the heirs to their respective empires, was regarded by many as the penultimate step to the unification of the Holy Britannian Empire and the Chinese Federation. The combination of the first and second most powerful nation on Earth would thus be a de facto unification of the human race as far as an interstellar presence was concerned. A few other nations might retain their political independence, nominally, but their ultimate fates would be subject to the whims of the United Holy Terran Empire. Some of those nations were actually seriously starting to contemplate, quietly at least, whether they would be better off as part of the empire. Italy was a case in point, and Britannia's commitment of substantial troops to that nation's defense, plus humanitarian supplies to deal with the displaced population, was a major factor in the warming relations. A recent rumor was even circulating that if Italy joined the empire, it being imperial territory would mean that the empire might even be willing to house the artworks taken from Rome in the city itself. The imperial government had not gone out of the way to discourage that rumor, and the Empress Arcadia had even privately indicated some openness to the idea. Time would tell, however, if the Italian government could muster the support necessary to formally request annexation. Arcadia's response to Geass, however, had no hint of any such considerations. I will do so, the Empress said, her smile warming just a bit further before she took her leave. The two officers left alone in the conference room now, they settled back into their seats. Colin let out a sigh. This isn't getting any easier, she remarked. I somehow doubt you ever expected it to, Lelich quipped. At the same time, this should help end any further discussion of disarmament, at least for this generation. Colin let out a slight growl of annoyance. Her partner's ability to disassociate more easily with the emotional aspects of their endeavors was something she found both irritating but was also envious of. At times Lelich sounded like a heartless bastard, but there were also times when his laser-sharp focus on the objective was immensely useful. Then again Colin understood that she had the luxury of displaying her concerns more openly because Lelich was there to act as a counterbalance. Alone, the pressure might have caused either of them to crack. Together however, they could keep the other steady despite all the challenges they faced, now and in the future. End of Epilogue 9. The A is one of those letters I don't have the alt codes memorized for, so it was faster for me to just copy/paste her name. Though in truth the only alt code I know off the top of my head is for E due to using it so often for my high school French class. There is now a running joke within the Empire that the Knight of 12 has to have the initials of KS. Colin finds it a source of some amusement. Incidentally, the Japanese colonel accompanying Kyoko is one of Todoa's descendants. I didn't really find an opportunity to work his name into the story. Italy isn't the only nation that is seriously contemplating asking to be annexed by the Empire, despite historical misgivings over the Great War. This is about 2 centuries after Euphemia's passing, so by this point there is no one living, aside from Colin and Lelich, that actually remembers the fighting. The rest of the world has also been watching the Britannian economy grow increasingly wealthy and dominant, and they all want a slice of that pie. The Empire has however made quite clear it feels no obligation to share any of its prosperity with any other nation or to help in the development of anyone else's economy. If you want in, you get in under Britannia's terms. Some of those terms include the acceptance of all Britannian law, which obviously would take some adjustment. The other big pill to swallow would be the imposition of English as the official language. The only country that gets a pass on these requirements is China, since that is supposed to be a union of near equals, sort of. Even so, the two nations have been working to synchronize certain laws and etc. for a while now, and in China they'll be doing dual language paperwork. One can presume that a lot of prep work went into that so that there are fewer creative misspellings/miswordings on the forms when the formal union is sealed. The Empire has grown less uptight about the language thing though, in so much as it does not attempt to squash native languages anymore. It just requires that everyone know English to try to reduce the cost of governance. A lot of people do pick up at least spoken Mandarin due to the sheer numbers of Chinese people involved though. And no, this is not a setup for a Firefly reference, that would be me trying to be way too clever. A further expansion on the xeno-threats that humanity faces. As indicated by the prose in chapter, none of these threats are actually aliens. Indeed, all of them are human in origin, some being tech going awry and others more esoteric like the manifestation of human nihilism. Side note, what Rai called the Krell would be called the Gnosis in another iteration. Humanity has created plenty of them over the various iterations, and Zarathustra has access to basically all of them via the data recordings the thought elevators provide. So in addition to the echoes humans intentionally sent forward, well, technically accidentally since they thought they were sending them backward, Zarathustra itself drops in various threats and challenges to try to induce certain developments in the human species. There was a lot of head-to-desk interactions on Colin's part as she and Lelich dug through all of crap that's built up over the million-plus iterations of the universe thus far. Since the humans of this iteration have no idea what these things are however, besides Colin, Lelich, and a few select members of the Britannian leadership, they get mislabeled as aliens by the general populace. This is all in keeping with remarks from the Zeroth iteration's Nunnally, whom stated that humanity never encountered any intelligent alien races despite having expanded across multiple galaxies. This doesn't necessarily mean there are no sentient aliens period, it is just that the universe never lasted long enough for humanity to run into them. If Colin and Lelich can stabilize this iteration, well, who knows? Well, I do obviously. Whether any of you find out is another matter entirely. Note that, no, I do not believe Colin and Lelich are under any obligation to neutralize the interferences from Zarathustra or the prior iterations just to save a few lives. The human race as a species can abide the deaths of a few thousand or even a few million or billion in the long run if it means the species as a whole comes out stronger. As it is, the people that die as a result of these things happening would be a mere blip compared to all of the people that die naturally of old age throughout the eons of human existence. So, the surprise that I mentioned. Those of you paying attention might have noticed that there is now a thumbnail associated with the story. Better late than never. That thumbnail is however a preview to the actual image, an image I specifically commissioned as a sort of celebration for this story's conclusion. The image proper can be found at insert address, though you'll need to replace the dots with actual periods and whatnot to work around this site's anti-linkage feature. I know why they do it, it's still somewhat inconvenient for when you legitimately want to use a link. Surprisingly, there is little to no art, or at least good art, of Colin in the uniform of a rounds. I mean, there might be if you put in just the right combination of keywords on Pixif or something, but the only other one I've seen looks to be some sort of Photoshop thing. This being the case, I thought it fitting that we get at least one rendition of Colin as a knight of the round that does her proper justice. Turned out quite nicely, I think. I may budget for a couple other pictures as well depending on the availability of the artist. Getting commission slots is bloody difficult for the good ones, and I have things I want done for other stories as well. Anyway, the address is as follows: deviantart.com/z98/art/collins.feldkauschke night of the round 763950328. Arguably Lelich's proposal is the one that would turn humanity into a sort of pseudo-Vulcan race with strong emotional control. If we were to keep with Star Trek analogies, Collins' proposal would turn humanity into more of a pseudo-betazoid race with explicit ability to feel empathy. I think however the end goal that is most appropriate as an analogy for what humanity needs to shift towards is a pseudo-tree-cat mentality, honor-verse, individualism that is still exposed to empathy but also the ability to reciprocate and support those whose minds are in distress. That all being said, when Collin and Lelich speak of ethics or morality or values, they are talking about more fundamental things like the ability to appreciate an act of kindness or the ability to recognize malice. It is these traits that they are seeking to preserve, even accentuate. Every other value that we humans possess, such as beliefs in individualism versus collectivism, equality versus social stratification, these are all justifications built upon our ability to perceive the baser, fundamental values we call kindness, malice, joy, sorrow, etc. So long as our perception of these fundamental values is preserved, Collin and Lelich are more or less confident that in the long run the resulting society that emerges is one they would consider worth preserving and perpetuating. That is after all also important. Collin and Lelich themselves have to want to continue shouldering the burden of keeping this iteration going over the long run, and just maybe find someone else to foist this job onto. Bleeding off some of the negativity within C's world is possible, but comes with some pretty significant risks. If they do it carelessly, they could open the floodgates and cause a repeat of what happened in prior iterations. What Collin and Lelich are more likely to do is see if they can purge that negativity from C's world outright, or at least normalize it out so that it doesn't coalesce together and cause resonances. At the same time, they're also busy dealing with all of the build-up of attempted changes from prior iterations to make sure these don't cause massive Charlie Foxtrots in the current iteration. Basically they're searching for each of these triggers and disarming those that do not help or cannot possibly work with the present set of conditions or would have side effects that they really don't want. And for those that they can't disarm, or which have already been triggered but whose effects are still some time off in the future, they have to prepare humanity to weather those trials as best they can, like the situation with the mimics in this epilogue. I often hear this argument that respect for free will is the foundation by which humanity will prosper. It's an incredibly shallow argument for the most part, however, since few of those that advance it seem to understand that respecting another's free will by necessity requires a willing constraining of your own. This lack of awareness becomes very evident when such a person is presented with a situation wherein to allow someone else to exercise their freedom of choice, the first person's own freedom of choice needs to be so limited, at which point that person reacts in an almost neurotic fit objecting to such restrictions. At which point it becomes evident that what they actually meant when they say respect for free will is that other people should be required to accommodate their needs and desires without them needing to reciprocate. In other words, they want to be selfish without consequences. The notion that people must absolutely be allowed to make their own decisions also fails as an argument on the first order. A human mind can only handle complexity to a certain extent. We do not have the time necessary to become an expert in all the things we need to do or use to survive. The computer or tablet or phone or whatever you are reading this on, unless you work in the computer industry, you likely know little of what went into manufacturing and programming it. Similarly, when you take medicine, you likely have little understanding of how the chemicals are interacting with your body and whatever ails you. For this and countless other things, you are implicitly dependent on decisions made for you by experts in the respective fields. Engineers and programmers made the decision of how to put together your computer and the programs you use. Chemists and doctors worked out what medicine is appropriate to treat what diseases or conditions and whether you should take this one versus that one. You trust teachers to educate your children well. You trust the farmers and food processors to make sure the ready-made dinner you bought is actually edible. Etc. and etc. Each and every one of them makes decisions for you in some way, shape, or form, simply because it is literally, physically impossible for you to know enough or understand enough or even have enough time to make such decisions yourself. The amount of control that you have over your own life is actually remarkably limited. For that matter, your continued well-being is contingent on the decisions made by countless other people. That's what being part of society means. You trade away some of your freedom of choice to take advantage of the convenience that is others making some of your decisions for you so that you don't have to worry about them. Are all these other decision makers perfect? No. Are they going to on average make better decisions than you in the field of their expertise? Almost certainly yes. The number of times people make decisions on your behalf far eclipses the number of decisions you ever make for yourself. That is indeed the default state of the world, others making decisions for you. Those that suggest that they are perfectly capable of making all the necessary decisions in their lives, that others cannot possibly know enough about what they do to make decisions for them, that's the true mark of arrogance, and reveals a complete ignorance of just how complicated and intertwined the world is. Not quite sure what to make of the random gibberish that's been popping up in reviews across various stories, not just mine. I almost think it's some sort of subtle spamming effort, but for what, not sure. Chapter 155, Epilogue X. While resistance to Britannian incorporation in Ireland took the form of bombs and bullets, the overall situation in Great Britain did not devolve to an active insurgency. This was not to say the British people were entirely happy with their lot, especially as the differences between them and their Britannian cousins became ever more pronounced. Great Britain prior to its surrender to the Holy Britannian Empire was, like many of its continental neighbours, evolving into a welfare state with a government that intervened heavily in the economy. Britannia on the other hand possessed a more laissez-faire model and its social safety net tended to be far less generous. This was not to say Britannia possessed no safeguards, and under the Empress Euphemia's rule the provisions for social services grew considerably. On the whole, however, Britannia explicitly lacked the sort of job guarantees and generous pension and severance packages British workers had grown accustomed to. After the British Isles were surrendered to Britannia, the imperial government set about synchronizing legislation in its new possessions. This inevitably resulted in, from the British perspective, the lessening of things like labour regulations and pensions, changes vigorously protested by British trade unions in both the public and private sectors. The confrontation between these unions and the imperial government came to a head in the winter of discontent at the end of 1978 when strikes were called by the most prominent of Britain's trade unions. While the strikes were hugely damaging to the British economy, the Britannian economy as a whole barely noticed the disruption. The imperial government's response to the strikes was to end its provisional recognition of the legality of the unions, granted as part of a transitional deal due to their lack of standing under Britannian law, and begin sacking those public sector workers participating in the strike and replacing them with workers brought in from other parts of the empire. In this manner the imperial government made emphatically clear that it would be the British populace that needed to learn how to accommodate the rest of the empire instead of the other way around, and that their patience possessed hard limits. Of Blood and Iron, the Reign of Euphemia I. Epilogue X. Nasciturus pro iam nato habitur, quotiens de commodus eis agitur. We made a mistake, Colin stated rather more bluntly than was her usual wont when speaking with the Empress Cordelia. After nearly 3 centuries of service to the Britannia imperial family, however, the direction of deference tended to flow in the other direction. This did not mean Her Majesty looked any happier about what Colin was telling her. And what is the manner of this mistake, Your Grace? She asked somewhat icily. Our attempt to insulate your son from the die command reverberating within C's world has resulted in some unforeseen mental consequences, Your Majesty. Lelich took that one. In the standard scenario, a person's passive connection to C's world does not allow them to actively request data from it. There is, however, a certain degree of leakage that, minute though it may be, helps people establish a degree of empathy with others. This leakage is the means by which the die command continues to propagate to all humans. In Edwin's case, we attempted to modify his passive connection to filter out that leakage much as a code or Geass would allow, without also opening him up to an active connection. We succeeded, but the end result is a complete lack of any leakage reaching Edwin, for good or ill. Cordelia frowned. Are you saying my son lacks a sense of empathy? Him lacking empathy would have been preferable to what is actually happening, Lelich grumbled. Colin shot her partner a glare before responding. What Leon's means, Your Majesty, is that, no, Edwin is capable of empathetic feeling. The problem is that he can't receive the cues that people normally receive to guide their empathy. Lacking that, Edwin resorts to other means to guide his actions. Presently, that means the display of public adulation by those whom attend his political rallies. The unspoken problem was of course whom attended these rallies, specifically a mixture of populists and extremists on both the left and right that were generally excluded from the political mainstream. Edwin had become extremely skilled in tuning his message to appeal to these people, to get them to cheer for him. Unfortunately, this seeming approval was creating an emotional impetus for him to also believe in the ideas his messages espoused, regardless of what more rational heads might caution. And that could have serious repercussions for the empire. All right, we made a mistake, Cordelia said, accepting her own fault in all this. Edwin was her son after all, and the environment in which she raised him was as important as any genetic traits the others might have tinkered with before he was even born. What do you propose? He must be bypassed in the succession, Lelich stated with equal frankness. The Princess Ethelflaed should be appointed heir primus, Your Majesty. The armsman accompanying Cordelia tensed at that. To have someone so brusquely inform the sovereign of what to do about the succession was certainly out of the norm. Then again, anyone that was allowed to accompany Cordelia when she conducted these personal meetings with the Lord Inquisitors of the Ordo Malleus and Ordo Chronos understood full well that Colin and Lelich were not just ordinary retainers of the imperial family either. That they were closer to stewards, for the imperial family, for the empire, and even for humanity as a whole. You are certain that Eth will not exhibit any of these proclivities? Cordelia queried. Yes, Colin said very confidently. We have monitored her development very carefully and her neurology is considerably more stable than her father's. Likely because unlike with Edwin, Ethelflaed had not been modified to filter out the noise from C's world, and hence required someone bearing a canceller to mind her throughout her childhood. As improved as the technology was, such a duty still took a considerable toll on the person bearing it, and Ethelflaed had been entirely earnest in her gratitude once she learned the truth. She had also demonstrated a clear understanding of just how worthy she needed to demonstrate herself to be to earn such dedication and loyalty. You are equally certain that she will not develop such instability in the future? Cordelia nonetheless still had to ask. That we cannot rightfully claim, Lelich said. Nonetheless, we do believe Eth to possess the steadiest hand of those available to guide the Terran Empire. And unlike her father, Eth has the confidence of the Ashfords and Stotfelds as well. No small consideration that, seeing as those two families represented some of the most powerful political and economic interests in the Empire. Their patience had been severely tried by Edwin in the past few years, to the point where though they still cared for him as a sort of extended family, they emphatically did not agree with any of his political posturing. That this was the first time in approximately 300 years that a member of the Britannia imperial family had been found unsuitable for the throne, was arguably quite impressive a feat. Unfortunately, as the saying went, it only took a single rotten apple to spoil the entire barrel. The solution, however, was the same: remove the rot before it had time to spread. Unfit though he may be, Edwin does possess a modicum of popularity amongst certain portions of the populace, Cordelia pointed out. Removing him from the succession will cause upset in those quarters. Much as you cannot coddle your own family, you also cannot coddle your subjects, Lelich stated. Let it be known why you have removed Edwin from the succession. Let it be known that your decision is the one that matters here, whatever his supporters might think. And let it be known that you consider your decision to be the correct one, whatever the personal emotional longings of those that disagree. Lelich was not one for pulling any punches. He favored sharp, quick shocks to the system instead of allowing ambiguity to fester. But such shocks were not always enough, and some people were simply incapable of accepting a decision going against them without succumbing to a neurotic fit. Seeing as the Prince Edwin fell within that category, as did many of his most ardent supporters, there was almost certainly going to be some spillage involved. Some people's self-confidence was weak enough that they needed to intertwine their self-worth with something else. When that something else was threatened, its emotional dependence could react very unpredictably. But he was not wrong about one thing: they could not afford to coddle anyone. Regardless of Edwin's personal popularity, there are significant portions of the populace with grave misgivings about him, Colin pointed out, and not just amongst the peerage. His populistic rhetoric does not sit well with many of the more established or economically advanced areas. He may have found a core of support in our European territories, but the homelands and even our Asian regions find him lacking in foresight. You would have ample backing if you elected to remove Edwin from the succession. Probably because Edwin was genuinely that short-sighted. For all his talk of listening to the people and letting people make their own choices, Edwin not once made any mention of how such schemes would be funded or what checks and balances would be in place to avoid abuse of power by the newly empowered. He also seemed of the mind that the government should also make sure mistakes made by such people did not unduly impact them, which reeked of such blasé disregard for self-responsibility that the last time Edwin tried to espouse such ideals in a Lord's session, he was met with outright disapproval. Instead of considering why his ideals might be problematic, the prince instead retreated to his partisans and made it a point to ignore any those that reproached him. The sheer bloody-mindedness and lack of emotional maturity this indicated was seeing growing opposition to him ever ascending the throne. It likely said much about Edwin's self-centered neurosis that he still continued to believe he could become emperor despite that opposition. Unfortunately for the prince, his own opinion on the matter counted far less than his self-confidence required. Very well, Cordelia said. I will see to it. Colin and Lelich nodded, well aware that this was no easy decision for the Empress. Whatever his flaws, Edwin was still Cordelia's son, and no mother wanted to hurt their child so. But before she was a mother, Cordelia was Empress, and she had a greater responsibility to her people than she did to preserving her son's mental well-being, or really even her own. But if the changes made to Edwin have produced such a catastrophic result, does that mean the Geass command imposed upon my family cannot be defeated? Cordelia asked. This time the Empress was staring directly at Lelich. The youthful-looking man returned that gaze unflinchingly. No, Your Majesty, he said confidently. It means that this method of defeating it has been found insufficient. Given time, I am certain we will be able to either create a natural defense for the command, or expunge it outright from C's world. One could argue that after 3 centuries Lelich and Colin had already had a great deal of time. In truth though, a handful of generations was in the evolutionary timescale no time at all for creatures as complex as humans. In all likelihood it might well take millennia to overcome the Die command. A long time indeed from mere mortal perspectives, but barely a blink of an eye when one considered a universal scale. Very well, Cordelia finally said. Though this instance has proven a painful misstep, I will not allow my faith in the future to be shaken. The Empress gave an almost relieved sounding sigh. And, I thank you both for your continued service, to our families. End of Epilogue X. The opening snippet for this epilogue has nothing to do with the epilogue proper, it just happened to be one of the unused snippets I had laying around. Anyway, tentatively 2 more epilogues to go. I have the basic outlines for what I want to cover already in my head. They should wrap up all of the remaining plot threads that I care to wrap up, and after that I can go work on my other stories. The next epilogue will also include some of the infodumps I've promised readers. The situation in Great Britain was less outright deadly than in Ireland. There were certainly protests and riots, but it did not devolve into a shooting insurgency. One of the things that ultimately helped the imperial government was that, even though they removed some of the more generous provisions that the British were used to in terms of pensions, vacation time, work hours, and so on, the overall fiscal situation was far more stable with Great Britain under Britannian rule than it had been since, well, the turn of the century really. Historically in the real world British finances for much of the 20th century was a genuine mess even outside of the World Wars, and really it's not looking very promising for the 21st century either. The services that the Britannian government did offer in terms of healthcare, education, childcare and the like were fully funded even during the times Britain was running a fiscal deficit, for the simple reason that the rest of the empire was doing fine and so could help smooth out the rough edges until the British economy rebalanced and was a net contributor again. In absolute terms prior to incorporation Great Britain's economy was okay, at least until the war started, but it wasn't anything spectacular. Part of the problem, and this was an issue shared by all of the European powers, was that the markets available for trade continued to shrink as Britannia conquered more and more of the world. The former British African colonies were solely in the hands of the continental powers, having wrested them from the old United Kingdom after Napoleon's conquest of the UK, so Britain didn't have any such captive markets either. In fact its economy was probably more tied to the Britannian one than any other European nation, which had bad consequences once the war started. The rest of the problem is that in practical terms, Britain isn't that big and is not self-sufficient in any meaningful way to begin with. Even in the real world it imports most of. Ultimately in the long run now that Britain is basically part of Britannia and has full and unfettered access to the rest of the imperial market, economically it should be fine, assuming its populace is willing to adapt to the shifting economic trends. That willingness, and whether the British are willing to accept the overall changes imposed upon them, is ultimately what will dictate the rate at which prosperity actually reaches the various parts of Britain. Access to the wider imperial economy is contingent on acceptance of imperial authority. If certain regions are adamant about trying to remain as closed off to imperial authority as they can manage without crossing into outright sedition, then the benefits of the economic system will reach them the least. Note that this is not intended to be some sort of analogy for the UK's current kerfuffle with the EU and Brexit, even if I find the current British government's handling of that affair monumentally stupid, I'm just outlining what Britain's situation vis-a-vis Britannia is, combined with the fact that Britannia cares a lot less about the will of the people and is much more willing to shove changes down people's throats. Let's not forget that while the protagonists are Euphemia and Colin, the nation that they lead/serve is not a democracy or republic. And that even if it were, the British population is only a small fraction of the total Britannian population, and so their opinion would count for that much less anyway. As an aside, it is very intentional that I'm now referring to the imperial family as the Britannia imperial family instead of the Britannian imperial family. The Britannian Empire has been replaced with the Terran Empire, so there really is not technically a Britannian imperial family. Britannia however remains the more or less family name, though officially it's now the Britanniajong family. It's really not clear to me why people insist that works of fiction serve as validation for their beliefs. The only explanations that come to mind would probably be impolite to put here. If you cannot enjoy something, then stop following it. Actively looking for things to make yourself angry seems extremely unproductive if not outright unhealthy. I don't recall Colin or Lelich ever claiming that they would attempt to solve the world's problems. Poverty, hunger, disease, inequality, war, all these and more are beyond the scope of their work. Any effort that they exert to avert these calamities is constrained to what is necessary to maintain the political, military, and economic integrity of the Britannian Empire so that they can continue accessing the resources needed for their actual mission. There may also be some ripple effect from their work, in terms of improved medical technology, improved means of generating electricity that then helps boost the overall economy and lifts people out of poverty, but the effective employment of these and other means to reduce human suffering is down to the efforts of the imperial government. The only times they directly intervene in the running of the government is if they feel it might head in a direction that compromises their access to resources they need for their actual work, such as in this epilogue wherein they had an imperial prince removed from the succession. Whether the people actually agree or consent to Colin and Lelich's tinkering is entirely moot. Even if they did not agree, their consent was never a precondition for said tinkering to proceed. At this point Colin and Lelich are so intertwined with C's world that attempting to remove them or somehow defeat them would be the equivalent of committing collective species-wide suicide, at which point Zarathustra kicks in and resets everything, again. It matters little just how right someone thinks they are, there is no natural law that stipulates that people that are right must always win. If you do not possess the power or resources to impose your rightness you are effectively little more than a footnote in the history written by those whom were righter than you. The fairness of the world is ultimately a purely artificial construct by us humans. Despite what documents like the Declaration of Independence or the Universal Declaration of Human Rights might proclaim, rights are not inalienable. As an artificial construct, these rights require resources to create and maintain. Indeed, the cost to obtain and maintain them is extremely high, and they are very easily lost. The rights outlined in the Declaration of Independence, the most prominent, not only, but most prominent payment for those rights, was the blood shed by the American Revolutionary War. The Universal Declaration, every single life lost in World War II was just one more atop the list of people sacrificed in previous conflicts to try to make those rights a reality instead of a purely abstract ideal. We are today still paying the price, because we are still far from that goal. To presume that you are somehow entitled to those rights? That you are deserving of such freedoms and rights without lifting a finger? That's setting the stage for having to shed more blood in the future to get those rights back at far greater cost than it would have taken to just pay the cost now to hold on to them. Chapter 156, Epilogue 11. The career of Dame Mikasa Ackerman is without a doubt a most remarkable tale. Born to a Britannian father and a Japanese mother, much like the Princess Colin, Dame Ackerman lost both her parents to a Japanese mob rioting at the news of the impending Britannian invasion of Japan. Following this tragedy, Dame Ackerman was fortunate enough to have been picked up by another Britannian family evacuating to the concession. In recognition of her partial Britannian heritage, she was accepted into a state-run orphanage set up by the Britannian government after the conquest of Japan. Upon reaching the age of 16, Dame Ackerman was released from the orphanage and lacking any other prospects enlisted in the armed forces. From there, Dame Ackerman served with other Japanese whom had been granted honorary Britannian status and might well have made no further mark upon history. Her actions during the Black Rebellion would however see Dame Ackerman come to the attention of such personages as Dame Valletta Nu and the then Princess Euphemia. Dame Ackerman would spend some time training with the Princess Euphemia's royal guard before going on to be the first armsman sworn to the Princess Nunnally when her survival was made public. Her time in the princess service was cut short however when the Princess Nunnally was struck down with the rest of her family by the European bioweapon. Shortly thereafter, Dame Ackerman entered the service of the Princess Nunnally's adoptive sister, the newly appointed Princess Millicent. The pinnacle of Dame Ackerman's career would however have to be her appointment as the Knight of Seven, a position she was nominated for by the Princess Colin and assumed with full approval by her liege, the Princess Millicent. Dame Ackerman would be the second Knight of the Round appointed by the Empress Euphemia, whom was not personally sworn to Her Majesty. A spare to spare, the royal houses of Ashford and Stotfeld. Epilogue 11. ODIETMO. Scan indicates 3 contacts, Katya's voice sounded in Rai's ear. One patrolling 200 meters west of you, the others standing guard 500 meters north. Roger, Rai responded, cradling his pulse rifle. The youth was in the tall grass under a thermal camo blanket, which obscured his body heat from any infrared gear the enemy might possess. Got clear line of sight on patrol, single tango, Rai said. Line of sight on guards, another member of the squad reported. Targeting left. Targeting right, Katya said. Firing on 3, 2, 1, mark. Unlike old gunpowder-based weapons, pulse rifles launched projectiles using electromagnetic acceleration. This did not make the rifles silent, but it did considerably alter the characteristic of the sound they made when they fired. The velocity of the rounds also meant they would punch straight through an unarmored person, with usually traumatic results eventually. To avoid rounds continuing onward and striking unintended targets, pulse rifles fired fragmentation rounds that basically exploded upon impact. If there was any desire to take prisoners, this was not the weapon to pick. Fortunately for this mission, that was not a concern. 2 sharp whizzes sounded and all 3 targets went down. Rising from the tall grass, Rai and his squad mate hurried to the small shed their opponents had been guarding. No traps or sensors, Rai declared before pushing the door open. Payload identified. Bloody hell, this thing's heavy, the other man said as he grabbed the large duffel bag. All right, let's bug out before they realize. Incoming tangos, Katya announced over the radio. Make 2 trucks, heat signatures indicate minimum of 2 squads. These guys look like they're armored. Oh shit. Can you slow them down? Rai asked as he shouldered his rifle. Another shrill zing sounded, along with a distant clang. That's bought you maybe a few more minutes, Katya said. More whizzing sounds started. They're zeroing in on my position, I won't be able to provide much overwatch. Roger that. Rai turned to his squad mate. Get the payload to extraction, I'll cover you. What about you? Rai gave the new weapon he was now cradling a pat. I said I'd cover you. The man scowled. You pop that off, they'll spot and nail you before you get a second shot. The that in question was a plasma lance, the standard issue man-portable anti-armor issued to Imperial ground pounders. Whereas pulse rifles were fairly low-profile weapons, lacking muzzle flashes or anything of the like to mark it when it fired. The sound it emitted provided a general direction, but localizing from just that required a bit of luck or a good bit of equipment. The plasma lance on the other hand was anything but subtle. It fired a compressed stream of plasma that, while fairly thin, was hot enough to burn right through most infantry armor, after which it would basically torch whatever was being protected, be it gear or flesh. In the darkness here, it was also like lighting off a small sun against the moonless night. You worry about the payload, I'll worry about getting a second shot off, Rai said, covering himself with the thermal blanket before moving out. The sound of gunfire could still be heard as the opposition advanced. Despite keeping below the grass top, Rai could still see several of the enemy units. The armored soldiers were fanning out, poking through the grass, while another squad was taking pot shots at what was presumably Katya's last known location. I've repositioned, Katya announced. Status. Leon is hauling ass with the payload to exfil, Rai reported. I'm about to get myself stuck in a massive Charlie Foxtrot. Oh, that all? Want a little help? You got anything to crack armor? No. Rai sighed. Alright, can you keep the soft bodies from coming after me when I pop a lance? Probably. Guess we'll find out. Gee, thanks. Rai took a few deep breaths. Alright, Tango spotted. Popping lance in 3, 2, 1, mark. Rising up just in time with the sound of Katya's shot, Rai sent a blast of plasma at the closest armored trooper. The hiss of melting composite and then burning flesh was quickly overtaken as the soldier's ammo pack cooked off and exploded. The squad Katya was sniping at immediately dove for cover, while the armored infantry zeroed in on Rai's position. Merely ducking would be pretty useless, so the youth broke out into an outright sprint. A glowing tube was ejected from the lance, the expended charge dropping into the grass. That would probably glow nicely for a bit longer until the waste heat dissipated. Of course, if any of this was real, it might have started a bushfire. Second squad is suppressed. Wait, Rai? You've got company. What now? Rai muttered as he struggled to reload the lance while avoiding being turned into Swiss cheese. After finally shoving a new charge into his lance, he slowed to take another shot when a much louder boom sounded. Hey! His intended victim jerked back, a large hole visible in his armor despite the low light. Then another boom sounded and a third armored trooper dropped. Shit! Rai hissed, dropping down into the grass again. That's a proper anti-material rifle. Sounds like, Katya agreed. I think a third party just arrived. Did you get a bearing? Rai asked. No, but I think you'll want to worry about whoever I saw sneaking up on the second squad before I lost sight of her. Rai blinked. Her? You sure it was a? Geass? Gurgles and other cries sounded, mixed in with automatic rifle fire. Peeking up, Rai caught sight of a lithe form almost dancing through the grass gunning down the unarmored squad. Once they were all down, she suddenly charged at the sole remaining armored trooper, the spray of her fire splashing harmlessly off him. Okay, that's probably a girl, Rai said. But what is she doing? Oh? The hiss this time was not from Rai's plasma lance, but from one the battle dancer had unleashed at basically point-blank range at her target. Rai could not help but wince at the sheer brutality of the kill. His eyes then widened as the girl sidestepped a shot from Katya, narrowly, but still. She's moving too quickly, Katya said. A sharp snap sounded by her. And her snipers found me. Relocating. Bloody hell, Rai muttered. Leon, you at the exfil. Almost, no sign of any other enemy so. Blam 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 blam. Leon. Well, that didn't sound good, Katya remarked. On Rai's HUD, he could see the status of his teammate change to Kia. Crap, he muttered. Leon, what got you? A beat past. A pink bunny. What? What? It looked like a little girl in pink combat fatigues wearing a hat with floppy bunny ears, Leon elucidated. I just ate a face full of SMG fire from a pink killer bunny. Another pause. She also said Gomen. I think she was Japanese. We're playing on the East Asian Pacific server, what were you expecting? Katya said with a hint of exasperation. Well, I'm just recalling rumors of a really skilled PvP team that includes 2 frontline fighters, one a tiny girl in pink fatigues, another a taller girl that wears all black, but also 2 support gunners, one that uses a sniper, and another that uses a thunk. What was that? A distant but not too distant explosion sounded. Oh shit. Katya, you okay? Someone is lobbing grenades at me, so no, I'm not okay. Relocating. Mission's a scrub anyway since I lost the payload, Leon put in. You two should probably bug out. That sounded like a very good idea, and Rai hustled away from the field of engagement. More explosions sounded in the not too distant distance. Bloody hell, this grenadier can arc her shots. Katya complained. Katya was now also listed as Kia. You're the only one still alive, Rai, don't disappoint us, Leon egged him on. Yeah, I'll. A bright light flashed from behind him. The next moment his vision blacked out and text scrolled across his HUD. You have been killed by Patahui. Son of a. Oh, Guess they got you too, Katya said. I think she shot her lance at me, Rai said. Seems a mite of an overkill for one unarmored soldier, Leon remarked. Girls nuts, Rai declared. Well, that was a wash, Katya said. I think we really do need a fourth player to help balance out the party. Yeah, but who? Leon asked. Hey Rai, you think you could rope your girlfriend into playing? Probably not, Relena doesn't really like handling firearms. I'm lucky enough she keeps her needling about me playing this game to just weary resignation. Oh, so she hasn't been giving you more crap about how much time you're putting in during the break? Katya teased. She knows this'll be the last stretch of free time I'll have before I start at the academy, Rai responded, so she's cutting me some slack, so long as I also spend some time with her. Speaking of which, how are you doing for time? Katya asked. Didn't you have a date with her today? Let me see, it's supposed to be oh shit gotta go. Rai has logged off. A tumbling sound could be heard as Rai nearly fell off his bed as he logged out of the encephalon dive. More thumps sounded as he hurriedly changed into something presentable and charged down the stairs. Oh dear Rai, what's going on? His mother, one Irene Kohler asked. Mom. I need to borrow the car. Oh. Irene's eyes shifted over to do a quick glance of the time on her AR glasses. Oh, I see. You forgot what time it was while playing your games and left Relena hanging, You know, that girl really is too good for you. Irene chuckled. Alright, but I'm driving you there myself. I'm not letting you get into an accident just because you're trying to make up for time you can't possibly get back. Rai's face suddenly adopted a warier expression. You aren't trying to play chaperone, are you? Perish the thought, that's what Her Highness bodyguards are for, Irene said with a beatific smile. As if I needed any reminding, Rai mumbled. Nonetheless he waited for his mother to get ready, impatiently, and hopped into the car. Now he just needed to figure out how to keep Relena from killing him once they arrived. Emotionally of course. That seemed a mite evil of you, Lelich said as he disconnected from the encephalon dive. I'm pretty sure you knew exactly when Rai's date was, and when he stayed over playing with us. Boy needs to learn better time management, was Colin's retort. And Relena's not going to dump him over something as small as this. She'll just make him think she might. I sometimes wonder if the women in my family don't have some sort of hidden sadistic streak, Lelich said dryly. As opposed to the men having some sort of masochistic streak. Colin said, eyebrow raised. I feel like if I say anything more, I'd only be putting my foot further in my mouth. Lelich tapped his hand on his console. Still, this has got to be the weirdest way for a mother to keep tabs on her son that I've ever heard. Colin snorted. Don't you even start on that, Dad. Lelich cracked a wry smile, before tilting his head aside. So, you want to talk about it? The it in question did not in point of fact have anything to do with one Rybert Kohler, or at least this iteration of him and how he came about biologically. It was rather remarkable that the centuries-long search to find a countermeasure for the die command, the answer had been literally staring them in the face from the beginning. Rai's immunity to the command had not been due to his artificial code, but due to some very specific tinkering to create a natural data fortification of his self. Even without his code, Colin doubted her original Geass could have worked on him. The more she went over Rai's data, the more she was impressed by just what her predecessor had achieved under such extreme duress, and the more certain she became that Rai's genome was not solely the product of her predecessor. Or at least, not just that one predecessor. The first Nunnally had represented effectively the pinnacle of human control over C's world. She possessed the ability to not only access all the data within C's world, but also to process it in a usefully short time. She also however possessed the ability to fortify data, specifically, her own data, to prevent others from tampering with it via C's world. It was an ability Rai possessed, but he had come an iteration too early. Timing on such cosmic scales was extremely tricky and even the smallest of miscalculations could throw you off by millions of years, as happened with Rai's emergence. But Rai's data had been preserved by Zarathustra, and conditions were set in motion that saw him instantiated at a critical juncture in this iteration. And with access to his complete data, Colin and Lelich could reintegrate him more gracefully so that he truly was part of this iteration, at a time point more appropriate to his circumstances. If nothing else, Rai deserved another shot to make his princess happy. All that should have made for a happy ending in the long run, since with their present mastery of genetic engineering they could ensure Rai and Relena's descendants would properly inherit that same data fortification. But the fate of mankind, indeed the universe, rarely relied on a single person or even a large group of people. I've looked over the simulation you ran, Colin said. The input data all looked fine, and I didn't see any errors in the model either. But if there are genuinely no errors, then this scares the shit out of me. The original, first, or zeroth iteration of the universe, or at least the first they had records from, marked its end ostensibly when humanity's hubris saw it tinker with the very foundations of the cosmos. In so doing, humanity had reversed the flow of matter that had previously been sent flowing away from the center of the universe and instead caused it to all be drawn back to that center, initiating a big crunch. The same method had been utilized by Zarathustra a million times over as part of its iterative process of identifying a route by which humanity might escape its extinction, and understanding how to avoid the big crunch in general was a major priority for Colin and Lelich. Much of that work had been Lelich's purvey, his more or less permanent residency of C's world making him well suited to setting up simulation runs tapping into the thought elevator's computational resources. Colin's job in this was to review the results and also to double-check Lelich had not made some fundamental error when setting the simulations up. As it was, after approximately 400 years of simulation and modeling work based on not just data from the first iteration but all those that came before, they had a pretty good understanding of what happened when the universe reset. An understanding that indicated a mismatch between the amount of dark energy humanity had diverted and what was necessary to actually cause an implosion. No disagreement there, Lelich said wholeheartedly. I have to wonder if that encrypted data cache within the Damarung's databanks relate to this. Maybe, but if Nunnally Zero knew about this, why hide it? Colin wondered aloud. She was very clear that the cause of the big crunch was due to the diversion of dark energy that was otherwise counterbalancing gravity. Yes, she was, Lelich agreed. She also said that her iteration of mankind initiated a resonance cascade that reversed the flow of dark energy and caused the big crunch. But what did their zero-point energy generator resonate with? What else is out there to resonate with? Colin felt a chill run down her spine. You're suggesting there is actually some other intelligence out there, that humanity never encountered even in the zeroth iteration. A distinct possibility, since based on the simulation the amount of energy the ZPE generator extracted should not have caused the big crunch by itself. Even after taking into account the entropic decay caused by the resonance of negativity in C's world, we're still several orders of magnitude short. There must have been additional factors. Bloody hell, Colin murmured. If those other factors are also ZPE generators, that implies other civilizations as powerful as humanity at its peak. Or even more powerful, Lelich pointed out. Which suggests we may need to accelerate the rate of technological development and propagation. Colin frowned. I don't know. If we push too hard, the societal backlash might be more than the Empire can handle, and if the Empire goes belly up, we'll have to focus more of our attention to restabilizing civilization before we can resume our work. The concern was not unwarranted. The end of the Mimic War had seen the then newly united Terran Empire grow to encompass something like 3/4 of the Earth's landmass. The union of Britannia and China by itself represented a substantial portion of the world, but this had been followed by annexation of more parts of Africa and Europe. In the former, that was mostly in regions where governments had basically collapsed as a result of the Mimic onslaught and there was no meaningful local authority to pick up the pieces, at least not without the region fragmenting yet further into countless tiny micronations. The Empire had finally bitten the bullet and began incorporating those regions and their people wholesale, and not always without local opposition. But considering the alternative entailed a significant degree of regional instability, ignoring or overcoming the few bits of local opposition was a small price to pay. The annexation of additional European territory came with a different set of challenges. No European government had collapsed in the wake of the Mimic invasion, though several of the Mediterranean bordering ones had come under extreme strain. Several had invoked their treaty with the Empire, and when the imperial government actually upheld its obligations, began to look much more favorably upon Britannia and its successor state. After hard-fought referenda in those nations that got that far, a small number made formal requests for annexation, and the process of full integration was still underway even as the Empire worked to repair all the damage the Mimics had inflicted. There are methods that can be used to cushion the sudden appearance of some advanced technology, Lelich pointed out. Say, the Sword of Akasha. His partner's frown only deepened. The expedition to reach the Sword of Akasha and come back had occurred some 50 years back, and this time around no leakages from C's world were present. That at least spared them the war of extinction of the previous iteration, but plenty of work remained to be done, not least explaining to the rest of the human race what these prehistoric constructs were in a way that did not reveal the full extent of C's world and other such secrets. There was now an annual supply run out to the research colony at Ganymede, along with a steady stream of information flowing back via both radio and courier. The first few years of the Sword's public discovery had indeed captured the popular imagination, and enough technological wonders had been justified using Akasha that most people would probably buy yet another, fringe conspiracy elements notwithstanding. So what piece of technology are you hoping to spring on society this time around? Colin asked. A matter-antimatter annihilation plant. Colin cocked her head aside. You're not talking about just schematics, are you? You want to instantiate an all-up antimatter reactor for the researchers to recover and take back to Earth. Even with complete and detailed schematics, it would take centuries more to bootstrap the raw material needed to build an anti-plant unless we wanted to directly draw power from C's world. If we just instantiated one at Ganymede though, we would have a functional plant whose energy can be used to make more. Explained that way, Colin could see the appeal, and based on some quick simulations she ran in her head it even stood a good chance of winning. Still, I am not letting you nickname matter-antimatter annihilation plants as anti-plants. Too late, Lelich said with a smirk. I've already spent the last couple of decades referring to them as such on various technology forums and message boards. Colin let out a long, exasperated sigh. You are absolutely insufferable. For some reason Lelich's smirk only deepened. Guilty as charged. That wasn't a compliment. I am well aware. Colin sighed again. As insufferable as he was, Lelich did tend to be right when it counted these days. Sometimes he even had a tendency to be too right. But that was what Colin was here for. She acted as a check on his overly rational tendencies while he helped remind her compromises to her emotional attachments were necessary. And even as they balanced each other, they helped anchor each other in the long vigil that was their duty. Perhaps it was inevitable that she would grow to tolerate, even appreciate Lelich. Hating him perpetually for all eternity would have been exhausting. By now she was well used to his various quirks of personality. Still, there were times when he did manage to exasperate her, even only over rather trivial matters. And if that was all he ever irked her about, that was just fine. End of Epilogue 11. Like an old married couple. The amount of stuff that I didn't have time to include in the story proper and am now trying to shove into the epilogues. Yen is such a cute little killer bunny. It's not entirely clear to me what the request for a family tree is for. Is there a specific question that you want me to answer? Because there are such gaps between the generations in the later epilogues that all you'd see is a giant hole in various places since I have not bothered to work out the exact genealogy of Euphemia's descendants. About the only thing of relevance is that they're all descended from her and Rai, but beyond that, there's not any significance with those other Imperials, at least in the background info I have in my head. So I was never quite able to understand the rationale behind the real Ians and Xenosaga. I am aware of how they tried to justify it in universe, but the number of problems with that justification is, well, it read pretty much like how slavery of Africans was justified by the European slave traders in the past. The usage of real Ians amounts to little more than genetic slavery. While I can certainly see ways in which a society could self-justify to itself to allow such practices, I mean, wow, either humanity got really lazy and apathetic, or just went way off the far end in terms of moral myopia. That's certainly not impossible, but the disconnect between the apparent moral and ethical standard of some of the Xenosaga characters and their acceptance of genetic slavery was jarring. If there is one thing that Colin and Lelich would never do, it is to treat any human being as not a person. They might make very ruthless choices about whether that person might live or die, but they would never treat a person like an object. Their reasons are more than just pure altruism. The mental anguish from such mistreatment is going to leak into C's world and help cause the very things they're trying to avoid. After some reflection I've decided to dump the list of abandoned storylines in this set of author notes instead of in the next one, so that those of you with questions will have one final opportunity to ask them in the reviews. After the next and final epilogue drops, my attention and time will shift onto other projects and I likely won't be responsive in any meaningful way. As anyone who has tried PMing me is aware, I respond very slowly if at all. Abandoned storylines. Some of the storylines are things that can be presumed to have happened but I simply did not depict, while others are variations of things that did make it into the story that did not turn out that way for some reason or another. Which should be fairly easy to guess, but as I said, if you have questions, drop a review and I'll do my best to answer in the final author notes. Claudio's tension with Colin, ultimately boiling over into a fist fight between the two of them. Colin beats Claudio into the ground and the older knight finally lets out everything that's bothering him. Slow steps toward the two learning to tolerate and work with each other, even if they don't necessarily like each other. Continued tying up of loose ends involving the JLF and its sympathizers. Culminates in another attempt to bomb Ashford Academy, which is prevented with the joint efforts of Akatsuki and the gendarmerie. Colin's time at Ashford while also being Euphemia's knight. Mikasa's continued integration into the Ashford household. Suzaku's growing closeness to the Raffaele development team, them turning into a surrogate Camelot to him. Estelle and Ren's interactions. Claire's integration into the gendarmerie as it dismantles the Ordo Hereticus. Some tension between her and Sarah. Additional examples of incompetent Brightonian noble officers screwing things up and getting sacked. The Brightonian officer corps' level of competency continues to rise as the dead weight either become dead outright or get booted. Welkin and other Valkyria Chronicles characters and units Cole serves with, possibly 2nd Cavalry. Flesh out more on the ground action from Cole's vantage point. Examples of nobles trying to woo Millie. Greater exploration of C.C's role as Grand Master of the Director and Lord Inquisitor of the Ordo Malleus. More complicated Battle of Baghdad, involving Suzaku taking a far larger role in the defense of the city using his Raffaele mech and a greater manifestation of Geass bearer data copies outside the Thought Elevator fighting against the Brightonian military. Dylan perpetrating crimes while in Kuwait as part of the conscript army. Gets lined against the wall after Cole catches him. Armin, Cole, and a convoy they're accompanying getting captured while in the Middle East by a German detachment. The German CO is starting to lose it from the reverses suffered by the Wehrmacht, and starts executing some of the Britannian POWs. Cole is unconscious, and Armin saves Cole from getting shot but is badly wounded himself. Britannian forces are able to rescue them. The German rank and file are executed outright. The German CO is sent back to the Europeans with a notification that if the Empire ever encounters him in the field again, any soldiers under his command will face summary execution and will not be treated as POWs. The Germans shoot the officer themselves for violating the laws and customs of war so blatantly. The army refuses to allow Cole accompany such supply runs afterward since they do not want to risk him getting killed and setting off Colin. Colin and Andreas overseeing the court-martial and execution of Britannian soldiers that murdered surrendered Irish soldiers. Euphemia and Rye's actual wedding. Geass eventually being appointed the first imperial auditor, a person possessing similar powers to the Ordo Hereticus but whose scope is limited only to elected officials, civil servants, and the nobility. The purpose of the auditor is to act as an explicit check against governmental abuses instead of dealing with crime by the common citizenry. Cole and Jean interacting post-war, more examples of Cole's involvement of his governance of his Viscounty, Hokkaido. Scene of Kotone passing away. Colin giving her mother one final moment of lucidity to spend with her family. Assassination attempt on Rochester was supposed to be part of a much larger plot against Euphemia and her allied nobles by conservative factions that dislike their continued loss of prerogative. The disgraced General Gregor was to be a key player in the plot, and is put forward by the Conservative Association as a candidate for Prime Minister before Heinrich's candidacy can be announced by the Centralist. Heinrich's ex-wife and in-laws are also part of it. The plot unravels thanks to Geass and other imperial auditors, and Euphemia uses the opportunity to basically purge the association. Alice putting in an appearance when older, having become a knight. Swears herself as one of Wilhelm's knights. A few more examples of Europe's post-war disunity. The rise of far-right and far-left nationalist parties, some of which make noise about reclaiming Europe's glory. The one group that gets far enough to actually win power and try to back out of the treaties signed with Britannia, the Empire invades, shoots a good number of said parties' upper and middle-tier leadership, then leaves after the treaty is restored. More depictions of the difficulties the Empire faces as it tries to integrate its most recent conquests. Implementation of Svalin, the orbital defense network Britannia puts up that protects it from ICBM strikes by any other nation. Eventually turns into one half of a planetary defense net that keeps the Earth itself safe from interstellar threats. More depictions of Britannia's space program, including lunar missions and the creation of an Imperial Britannian Space Navy. A little bit of Air Force whining about the Space Force being called a navy. The Britannian Space Home Fleet soon comprises of the cruisers Prometheus, Daedalus, Odyssey, and Apollo. Exploration of the Sword of Akasha this time around. No Krell is found. References to Academy City as a place where new Geass wielders are trained to control their powers in a more humane and stable manner. Construction of a new thought elevator to replace the one destroyed in New York. As one can see, the amount of content cut was substantial. Had I attempted to include all this, the story's length would have easily been extended by a third. Chapter 157, Epilogue 12. One of the more controversial domestic policies of the Holy Britannian Empire is the complete and utter lack of exemption for conscientious objection to military service. By law all full citizens of the Empire are expected to answer the call to arms when issued, and those that refuse to serve risk severe punishments. Interestingly, death is explicitly proscribed as a sentence for those refusing to serve, likely a practical measure on the Empire's part to avoid creating martyrs. The Empire's reasoning behind this position is an extremely simple one. As its subjects are the direct beneficiaries of its policies, it is the duty of all full citizens to answer the call to arms when such policies drew the Empire into conflict with other states. While some have attempted to argue that imperial subjects already perform their civic duty by paying taxes, the official response has generally been that payment of taxes accords only the right to participate in the decision-making process that selects which policies the government pursues and does not excuse one from being called to fight in conflicts the Empire might find itself embroiled. This position is reflected by the requirement that only those whom are not in arrears with their taxes are permitted to vote. Not surprisingly, the ones that suffered the most from the Empire's hardline policies on conscription and service would be several sects of Christians, and to a lesser extent Muslims, that practiced complete or near-complete pacifism. Entire families lost their property and wealth and were confined to internment camps for the duration of the war. Those that still refused to be inducted into military service upon the conclusion of the war were stripped of their citizenship. Many of their descendants still lack it because citizenship in the Empire is only automatically accorded to children born in its territory if their parents were full citizens already. An application for citizenship requires the swearing of an oath to promise to perform military service when called upon, an oath that many still adamantly refuse to swear. In Blackest Night, The Great War. Epilogue 12. Entitas ipsa involvit aptitudinem ad extorquendum certum essensum. Against the vast backdrop of space, the lone vessel floating in the void was infinitesimally small. From a merely human perspective, the 8,000-meter-tall ship was vast indeed. With the swept-back triangular wings forming the main body upon which the segmented pyramidal command structure was seated upon, a Wagland-class battlecruiser looked more like a delicate crystalline ornament than the deadly warship it was. Designed for independent operations without benefit of support from larger fleets, these battlecruisers possessed their own transfer column that allowed them to travel anywhere within the local group that was the domain of the Terran Empire, given sufficient time and energy of course. Most such battlecruisers did not travel more than 1,000 light-years in a single jump, but it was not unheard of for them to traverse the distances between galaxies should emergencies arise. In the case of the Princess Colin, however, the warship was presently on a routine patrol performing an astrographical survey along its route. The rate at which astronomical phenomena propagated was still confined to the speed of light even if mankind had long discovered ways of circumventing it, so it was often faster to just jump to various locales to take a reading than looking in that direction in the sky. The importance of keeping tabs on the local astronomy was made evident by the very discussion occurring in the Princess Colin's bridge between her commanding officer and the navigator, whom doubled as the science officer aboard such ships when a dedicated officer was not assigned. "I'm not quite sure how else to describe it without getting into the raw math, Skipper," the navigator said. "It's as if there are eddies of gravitational energy, bunching up. We've been getting more and more reports of this phenomena across the local group, but there is definitely a convergence of it here, about 1 light-minute out." While it was certainly true that the Wogland class was designed to operate without fleet support, the sheer size of these ships meant they actually had space to carry along a small parasite fleet of their own. As such, those captains that were given command of one of these battlecruisers were also given the brevet rank of Commodore to reflect their actual command responsibility, whatever their formal permanent rank might be. This did however cause a bit of inconsistency on how they were addressed based on whom was addressing them. Members of the battlecruiser's actual crew addressed their captain as just that, Captain, while personnel assigned to the attached escorts, which could include other captains, addressed the battlecruiser's commanding officer as Commodore. One might have thought everyone would just default to the higher brevet rank, but naval tradition was not something to be overturned merely for the sake of consistency. "Are we talking about singularity level of convergence?" Captain Hildegard von Stotfeld asked. As a descendant of the Princess Colin herself, many agreed that it was rather fitting Hildegard would command the namesake warship of her aunt's stress. Considering how many generations had passed since the original Princess of Statfeld's era, being related to Colin was less of a special distinguisher than one might presume. However, with Hildegard's own family a cadet branch that was not granted royal dignities. Still, there was no question that Hildegard had inherited the Stotfeld line's martial inclinations, and that she had earned her command through sheer competency instead of any prejudices in her favor due to her lineage. "No ma'am," the navigator answered, "at least not yet. The problem is the way these eddies are propagating. There have been a few papers published about how they appear to be coming from outside the local group, and that they're indicative of something getting closer. Though what might be able to exert such gravitational force over such long distances, none of them have any idea." Hildegard pursed her lips. As someone privy to the Stotfeld family's inner secrets, she had a much clearer idea of just how ignorant humanity was of what was causing these gravitic eddies. That the collective data of millions of iterations of the observable universe was not sufficient to understand what was happening was more than a bit disturbing. Then again, they were definitively past the endpoint of even the zeroth iteration, so perhaps humanity might finally solve the mystery this time around. Hopefully they would solve it early enough to not require yet another iteration. "Keep at it then," Hildegard said aloud. "Until we have more data, about all we can do is speculate blindly." "Yes ma'am." In a modern warship, all members of the crew possessed direct neural links to the ship's computer systems. That meant they could use those systems without having to do something so cumbersome as using a console or even speaking. Any system they were connected to becoming effectively extensions of their own body. One consequence of this was that Hildegard did not need a rating to shout out a report of the anomaly that the sensors had picked up. It also meant the other officers did not need to await further information before knowing how to respond to the immediate situation unfolding. Intense gravimetric distortions detected, gravitational surges approaching. Data fortification and shields at maximum. Plotting course to avoid gravitational waves. Another consequence of this neural linkage was that the crew did not need to speak to communicate with each other either. Information and commands were exchanged via this link as compact bursts of data, allowing the crew to coordinate and respond at speeds far faster than would otherwise be possible. For any outside observers, however, the scene of a command bridge operating in full immersed mode would look eerily still aside from the few twitches of muscle that might leak through. Within the ship's command net, however, a flurry of activity and information exchange was occurring. "Admiralty has been apprised of the situation, reinforcements inbound, ETA 5 minutes. Escorts and small craft squadrons reporting launch readiness. Gravitic eddies are plateauing short of singularity threshold, possibility of criticality remains approximately 70%. Visible marks of the twisting of space caused by the gravitational distortions could be seen beyond the hull. The positions of distant stars continually shifted as if bubbles were forming, distorting the path that the light traveled through. The Princess Colin ducked and weaved through these distortions, doing her best to avoid being torn apart by the intense waves of gravitic energy. Riding the rapids was an apt enough metaphor for what the battlecruiser was doing, assuming one subscribed to the notion of space being an ocean. A three-dimensional ocean where up and down was as valid a direction for waves to come at you from. The gravitic turbulence was peaking, but all those aboard understood well that they were unlikely to get a reprieve afterward. After all, the peak could only mean one thing: whatever was causing the distortions was completing its task. And the fruit of that task was suddenly beheld by their sensors as a massive sphere appeared where there was only empty space mere moments ago. Planetoid class mass detected. Diameter, 60,000 kilometers plus. Consternation and shock rippled throughout the ship as the crew gazed at the sensor telemetry. At 1 light minute out, they could not even see the thing themselves yet, but the FTL comms on the probes were providing a crystal clear view. What they showed was an enormous black metallic sphere, with stencil-like patterns drawn across its surface. On one side was a noticeable sunken indentation, with a visible seam running down the center, suggesting the entire thing could be opened up. What the hell is that? No one actually exclaimed that aloud, but the thought was certainly on the minds of everyone on the ship. Despite the shock, however, training and discipline exerted themselves as the crew carried out their duties. Initiating first contact protocols. Admiralty has been apprised of development, additional reinforcements are en route. No responses from planetoid weight, energy reaction detected. Off in the distance specks of red light rose from the black planet. While it would take another minute for them to be visible, if only barely, from the Princess Colin directly, the nearby probes had a front row seat. Up until the nearest ones exploded as the packets of exotic matter slammed into them. The impact force along was enough to destroy the probes, designed more for stealth and endurance than durability under direct fire, but the readings they provided before their demise told very interesting tales leading up to it. Did that thing just shoot planets at our probes? The dozen or so red flares that lit up the nearby probes had emitted a gravitational force well beyond what their meager sizes would have implied. Indeed, the intensity of the force had spiked right before intense waves of radiation erupted in apparent explosions. Plots indicate those things reached singularity threshold before evaporating, releasing all of the energy they were holding. Bloody hell, that thing wasn't shooting planets, it was shooting black holes at the probes. A decided case of overkill considering the probes lacked any meaningful active defenses and likely meant as a show of force. Even the Princess Colin would find it difficult to deal with such weapons if they were aimed at her. Difficult, but not impossible. Deploy escorts and establish defensive shells. The parasite warships and light craft squadrons had already completed their own preparations and spread out from their mothership. Simultaneously, missiles were launched from the battlecruiser itself and maneuvered into station-keeping positions where they could intercept anything fired at the ship. Against something the size of a planet, the yields of these missiles at least would fall a bit short. That was not the same as saying the Princess Colin would fall short, however, her designers having made sure she was equipped to handle a wide range of eventualities. Of course, when facing a planet-sized opponent, help was always welcome. Friendlies jumping in. Battlefleet Euphemia responding. Well within visual range, 3 more ships emerged into the matrium. 2 looked effectively identical to the Princess Colin, while the last dwarfed them by several orders of magnitude. At over 1,000 kilometers in length, there were moons that were smaller than the Empress Euphemia. The angled, swept wings on the 2 sides created a diamond shape that was orbited by massive pylons floating along a ring at the center. A large circular fixture faced anything that met the ship head-on, mounted between the 2 forward structures. Hundreds of other ships were also now appearing, performing microjumps from their berths inside the Damarum-class vessel, taking up positions in the formation. Thousands more small craft, from nightmares to sleeker dedicated fighters, also swarmed out. The Princess Colin likewise performed a quick jump, settling in above the Empress Euphemia. Escort squadrons deployed, formation configured to intercept fire from hostile planetoid. Additional weapons emissions detected. Counter-missiles moving to intercept. Prepare firing of Rhine Maiden. The Empire's warships possessed a wide range of armaments, but in light of what they were facing, the command hierarchy aboard the Empress Euphemia had elected to skip gradual escalation and jump straight to the most powerful weapon they possessed, the Rhine Maiden. When fired, the Rhine Maiden created an extremely powerful gravitational wave that was strong enough to tear apart the molecular bonds that held together normal matter. There were only 2 publicly known defenses against it, one being another gravitic field that could dampen the wave, and the other the wave running into matter that was so dense the bonds holding it together were at the atomic instead of merely the molecular level. While humanity did possess the ability to produce both, doing so was still decidedly non-trivial. Ships that mounted the Rhine Maiden could employ it alone or with other similarly equipped vessels, significantly increasing their range and power. With a full configuration of 3 Wogland-class battlecruisers and a Damarum-class Titan, the Rhine Maiden could tear apart an entire planet. Whether it would work on this particular planet, they were about to find out. Rhine Maiden firing in 3, 2, 1, mark. Space rippled once more as the 4 ships opened fire, sending a cascade of gravitic energy at the planetoid. The planetoid did not just idly sit by and take it, however, firing off more of its point singularity projectiles. The sudden surge of gravitic energy from their detonations as they collided with the Rhine Maiden began attenuating its strength, albeit somewhat inconsistently. The cascade still reached the planetoid with sufficient strength to shear a small continent, but the surviving probes detected only minor, even superficial damage. Oh crap! Of course, immediately deploying one's most powerful weapon was no guarantee that that weapon would be any more effective than one's lesser options. And while even superficial damage to something the size of a planet was something, against the thing that was flinging black holes at them it seemed decidedly inadequate. New contacts. Multiple new contacts. Especially when all it seemed to do was make it angrier. From the planetoid's surface rose thousands of ships, ranging in size from the Empire's nightmares and strike craft to kilometer-long vessels equivalent to light cruisers. The returns from the sensors indicated they were quite unlike anything the Empire had encountered before, the ships being composed of some state of matter that was almost like a plasma. They continued streaming out, making clear that from a numbers perspective the planetoid was easily able to overwhelm the Imperial battle fleet that had dared challenge it. As weapons discharged in the distance, it was also clear that these ships also possessed point singularity weapons, albeit of a smaller scale. A small consolation, that Admiralty has been apprised of the situation. Contingencies are en route. ETA, 2 minutes. That faster response time suggested that mobilization had begun even before the Rhine Maiden's failure to measurably damage the planetoid. They still needed to survive at least one wave of the enemy attack to benefit from this rapid response, however. The battlefleet's chances of doing so seemed fair in that regard, thanks to a few advantages they seemed to possess over the planetoid and its own forces. The first such advantage manifested itself as the pre-positioned dispersal of offensive and defensive ordnance opened up on the advancing enemy forces. A mixture of gamma-ray beams, particle beams, antimatter warheads, gravitational weapons, and even some old-fashioned kinetic weapons washed over the advancing enemy ships. Through all this hash of energy the computers aboard the battle fleet parsed through the data to evaluate the relative effectiveness of the deployed weapons. On the smaller light craft, the energy weapons seemed able to rupture whatever was used to contain the metaplasma the ships were made of. The larger ones were able to brush off even concentrated bombardments, albeit with some fluctuations in the emissions they gave off. Kinetic weapons were proving fairly useless, those actually scoring hits effectively disintegrating on contact with the enemy ships. A violent burst of gamma rays was detected upon disintegration, providing some hints as to what was actually happening, but actually solving that puzzle would need to wait until after the battle. It was the gravitic weapons that were producing the most promising results, however. While none of the pre-positioned standoff weapons fired by the fleet possessed the raw power of the Rhine Maiden, some did come close in very localized points. Those tore through the larger metamatter warships with contemptuous ease, at least those that hit. The unfortunately enemy also understood the value of point defenses and a proper screen. Still, the results of the first attack run on the enemy fleet produced enough results to allow the battle fleet to cycle more effective weapons into the next attack waves, along with better targeting priorities. By the time the enemy closed to energy range, they might even succeed in reducing their numbers by a few percentage points using this stratagem. Of course there were other options as well. Rhine Maiden recharge complete. Firing solution locked in. Rhine Maiden firing in 3, 2, 1, mark. Again space rippled as the four ships let loose, the waves synchronizing in constructive interference to massively increase the amplitude of the gravitational wave racing forth. Whatever held together the metamatter of the alien warships stood no chance in surviving such force, and an entire swath of enemy ships suffered catastrophic containment failure. This would push up the number of enemies neutralized into the tens of %. It was still unlikely to prevent the battle fleet from being overwhelmed by sheer numbers thought. It was however enough to stall the enemy forces long enough for reinforcements to arrive. With all the gravitational waves being thrown about by both sides, one could be forgiven for not noticing the new ripples mixed in. The personnel of Battlefleet Euphemia had not missed them, however, and indeed greeted their appearance with palpable relief. The cause of that relief became clear as light from the new arrivals reached the fleet and they became visible. Off in the distance, in 4 different directions, 4 spherical constructs could be seen. Projecting their visible size back the 2 minutes it took light to traverse, their diameters could be determined to be approximately 13,000 kilometers. This unknown enemy was not the only one capable of producing planetary-scale constructs. Humanity simply elected to size theirs to something approximating Earth for the sake of convenience. Fortress planets Muspelheim, Nibelheim, Vanaheim, and Alfheim were signaling deployment of Leviathan. There was actually a noticeable, momentary break in the frantic pace of human thoughts being exchanged as people registered that report. Then there was a single, unified reaction that ran through the entire fleet. Run away. With modern FTL technology, one did not necessarily need to be pointed in the direction you wanted to ultimately go. As such, the entire fleet was still in formation as one by one the ships began disappearing. Some were returning to their respective motherships, while others were already making a run for it. By the time the fortress planets were ready, the entirety of Battlefleet Euphemia had evacuated to several times the recommended minimum safe distance. That was not paranoia. When 4 fortress planets were preparing to unleash their primary weapon, that was just good sense. From such distances the naked eye would not even be able to make out any of the engaging planets. It could however make out the massive solar flare that burned through the void. Curious that, seeing as there were no stars in the immediate vicinity of the engagement, or at least none native to that particular patch of space, As one of the earliest and the closest neutron stars discovered by mankind, RX J1856.53754 also had another designation, stellar forge 54. Incidentally, stellar forges 1 through 3 were the 3 stars that made up the Centauri system, while unofficially stellar forge 0 was Sol itself, even if officially humanity never actually tried to utilize its home star as a forge. Once humanity's mastery of matter manipulation reached a certain point, it no longer became necessary to explicitly find and mine various elements like iron or cobalt or even more esoteric ones like uranium and the like to serve as the raw input into the manufacturing process. Instead, any matter would do, and with sufficient energy could be reconfigured into other matter as required for whatever was being built. The more basic the element, the easier it was to reconfigure. And if you could get matter in a subatomic state, all the better. These conditions made the stars themselves useful as a source of raw material and energy, with the average star expecting to be able to supply manufacturing needs for millions of years depending on the rate of consumption. Neutron stars were even better sources of raw material since most of their matter had been reduced down to the subatomic component of neutrons, but the Terran Empire employed them for slightly different uses, hence why RX J1856.53754's previous location was only an empty spot in space. If you wanted to find the neutron star now, all one needed to do was look up the current location of the Terran Empire's capital, the mobile artificial planet Terra Nova. At about only 35 kilometers in diameter, the star was several orders of magnitude smaller than even the Earth despite possessing almost as much mass as Sol itself. The Dyson sphere constructed around it therefore had plenty of empty space within despite being only about as large as Earth. Power was extracted by stabilizing the spin of the neutron star so that the positions of the poles, and the streams of high-energy particles they shot out, would no longer wobble. Collectors were then placed to transform those streams into usable energy as well as pick up some raw material for the manufactories, though most of the required latter were collected via other means. In all, the artificial planet supported a population of close to 11 billion, though this did include the orbital habitats gravitationally tethered to Terra Nova. Most consumption projections indicated that they would see probably another 100 million years of use out of the star before the decreased mass would make the neutron star too unstable to further mine, at which point they could probably use the remnants of a dwarf star to recharge it. That would probably be quite the sight for those alive at the time. As the oldest of the artificial planets built by the Empire, and also because it was intended more as a test bed, Terra Nova did not possess some of the features incorporated into newer variants. It could not travel as fast, its power conversion systems were noticeably less efficient, and the number of built-in defensive systems were less, though this needed to be placed in context as less did not by any means equate insubstantial. Terra Nova was still an artificial planet, and something with that surface area could find room for lots of pointy bits. Probably the biggest difference would have to be the exotic matter particle accelerator weapons mounted on the poles of newer artificial worlds. However, those were generally regarded as last-ditch defenses if those planets ever faced an attack against a foe rivaling the Empire in power. But because they were intended as defensive weapons, hazarding the planets to employ them on the front lines was something that the Empire would only do in extreme conditions, seeing as billions of civilians also called these worlds home. Besides, if the Empire really needed to bring that level of firepower into play, it had other options. PSRJ 2215-5135 was a neutron star near the upper bounds of the Tolman-Oppenheimer-Fokoff (TOV) limit, representing one of the largest neutron stars in the local group with a mass approximately 2.3 greater than Sol. The Dyson sphere that enveloped it certainly contained residential and commercial segments. The people that worked there needed some place to live and relax, but its function was much more utilitarian. Indeed, there were entire quadrants sectioned off because anyone there would be roasted by the radiation levels when the fortress planet Muspelheim fired its primary weapon, an exotic matter particle beam an order of magnitude more powerful than anything the more general-purpose artificial planets could manage. The Empire had deployed 4 of them in response to the incursion by the unknown artificial planet, and that ultimately proved just enough to defeat it. The implications of this parity in strength, however, was disturbing in the extreme, and was the focus of the present discussions. We've completed a preliminary analysis of the unknown artificial planetoid that intruded upon Imperial space, Lelich said, and the conclusions are already quite disturbing. The holographic projection was showing the fractured but still mostly intact shell of the black planetoid, along with the orbiting fleets working to secure it. The thing's shell is entirely composed of a rigid neutron matrix, similar to what we use for the core frames of our Dyson planets. Combined with the significantly greater diameter of this artificial planetoid, there is enough raw material here to provide the base skeleton for several hundred Dyson planets. Considering the neutron matrix was one of the most energy-intensive things humanity could produce, that hinted at some pretty impressive capabilities on the part of whomever built this black planetoid. The most interesting bit would have to be the power source of this planetoid. While Imperial Dyson worlds employ neutron stars, we believe this planetoid had something else. What that something was remains unclear. The exotic particle beams from the fortress planets seem to have destabilized it after successfully penetrating the outer shell. Observations from the aftermath of the strike indicate that something ignited within, and while the shell was able to contain the majority of the blast, the seam that forms the doorway along this indentation was cracked. The observed energy levels escaping was tentatively identified as a solar flare by our sensors, but the quantity of exotic matter that was detected, combined with the analysis of the conditions inside the shell after the blast, have seen some of the analysts and astrophysicists postulate that this planetoid was powered by a quark star instead of a mere neutron star. Such a hypothesis does correlate with the observed gravitational readings, which if nothing else makes clear this was a beast of a mass. The other attendees all took a few moments to process this information. All of them were beneficiaries of the generations of genetic tweaks that now allowed humans to accept and think through vast quantities of information. Even as Lelich spoke, they were pulling up references tied to specific keywords in his explanation to get more background. Like how a quark star was different from a neutron star, in that the former could almost be considered one single giant neutron. Or like how despite having discovered a few in the local group, humanity presently had little idea of how to make use of such stars as fuel sources due to the even more delicate balance of these stars' equilibrium. What of the vessels that this beast planet deployed? The Empress Ilfrith asked. We were not able to obtain any intact examples, Lelich answered, so the analysis is based on observational data. What is clear however is that these ships are not composed of conventional baryonic matter. An eyebrow rose on the Empress' expression. Would that not imply these things should not be interact at all with normal matter? Not entirely, Your Majesty, Lelich responded. Before their formal quantization, despite not being able to see dark matter, we were still aware of their existence due to the gravitational influence they exert. The same is happening here. These ships are effectively pockets of dark matter, and what we see is the effect of light that is warping due to the gravitational fields they produce, hence the red translucent sheen of their appearance. This would explain why kinetic weapons have proven ineffective against them. The gravitational field they exert is strong enough to basically tear such weapons apart when they touch. Similarly, this would also explain why gravitic weapons are effective, since a powerful enough gravitic field can overwhelm the field they generate and directly affect the dark matter source. So we can fight them. To that Lelich nodded emphatically. Yes, Your Majesty. It will not be easy, but we do possess weapons in our arsenal that can harm these, whatever they are. Indeed, Her Grace is presently looking into enhancing our ability to do just that, hence her absence from this meeting. Truly. Another nod. I expect she is discussing the matter now with the relevant personnel. The range of the Terran Empire's domain officially extended throughout the entirety of the local group of galaxies. While it was certainly true that not all of the worlds had been formally surveyed, much less seen colonies or outposts established upon them, the lack of any other competitors for habitable worlds meant it could proceed with that task at its leisure. There was also the fact humanity could create habitable spaces as necessary, and with the intentional constraints on its population growth, it would likely take a very long time before the species actually needed all the living space the local group offered. That did not stop the human race from continuing to figure out ways to push ever outward, however, if only to expand its understanding of the universe as a whole. Going further out, however, required ever greater amounts of energy. Having learned how to tap into the power of the stars themselves, it was only natural humanity would attempt to take the next step up. As the largest galaxy within the local group, Andromeda also possessed the largest galactic core. The process of harnessing the tidal forces of its black hole was a multi-century process that was still ongoing. Indeed, most of the people presently working on it did not expect to live long enough to see it fully operational. Some components were however online, enough so that the core generator was already capable of producing more power than pretty much all of the stellar forges in operation. The next stage of construction was however about to see some acceleration and modification. Your Grace, there has not yet been a formal decision on the weaponization ecos to the design, the project director protested. Without that decision, I cannot authorize proceeding with those changes. The committee's indecision has been overtaken by recent events, Colin stated. And as you are well aware, it was never the committee's decision to make on whether to proceed with weaponization. The committee was only established to provide guidelines to avoid the abuse of a weaponized core generator. I am here with an imperial writ ordering the implementation of the weaponization engineering change orders immediately. Your protest is duly noted, Director, but if you believe yourself incapable of overseeing these changes, I am also prepared to accept your resignation. Or fire him outright if he refused, went the unspoken insinuation. The bluntness of what was said, however, was already enough to cause the director to be taken aback. The formal decision to proceed with that weaponization had already been made, whatever the oversight committee might delude themselves into thinking. Theirs was not the opinion that ultimately mattered after all. The current director had been appointed despite his opposition to weaponization, not as a sop or appeasement to the anti-weaponization faction, but because Colin and Lelich had been certain that he would make sure it was done as right as humanly possible. Of course they had expected to have a bit more time to ease him into that inevitability, and if the man was not able to handle the sudden shock, Colin would not hesitate to yank him and put someone else in charge. But, what could have happened? The man tried. The director's surprise was still understandable, however, and Colin was prepared to give him at least some time to absorb all these developments, especially considering details about the confrontation with the beast planet had yet to fully filter down. As such, she held out a data slate to the director. "This contains the pertinent details," she stated. The man took it with clear reluctance, but he did begin perusing it. As he did, his control over his expression started slipping until at the end he met Colin's gaze with renewed shock. "This is, are we certain?" Colin cocked her head aside. "Of what specifically?" "Of that this race is hostile," the man said weakly. An eyebrow arched upward. "Director," the unknown opened fire unprovoked after the Princess Colin initiated first contact protocols. "How was that not a hostile response?" "It could have been a mistake," the director tried, but the softness of his voice made clear he did not even entirely believe himself. Colin suppressed a sigh. There was no point in trying to disparage the man's convictions here, he had already accepted the truth. Ultimately the director would be more useful if he was let down gently. "Director, whether it is a mistake or not, we are left to deal with the consequences," she said. "If this race is indeed hostile, we must be prepared to face them with the fullness of our resources. Those preparations include making this core generator ready to employ as a weapon if the need arises." The man took a deep breath. "We are certain, we are not overreacting." "You saw the numbers involved, Director," Colin said. "The only weapons that worked were extremely high-energy particles or gravitic in nature." "Well, what's the biggest gravitational source in the local group?" She pointed out the observation window. "The Andromeda core." Granted the direction the structure was facing, the only thing outside was pitch blackness. That tended to happen when all light was sucked in by a black hole. "The core generator was supposed to help advance humanity peacefully," the man said, a hint of stubbornness still there. "To treat it as a weapon, something that destroys. There was an old saying, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from a big gun." Colin did not say that aloud, however, she was not going to be that flippant. She was however also not going to put up with this whining for much longer. "Director, the duty you are charged with is to ensure the successful completion of the generator project based on the specified constraints not set by you, but by Her Majesty's government. The Empire has determined that weaponization now falls within those constraints. Will you discharge that duty?" The grimace deepened, but after a few moments the man finally nodded. "Yes, Your Grace, I will discharge that duty, just to make sure it gets done right." Colin nodded in turn. "It's why you were selected for the job, Director. I'm certain you won't disappoint." As she spoke, a message reached her from Lelich, and after taking a single second to glance through it, she tilted her head to another man accompanying her. "Since their initial drafting, the Ecos have seen further updates. Colonel Blake here will brief you on them. Good day, Director." And turned about to take her leave. Another task demanded her attention now, and she had a somewhat long trip to make. The Sol system, cradle of human civilization, had long since stopped being the heart of human civilization, what with the human species spreading amongst the stars. It still retained a degree of cultural importance, and it was still home to several billion people, some on Earth itself while others lived in the myriad of colonies sprinkled about the other planets and moons. Those actually born on Earth did have a reputation for being snobbish though, as if their lineage straight from the home world was somehow relevant in this day and age. Overweening pride was something Colin and Lelich had yet to work out how to engineer out of the human race, at least in a way that would not be detrimental to other desirable qualities like determination and conviction. The human psyche was a damn complicated thing. The distance from Andromeda's core to Sol could be traversed in a few days with commercially available transit methods. As a Lord Inquisitor and an administrator-level user of the UMN, Colin could have done it almost instantaneously, assuming she was willing to burn through all that energy. Seeing as the message from Lelich had not indicated the need for an immediate response, she took a more leisurely journey of a few hours instead. That gave her some time to deal with paperwork and other miscellaneous tasks that she had allowed to build up, even get in a few hours of sleep. She did at least feel somewhat refreshed as she logged into the secured pocket universe where the original Damaroon lay. Lelich was already inside waiting for her. Indeed, he probably spent more time inside the UMN and its various ancillary alcoves than in the Matrium despite his ability to project a simicry out there. "Good, you're here," he said by way of greeting. "Okay, that is rather interesting," Colin asked with equal bluntness. "What the hell did you do?" Despite having worked together for so long, or perhaps because they were so familiar with each other, the two often dispensed with the pleasantries others needed to ease their social interactions. As for the interesting thing Colin was noting, the gimbal-mounted translucent blue cube was actually rotating instead of remaining still. "I did nothing," Lelich responded. "I didn't even get a chance to input the telemetry from that beast planet, the compass was already active when I logged in." Colin glanced over at the man. "Is that what we're calling it now?" Lelich shrugged. The other analysts seemed to think it fitting. "I suppose they would." "So." The sound of heels clicking drew Colin and Lelich's attention as Cosmos made her appearance. "Root user presence detected," she said as a pair of blue eyes met Colin's own. "Notifying caretaker." The two said nothing in response, instead simply waiting for whatever was happening to unfold. That fortunately did not take long as a fourth person joined them. A fourth, very familiar person. Nunnally. Lelich said. Is this another message? No, Colin said, her eyes widening. That's not a message. With her deeper connection to the systems maintained by Zarathustra, Colin was able to detect the subtle differences between the data constructs that the system projected. That awareness told her that the woman standing before her was not a recorded message. She was however also not a living entity, at least not like Colin or even Lelich himself was. She came damn close though, if the complexity of her data processes was anything to go by. That's not a static message at least, Colin amended. It's an interactive AI, modeled off of the Zeroth Nunnally. That is partially correct, the Simicry said, smiling as naturally as the original would have. She looked over at Cosmos. Thank you, Alice. The Simicry even paid consideration to others much as Nunnally would have done. And the way it now looked at Colin, the way its face emoted were very convincing. The sophistication of the data subroutines however certainly lent credence to the Simicry's claim to be more than just an AI. You're a simulation based off of the recorded data from the Zeroth Nunnally, Colin expanded upon her observation. Or is that also only partially correct? Nunnally offered a smile. You are not wrong in your assessment, I am much as the others you encountered in the past. The misunderstanding however derives from what we are. She placed a hand over her chest. We are the closest my creators came to, digitizing, the human soul. It was one of many efforts in which they endeavored to save their civilization. It is an endeavor in which you might well succeed where they failed. Colin and Lelich exchanged glances at that bit. Then your activation is not an indication that Zarathustra is preparing to activate once more? Lelich asked. In the past it would have been, Nunnally responded. My duty is to provide a representative of each iteration with the opportunity to leave a final testament. The last representative I interacted with was your prior version, Colin. And the one before that, Euphemia. Colin blinked. So wait, did my previous version understand what was happening? No, Nunnally stated, shaking her head. Their testimonies are meant to encapsulate solely their iteration. A frown crossed Colin's expression at that. She was not entirely sure how she felt about that. Indeed, she was not sure how she would have felt if her previous iteration had been told the truth. Were you awake for all the iterations? Colin asked next. A gentle smile crossed Nunnally's face. I was only awakened to collect the testimonies. That was probably better, but Colin could not help but still feel a tinge of sympathy for this Nunnally. Only awakening at the fall of entire universes could not be very fun. If you are not here to gather a final testament, Lelich asked, seemingly unfazed by such considerations, what are you here for then? The man was showing surprisingly little warmth considering the entity before them could be considered his little sister, or at least a version of her. The way Nunnally's expression froze momentarily hinted at certain emotions working through the Simicry's base data. She restrained any further expression of those emotions however and simply answered the question. I am here because a new data point has been registered, she said, one relevant to the primary objective encoded within Zarathustra's command priorities. You believe this beast planet to have been sent by whatever power is precipitating the collapse of the universe, Lelich stated. The data aligns with that conclusion, Nunnally said, her smile deepening ever so slightly, brother. That last bit was interesting, it almost felt like this Simicry of Nunnally was actively seeking to establish a connection. This was different from other Simicries that used stored data as their basis, those simply presumed the continued existence of any relations that existed when the data was copied and saved. This Nunnally however was actively responding to the apparent detachment between her and this Lelich. Perhaps the Zeroth iteration had come closer than later data copies suggested, or perhaps this particular Simicry was indeed special. Lelich himself took a moment but ultimately dipped his head in acknowledgement of being so addressed. This Nunnally might not have been his sister, but he was not prepared to outright reject her as a sibling. That was enough to elicit another smile from Nunnally. You technically didn't answer Lelich's question, Colin pointed out. That was true enough. Nunnally might be here because of the appearance of the beast, but what she actually intended next remained as yet unanswered. Is it not obvious? Nunnally said, looking at Colin again. The great enemy has appeared, and if humanity is to emerge victorious you will require the sum and limit of man's power. I am here to grant you that power. Colin felt her eyes drawn to the rotating compass. Somehow she just knew that that was what Nunnally was referring to. You mean Zarathustra? To that Nunnally gave a coltish smile. What makes you think Zarathustra is the limit of man's power? To that both Colin and Lelich blinked. I suppose the ability to destroy the universe would have seemed like the ultimate power, Colin said. Arguably, it would actually be the penultimate power, Lelich said slowly. There is something much more difficult to do than to destroy. Looking over, Colin saw a thoughtful expression on the man's face even as she traced his likely thoughts. Zarathustra is indeed capable of destroying the universe, Nunnally said, but it does so by participating in the resonance cascade initiated by this other entity. Its true value, however, is its ability to harness the collective unconscious of mankind to recreate the conditions necessary for humanity's ascension time and time again. Creation and destruction, two halves of the same coin. To destroy something, it was often simply a question of the magnitude of the power required. To create, however, that required a greater degree of finesse, a greater degree of control. It was something the humans of this iteration were becoming better at, but they still fell short of the scale required to recreate an entire universe, or even a fraction of it. The power to create is intrinsic to the human imagination, Nunnally stated. The only limit to man is the limit of that imagination. A single person's vision might be narrow, but that of all mankind? It can only grow with every new perspective added. She raised a hand in the spinning compass direction. Zarathustra provides a focus for those perspectives, directing them to view each facet of what needs to be created. And until now, it chose what is and is not created. That choice, I now give to you. Colin returned Nunnally's gaze unflinchingly despite the metaphorical weight she felt. This was power, beyond the immense power that she already possessed. As absolute a power as humanity had ever achieved. And she was going to be entrusted with it. Are you certain I am ready? Colin asked. To that Lelich gave a snort, causing Colin and Nunnally both to look over in his direction. Do you think you must shoulder this responsibility alone? He asked. Do you think you have been shouldering your responsibilities alone? All these years, how many countless people have walked the path with you? How many more will join you? To that Nunnally smiled in warm approval at her brother's words. Colin herself felt much of her tension bleed away. Despite all the hardship, despite all the responsibilities, one thing that she was unequivocally certain of was that she was not alone, now and forever. Finn. Bloody hell, this was long. Yeah, arguably this isn't the end of the story, but it's the end of this story. The end of the war between humanity and the beast is another matter entirely. And don't bother asking for the ending of that story, it's not one I'm likely to write. I think actually finishing this story is achievement enough, since plenty of other stories are simply just abandoned. I myself am also guilty of this, but with this story done, I now have 2 major works done, and 3 stories recommended on TIFF tropes. Now I just need to get A Trail of Tears, Whereupon Sits the Crown, and A Call to Duty and the rest of that trilogy done and recommended, and I'll be on my way to having the widest coverage of franchises for a recommended fanfic writer. Yes, it's a pretty stupid goal, but it's also a pretty innocuous one that lets me have some fun. Ren mellows out as she grows up. The scenes of her interacting with Estelle and Phi were supposed to help expand on that further. She had also become very attached to Khotone and did not take her passing well. Heinrich also mentions her university plans in one of the epilogues. What she ends up doing later in life you can see in the character list below. Ace and other synthetic forms of life do not by default have access to C's world. This is a bit hard to explain, but let's see if I can pull it off. Abstractly speaking, all life can be thought of as bundles of data, whether they're biological or synthetic. A human's ability to basically create data is what led to the formation of C's world when all that data amalgamated together. A's, however, do not possess the same capacity to create new data. They can observe the data at a much finer granularity and more quickly than a biological mind, but they can't wholesale create new data. Without that capability, they are constrained to the realm of data that they can observe, which is the physical, real world, whereas the human ability to create data gives us access to the imaginary C's world. Now, though A's can't directly connect to C's world, they can gain filtered access to it. For example, Nemo had some access to C's world and its systems by basically piggybacking on Rai and then Colin's connection, but what she saw was a very limited subset. Nemo could only see the data of C's world after Colin had already processed it, so Nemo was never in C's world, all she had was a window. And anything that ultimately ended up in C's world as a consequence of Nemo's actions, it was actually the product of Colin responding to whatever Nemo did. In theory, if an AI like Nemo could induce a code-bearer's mind to react in certain ways, they could influence C's world, but it's still an indirect connection. Similarly, those bits of technology that use FTL and use the UMN are also connecting to C's world via indirect means. Indeed, the data that is transited via the UMN doesn't actually affect anything in C's world, it is just a transportation medium. To actually be in C's world, you have to be able to generate data, and presently that ability is limited solely to biological, indeed human, intelligences. As I've already established that humanity never encountered any other alien races during its ascension, Schlock Mercenary by its nature cannot be used since there are lots and lots of alien characters, including the one the comic is a namesake of, and Schlock without Schlock wouldn't be Schlock. As to what was causing the discrepancy in the gravity/dark energy imbalance, well, you all just gotta look at it this chapter. I wonder how many of you will recognize the franchise I took inspiration from, for the enemy at least. The artificial planets powered by neutron stars was all me. You know, I could easily see Misaka Mikoto as one of Colin's descendants. She's got the Tsundere part down pat if nothing else. I actually also had a scene sketched out in my head of Lelich trolling Colin by describing in a really roundabout way Uaera's power, and once Colin realizes what Lelich is saying, responds with, "Why didn't you just fucking say she can violate the laws of thermodynamics?" Because that really is what Uaera is doing by being able to keep things at a constant temperature. Needless to say, Uaera's power is much more appreciated by Colin and Co. Did I enjoy writing the story? Sure, it was basically a form of catharsis, letting my mind focus on things beyond the engineering work that is my day job. There were certainly times when my frustrations with specific readers would become visible, though for the most part people recognized this for what it was, a work of fiction that tried to tell an interesting story. That many of you found enjoyment in it, is a bonus. Anyway, I did make a few promises for this final chapter, so here's the character list. Characters. I will list the characters along with relevant titles/positions that they have held. The titles themselves are organized based on what each character held at approximately the same time, as well as the order of precedence. Some will have gone through more jumps than others. Note that this list is nowhere completely exhaustive, there have been simply too many characters for me to completely remember all of them. These should however be the most important characters. Main cast. Euphemia Lee Britannia. Princess of the Realm, 6th in the succession, Special Auditor, Imperial Exchequer. Heir Quartus, Viceroy of Japan. Empress of the Holy Britannian Empire, Queen of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, Archduchess of Pendragon. Colin Statfeld Kaujaki. Akakashi. Knight of Honor to Her Highness the Princess Euphemia, Lieutenant. Princess of the Realm, Heir Secundus, Duchess of York, Duchess of Tokyo, Knight of 7, Brigadier General. Knight of 1, Lieutenant General. Knight of 12, Duchess of Bedivere, Grand Master of the Geass Directorate, Lord Inquisitor of the Ordo Malleus, forever. Lelich 6 Britannia. Prince of the Realm. Cadet, Lycée Militaire de Saint-Cyr. Lieutenant, Simulated, Service de Documentation Extérieure et de Contre-Espionnage. Lord Inquisitor of the Ordo Chronos. CC. Grand Master of the Geass Directorate, Lord Inquisitor of the Ordo Malleus. Captain, Britannian Army Nursing Corps. Lady-in-Waiting to the Princess Colin. Supporting cast. Alex Louis Armstrong. Lieutenant, Princess Euphemia's Royal Guard. Colonel, RT. Alphonse Pierre Juin, Historical. Marshal of France, Head of European Combined Staff. Amberley Vale, Chiffaz Kane, Hero of the Imperium. Duchess of Vauxhall, Lord Inquisitor of the Ordo Xenos. Andreas Darlton. Viscount of Cambridge, New England, Lieutenant General, Special Assignment attached to the Princess Cornelia. General, 8th Army, 3rd Army. Field Marshal, European Front Theatre Commander. Marshal of the Empire, RT, Chief of the Imperial War Staff. Annie Leonhardt, Attack on Titan. Specialist, Simulated, Abwehr. Specialist, Princess Colin's Royal Guard, Ordo Malleus. Arthur. Ashford Academy Unofficial Mascot/Mauser. Chief Mauser of the Imperial Palace. Augustus Villaines. Duke of Halifax, Exchequer, Schneisel Government, Ashford Government. Prime Minister. Berthold Hoover, Attack on Titan. Specialist, Simulated, Finnish Defence Intelligence Agency. Specialist, Princess Colin's Royal Guard, Ordo Malleus. Cassius Bright, Trails in the Sky. Colonel, Britannian Gendarmerie. Superintendent General, Tokyo Metropolitan Police Force. Cecile Crumi. Captain, Camelot Institute. Major. Lieutenant Colonel, Interrogator, Ordo Malleus. Colonel, RT, Inquisitor. Cecilia Alcott KN, Infinite Stratos. Heir to the Duchy of Virginia. Charles Z.I. Britannia. Emperor of the Holy Britannian Empire, Archduke of Pendragon. Charlotte Dunois, Infinite Stratos. Cadet, Lycée Militaire de Saint-Cyr. Lieutenant, Simulated, Service de Documentation Extérieure et de Contre-Espionnage. Claire Revelt, Trails of Cold Steel. Captain, Interrogator, Ordo Hereticus. Major, Britannian Gendarmerie. Cole Craft, Spice and Wolf. President of Ashford Academy Culinary Club. Lieutenant, Britannian Army Quartermaster Corps. Captain. Viscount of Sapporo, Major, Lieutenant Colonel, Colonel, Brigadier General. Cole actually did ascend the ranks normally instead of jumping like some of the others. Major General, RT, Quartermaster of the Imperial Britannian Army. Director of Veteran Affairs. Connie Springer, Attack on Titan. Corporal, Imperial Britannian Army, 25th Infantry Division. Cornelia Lee Britannia. Princess of the Realm, Heir Tertius, Marshal of the Empire. Crow Armbrust, Trails of Cold Steel. Sergeant, Virginian Provincial Guard Armorer. Comrade C, Swords of Michael. Dwight Greenhill, The Legend of Galactic Heroes. Admiral, 5th Fleet Commanding, Imperial Britannian Army. Naval Representative of the Imperial War Staff. Edward Rochester, Jane Eyre. Baron of Fairfax. Industries Minister, Viceroyalty of Japan. Duke of Richmond, Industries Minister, Ashford Government, Villa Ines Government. Prime Minister. Eleanor Verret, Valkyria Chronicles. Colonel, Inquisitor, Ordo Xenos, Headmaster of the Schola Progenium. Lord Inquisitor of the Ordo Xenos. Erwin Rommel, Historical. General Feldmarschall, Chief of Staff to Marshal Juin, European Combined Staff. Head of European Combined Staff. Eve/Fleur von Tertzental Mariel Kraft, Spice and Wolf. Special Economic Advisor on Agricultural Mobilization, Viceroyalty of Japan. Duchess of Seattle, by marriage to Lawrence. Felix K.N., Trails of Cold Steel. Duke of Richmond. Phi Clausel, Trails of Cold Steel. Specialist, Simulated, Swiss Militarisker Nachrichtendienst. Specialist, Princess Collins Royal Guard. Frederica Greenhill Yang, The Legend of Galactic Heroes. Lieutenant, Imperial Britannian Navy, 8th Fleet. Lieutenant Commander, RT. Gilbert George Percival Guilford. Knight of Honor to Her Highness the Princess Cornelia, Colonel. Knight of 10, Brigadier General. Heinrich Stottfeld. Baron of Denton, Captain, Interrogator, Ordo Xenos. Major, Ordo Xenos. Viceroy of Japan. Minister of Industry and Commerce, Rochester Government, very briefly. Prime Minister. Hubert Wingelbauer, Historical. Lieutenant General, European Combined Staff Austrian Representative. Irene Kohler née Elat, Valkyria Chronicles. Imperial Chronicler, Rise Adoptive Mother. Hiroshi Ichijo, Original. Attendant to the Sumeragi family, Ko/Akatsuki Liaison. Jane Eyre, Jane Eyre. Secretary, Imperial Exchequer. Special Aid, Viceroyalty of Japan. Duchess of Richmond, Baroness of Fairfax, marriage to Rochester. Jean Kirstein, Attack on Titan. Private, Imperial Britannian Army. Sergeant, RT. Jeremiah Gottwald. Margrave of Winchester, Colonel, Imperial Britannian Army. Brigadier General, Tokyo Garrison. Major General, 2nd Cavalry Division. Lieutenant General, RT, 7 Corps. Knight of 10. Jeremy Finch, To Kill a Mockingbird. Attorney General, Viceroyalty of Japan. Solicitor General, Ashford Government. Attorney General, Villa Ines, Rochester, Stottfeld Governments. Jonathan Marcus Eyre, Jane Eyre. Colonel, Imperial Britannian Army. Brigadier, Captain of the Royal Guard of Her Highness the Princess Euphemia. Brigadier General, Kia, Knight Commander of the Order of the Bath, posthumous. Justus Alberia, Trails of Cold Steel. Lieutenant, Nightmare Corps Cadet Brigade. Captain, Imperial Gendarmerie. Duke of Charleston, Lord Auditor. Caed Statfeldcraft. Princess of the Realm, Heir Tertius. Lieutenant, Imperial Britannian Navy. Vice Admiral, RT. Duchess of Tokyo, eventually. Kagaya Sumeragi. Headmistress of the House of Sumeragi, Kyoto House. Duchess of Kyoto, Provincial Lord of Nishi Province. Claudia von Auslese, Trails in the Sky. Empress Consort to the Emperor Wilhelm. Kotone Statfeld Kaujiki. Baroness of Denton. Kyoshiro Todo. Captain, Japanese Army. Lieutenant Colonel, Japanese Liberation Front, Akatsuki. Superintendent, Akatsuki. Colonel, Princess Collins Royal Guard. Laura Arciad, Trails of Cold Steel. Lieutenant, Nightmare Corps Cadet Brigade. Knight of 5, Brigadier General. Major General, RT, Countess of Milwaukee, marriage to Gino, Viscountess of Annapolis, Nova Scotia. Laura Bodwig, Infinite Stratos. Specialist, Simulated, Abwehr. Specialist, Princess Collins Royal Guard. Lawrence Craft, Spice and Wolf. Branch Director, Japan, of Imperial Bank of Britannia. Exchequer, Viceroyalty of Japan. Duke of Seattle. Undersecretary of Finance, Ashford Government. Exchequer, Villa Ines Government. Minister of Finance, Rochester, Stottfeld Governments. Lloyd Asplund. Colonel, Camelot Institute. Brigadier General, RT. Moss Hughes, Attack on Titan. Sergeant, Princess Collins Royal Guard. Master Sergeant, Fenrir Regiment. Manuel Gutierrez Melado, Historical. Lieutenant General, European Combined Staff Spanish Representative, Head of Logistics Planning. Mary Belle Mel Britannia. Princess of the Realm, 6th in line. Mayhew Cardamond, Original. Master Sergeant, Imperial Britannian Army, Kia. Mikasa Ackerman, Attack on Titan. Private, Imperial Britannian Army. Corporal, Euphemia's Royal Guard, Ashford Academy Student Council Secretary. Knight of Honor to Her Highness the Princess Nunnally. Knight of Honor to Her Highness the Princess Millicent, Sergeant. Knight of 7, Princess Millicent, Brigadier General, RT. Millicent Amelia Ashford. Ashford Academy Student Council President. Princess of the Realm, Heir Primus, Princess of Wales, Duchess of Cornwall. Duchess of Detroit. Monica Krzyzewski. Knight of 12, Duchess of Bedivere, Lord Inquisitor of the Ordo Malleus, Brigadier General. Major General, RT. Nagisa Chiba. Lieutenant, Japanese Liberation Front, Akatsuki. Inspector, Akatsuki. Lieutenant, Princess Collins Royal Guard. Naomi Inu. Quartermaster, Akatsuki, Kia. Nemo. AI Companion to Rybert. AI Companion to Colin. Nina Einstein. Ashford Academy Student Council Treasurer. Lady-in-Waiting to the Princess Millicent. Dr. Ph.D., Director of Lloyd Asplund National Laboratory. Nora Kraft, Spice and Wolf. Duchess of Columbia. Nunnally 6 Britannia/Abigail Nunnally Ashford. Princess of the Realm. Ashford Academy Student Council Treasurer. Odysseus EU Britannia. Prince of the Realm, Heir Primus, Lieutenant Commander, Imperial Britannian Navy, inactive. Olaf Craig, Trails of Cold Steel. Lieutenant General, Imperial Britannian Army, Middle East Occupational Commander. Peter Ivanovich Ivashultin, Historical. Lieutenant General, European Combined Staff Russian Representative, Intelligence. Rybert, Ry, Kohler. Knight of Honor to Her Highness the Princess Relina, Captain, Imperial Britannian Nightmare Corps. Knight of 11, Empress Euphemia, Brigadier General. Prince Consort to the Empress Euphemia, Major General, RT. Rainer Braun, Attack on Titan. Specialist, Simulated, Abwehr, Kia. Ren Stotfeld, Trails in the Sky. Enforcer 15, The Angel of Slaughter, Geass Directorate. Dr. R&D Director of Stotfeld Advanced Electronics. Rivalds Cardemond. Ashford Academy Student Council Vice President. Ashford Academy Student Council President. Crown Prosecutor. Richard Fennet. Dr. M.D. Richard O'Connor, Historical. Lieutenant General, European Combined Staff British Representative. Riza Hawkeye, Full Metal Alchemist. Lieutenant, Princess Euphemia's Royal Guard. Lieutenant, Fenrir Regiment. Colonel, RT. Roy Mustang, Full Metal Alchemist. Lieutenant, Princess Euphemia's Royal Guard. Major, Fenrir Regiment. Knight of 6, Brigadier General, RT. Reuben Ashford. Duke of Detroit. Headmaster of Ashford Academy. Chief of Staff, Viceroyalty of Japan. Prime Minister. Samantha Fraser, Original. Colonel, Britannian Army Nursing Corps. Brigadier General, Superintendent of Army Nursing Corps. Major General, Surgeon General of the Imperial Britannian Army. Sarah Veilstein, Trails of Cold Steel. Captain, Britannian Gendarmerie. Sasha Browse, Attack on Titan. Corporal, Imperial Britannian Army, 25th Infantry Division. Sayoko Shinozaki. Specialist, Japanese Special Police. Ashford Family Attendant. Nanny to the Prince Wilhelm. Schneisel L. Britannia. Prince of the Realm, Heir Secundus, Prime Minister. Sharon Kruger, Trails of Cold Steel. Maid of the Lee Britannia Household. Maid of the Ashford Household. Nanny to the Prince Wilhelm. Shirley Fennet. Ashford Academy Student Council Secretary. Ashford Academy Student Council Vice President. Dr. M.D., Personal Physician to the Ashford Royal Family. Suzaku Kurugi. Private, Imperial Britannian Army. Specialist, Camelot Institute. Special Advisor, Groupe Dassault Dunois SA. Toshihiko Kuruba. Dr. M.D., Director of Keio Memorial University Hospital. Victor Arciad, Trails of Cold Steel. Viscount of Annapolis, Nova Scotia, Captain of the Royal Guard of Her Highness the Princess Cornelia, Lieutenant General. Knight of 1, Empress Euphemia, General, RT. V.V/Vivian Zi Britannia. Grand Master of the Geass Directorate, Prince of the Realm. Valetinu. Captain, Imperial Britannian Army. Major, Princess Euphemia's Royal Guard. Brigadier. Knight of 8, Brigadier General, Major General, RT. Wilhelm EU Britannia, Original. Prince of the Realm, Prince of Wales, Heir Primus. Emperor of the Holy Britannian Empire, King of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, Archduke of Pendragon. Willibald Joachim von Merkatz, The Legend of Galactic Heroes. Admiral, 8th Fleet Commanding, Imperial Britannian Navy. Knight of 2. Lord High Admiral, RT. Yang Wenli, The Legend of Galactic Heroes. Major, Chinese Army, Magician of Penglai, Ang Kai Sheng, Minder of the Mongolian and Indian Thought Elevators. Major General. Field Marshal, RT. Zex Vander, Trails of Cold Steel. Duke of Montreal, Field Marshal, Chief of the Imperial War Staff. Marshal of the Empire, RT.